Good morning, USA. Good morning. Welcome to day 3, Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021. This day, the last one, is live broadcast from Graphistudio HQ, Arba, Italy. So for those of you that had, time, have been gracious enough to follow us in day 1 and day 2, now we have moved our production, video production to the HQ. The first days were streamlined directly from the Graphistudio Graphic Castle. So what to say? Well, it's been a great time. We had tremendous feedback so far. I'm so happy that you enjoyed the show. We had incredible sessions and masterclasses, but it's now time to dive in day 3. And day 3 is full of more contents and more inspirational contributes by our friends. So let's start with a round table part 1. We had this incredible conversation about building truthful relationships, building longevity, and building community in our industry. And we have this opportunity to listen from Martin Baynes, president of the BIPP, British Institute of Professional Photography, with Sean LeBlanc, Nikon ambassador, an amazing fearless photographer, with Mauricio Arias that you have learned about him quite a bit in these days, a multi-awarded photographer, creative genius. And of course, there's also a little surprise, our friend from Nigeria, Africa, Segun Olotu, a super talented photographer, entrepreneur, businessman. You will see there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to listen from Segun, Martin, Mauricio, and Sean. So enjoy the next session and see you later on. Bye. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us in the first of the 2 talk that we are going to have during this amazing live from Castle Ciccone. As you know, this broadcast takes place because of Imaging USA virtual show is taking place on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of January. So we took the opportunity to create even more contents if possible and to gather some of our friends from all over the place. And so the aim today is to talk with you guys about yourself as entrepreneurs, as photographers, as lovers of this incredible discipline. With me today, let me show you and share the stage with my friend Mauricio Arias, multi-awarded photographer that shares this passion with you guys. Don't look around, it's you, Mauricio. Yeah, I'm talking about you. And yeah, like I said, we are talking about photography today. And we took this opportunity to go through 3 different but simple concepts, such as community, longevity, and building a trustful relationship as the fundamentals for every entrepreneur. So let me introduce you. I will start clockwise from our friend Martin Baynes, chairman of BIPP, British Institute of Professional Photography. Martin, welcome. Then we have Sean LeBlanc from Canada. Ciao, Sean. Really great photographers, an Nikon ambassador, and I'd say one of the most interesting case history in this industry, definitely. And Mauricio, that I already introduced. And from Nigeria, Africa, Segun Olotu, multi-awarded photographer, entrepreneur, and multifaceted personality that I had the pleasure to meet some years ago. So welcome back. Yeah. And we are waiting also for a few more. We will introduce the guests for tomorrow in the next session. So back to you guys. So Mauricio, would like to go through the first question in a way? Yes. And introduce the topic.
So like Daddy was saying before, we want to talk about community, longevity, and building truthful relationships, and how is this important in our personal and in our community, in our family, in the institutions, as a professional, and the business world. So I wanna know first of all, like in our careers we have ups and downs, and I wanna hear you guys talking a little bit first about these downs. Let's talk about a little bit, and if you guys are willing to share a story of some time that maybe things didn't go exactly planned, but the most important part, what is the lesson, what you guys learn, and how really having this type of experience really help you to nurture yourself and is part of a process. So I want to know and hear something. It could be personal, could be related to photography, could be related to anything. I just want to listen to you guys now, and let's start from you, Mr. Martin.
So speaking about community, you're bringing an association point of view.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, so I represent professional photographers in the UK. We have an organisation where we help train them, we qualify them and educate them, and the community is a big thing. I've been involved in photography pretty much all my life. I studied photography at college. I worked as a cruise ship photographer for a little while. I came back to the UK after a number of years of working overseas and did a few different jobs, tried to assist in and things like that. And as I say, one of the kind of the downs I had, I would say, is actually where I decided that I thought, well, maybe photography isn't for me. The problem is that photography is in your blood. I think if you're involved in photography in any way, shape or form, it's something else, and it's a very difficult industry to move out of to try anything else. I worked for 2 years for a telecommunication company, but my heart just wasn't in it. It was reasonable money, it was an enjoyable-ish job, but I just missed, first of all, photography. I missed the community, I missed the people, and there's something about, photographers don't retire. They very rarely move to a different industry because it's such a unique position and a unique thing to be in. And from me still involved in photography, I don't really take pictures anymore. I do personally, but not for money. But when we talk about wedding photographers, they're capturing the most important part of somebody's life. I mean, that's an incredible position to be in. Or people who do family photography, that they're capturing a unique second or a snapshot of somebody's as they move through life. And even commercial photographers, and we represent them as well. It's they get into some amazing places and see amazing things, whether it's nuclear power stations or the inside of a jet engine plane, or it's just I really believe it's an amazing industry. And we also in our organisation we qualify the Ministry of Defence photographers, so we see some really interesting work from them. Medical photographers, forensic photographers. So it's such a vast and wide range of things that, as I say, once it's in your blood, you can never get it out of your blood. And as I say, the mistake that I made is thinking that the grass is somewhere, is greener. I moved industries, and within 2 years, I was knocking on the door to try and break back into it. And I'm turning 50 in 5 or 6 weeks' time. So happy birthday to me, 50. Never thought I'd make it. Thank you. And my life since being 14 has been really about photography. And I think it will remain that way until I'm no longer here. So yeah, it's a great industry to be in.
So Martin, when you left, you mentioned that you left the industry for a couple of years. What made you want to try something new at that time?
I think partly because I come back to the UK. I was 24, maybe 25, and I'd if you come out of the UK, I was working before I left for an electronics company. I was an industrial photographer, and I'd left. I was away for 7 or 8 years. When I came back, I moved to London, and I was almost too old to be an assistant, but not experienced enough to be a photographer. So I kind of fell between the gaps and struggled to find any work. So I was very lucky that the job that I did get in telecommunications was a very good job. It was in sales, which I found that I was much better at talking than photographing, which is still the case. And I kind of fell back into photography on a sales and marketing side, but still involved with it. And I just still love it. I still have such a passion for photography and anything to do with photography. for those who don't know me, I was honoured and still my favourite job. I actually worked for Graphistudio for Jeremy in the UK for 11 years, and we just had an amazing time. It was a wonderful experience to have, and the family that you feel part of working with Graphistudio is incredible.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Sean.
Yeah. All right.
So
do you want me? I can talk a little bit about how I got into photography, and then also, talk about your question, Mauricio. So, I guess it was about 10 years ago, I went on a mountain biking trip to Moab, Utah. And before I went out on that trip, I got my first DSLR camera. It was a beautiful landscape and I wanted to take some photographs. And it was on that trip that I found myself, just playing around with my camera and really fell in love with photography at that time. And I did very little mountain biking. And when I got back to Calgary, I found myself wanting to photograph families, which eventually led into weddings and destination weddings. And I was doing this all the while I was an engineer. I used to work at a big energy company here in Calgary. And then in, I guess it was 2016, I had the opportunity to photograph a wedding in Japan, a destination wedding, which is an incredible opportunity. And it was one that I almost missed because of all of my corporate world commitments as an engineer. And so it was really at that time that I considered leaving the corporate world to pursue my passion for photography. And so 2.5 years ago, I did make the leap of faith and resign from the corporate world to do photography full time. And so it is a strong passion for me. And like Martin was saying, it's kind of in your blood, and it's just something that, I think about when I get up in the morning, and I'm thinking about it all day, and when I go to bed at night as well. So it's definitely a strong passion for me. And in terms of, I've definitely had lots of failures along the way. And so one that really comes to mind, often these failures come with marketing initiatives. And so I always like to try new things just to keep it fresh. And so I tried one marketing initiative. This was last year, where I reached out to a local company here in Calgary to run a campaign together. And so we ended up doing that. It was a contest where we both contributed, a big prize to it. And we had lots of leads, but what I found is that the leads were not my ideal clients. They weren't sort of in that target market that I, really want to work with. And so it was an incredible amount of effort, an incredible, it was a big investment as well. But most importantly, it was a lot of time that I devoted to it. But what I learned from it is, it really helped me focus in on the clientele that I want to work with. And so I'm very thankful for that. And so, moving forward, it helped me change my mindset. And again, these define the ideal client that I want to work with. And so I've carried that forward, and since then have started setting up alliances with, finding out where my ideal clients like to shop, what they like to do, and aligning my photography business with those businesses as well. So setting up alliances that way. And it's really helped sort of propel my business forward here.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. What about you, Segun?
First and first, I want to say a big thank you for giving me the opportunity to be speaking today, because Mauricio only called me like 2 hours ago. You're gonna be there at 6 o'clock. I'm like, okay, when I get home, I should be able to do it. So I'm happy to be here. First and first, I think I started photography in 2010, but I used to work for Olympus. I used to be a salesman, and I was told if you sell so much, someone is gonna get a free camera. So I said, okay, so I started, selling and selling. I got my first camera, which was an EP1 Olympus camera, and I took that camera out, started taking some rubbish images, because I was not really a photographer, but along the line, and my photography started from church. So I was like, I have a camera, I can take pictures on Sundays in church. You know, my pastor was like, okay, let's see what you can do. Then I started taking pictures in church. People started falling in love with images. Then I started going out on the street to do more of street photography. Then in 2011, I started shooting weddings. Then that was just a turnaround for me, shooting weddings till now. And about 2013 or 14, I went for Mauricio's workshop, and I was not badass or whatever, but I just said, you know, I needed to invest in myself. So I went there, and you know, Mauricio kind of like critiqued me, and I felt bad about myself. And the next time I found myself sleeping, thinking about my life. And Mauricio took some photographs of me on that day, you know. So, but from there, one thing I really loved about myself was the fact that I was able to invest in myself, because most people don't really kind of like invest in themselves. And I kind of like brought down my ego, you know, just for me to get to the next phase of my life in photography. And I traveled around. I went to Canada for Daniel and Davina's workshop, did Ben Chrisman's workshop, and so many workshops like that. And that kind of like helped my photography, and I was happy about myself. And in 2016, I think I called Mauricio as well. I was like, you know what? I'm thinking of doing a conference in Nigeria, because the kind of images I see in Nigeria, I think we need to kind of like change and reshape the photography in my country to look like, the way it is in the Western world and all that. And they were like, okay, cool. So Mauricio was the first speaker that said, okay, you know what? I'll come speak in Nigeria. And I was like, okay, awesome. So I did the first one in 2017, did the second one in 2018, 2019, but I never thought about profit, because it was more of like giving back to the community in Nigeria, but it was very expensive, very, very expensive, because I have to fly in so many speakers. But so it got to a point, I looked at everything, I was like, maybe I needed to learn more about business before I just jumped into, doing a conference and all that, because I spent so much of my savings in running the conference. But 2019, I said to myself, I spoke to my wife, and I said, 2020, we're not doing any conference. But not knowing that, Corona was going to come, in play, and that just took me out of it. 2021, I'm still thinking about it. But so the down part of my story in photography and trying to create a community is the fact that I didn't really know much about the business part of it, but I just went into it, thinking I was gonna keep going on and on, trying to give back to the community. So that's me.
It's funny you should say that. It's from my association point of view, or when I was working for Graphistudio, we found one of the biggest problems with photographers in the businesses that it wasn't the photography. They were award-winning photographers, some of them, they're amazing photographers, but you would see where the weak part of it was the business. And what we had to do in our office in London was we started running kind of sales and just how to sales and marketing courses, just like 101 sales, the steps or the processes that you have to step through to make a sale. And we really felt that was helping and educating our customers, which eventually would help us. But yeah, it's amazing that a lot of people, just like you've said, it's exactly the same story that you've just told. They'll come, they'll find the love of photography, they kind of jump into it. And one of the difficulties is they don't understand profit and loss, they don't understand how to market, they don't understand that, they're doing it almost for the love of it. But as you have realized that it's got to be profitable, you've got to kind of live, you've got to pay your mortgage, you've got to feed your family. I think that's one of the most important things that we can educate photographers to do is as they become new into this industry is it's the biggest mistake that I used to see in most businesses is that they didn't understand the basics of running a business. But they were great photographers, and they would win awards. They were photographer of the year with all these different associations. But the next thing, they would come and go because they couldn't get that very, very important part of the jigsaw puzzle right. So it's a very interesting story, and it sounds like you've put it right now. Look.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was taking notes of what you guys were saying, and you guys touch a little of everything, and I love it. I think talk about ego, talk about educating yourself, getting over yourself, investing in yourself, focusing, really finding and connecting with that, knowing who you are, that will allow you to know exactly who you can connect and talk to. That means you can go and find that ideal person that you want to work with as well. And the passion that is in your blood, the passion that all of you guys are mentioned, that there is something, some sparkle, something that really make you feel, something special, or something that it really give you energy and just help you to appreciate, the world probably, and the beauty of everything. So that's you find the path in your life. And even if you do it in professional or no professional way, but that's something that you can know, like you say, Martin, at the beginning, that it's in your blood. It's something that you do it. Now I do it all the time on my phone. You can do, guys, with your family, with your kids, at any point, anywhere. But that passion is a factor that we all share. I think that's beautiful. Thank you guys for sharing those stories. We can talk about the next. Want to see a little bit more of the up?
Yeah, well, no, you said quite rightly the ups and downs in a photographer career. And so this brings me to the next point, which could be longevity.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen a number of times, what would they call in the US, the young guns. So, new breeds approaching the market and, starting to get some results, whether it's an award or financial successes.
Mm-hmm.
But then, going like with this trajectory, like a shooting star, and possibly because they didn't plan for longevity, they didn't, even think about that. It seems that, oh, well, look, I'm taking pictures, I'm making money, it's all good. I enter contests, I'm getting some awards. That's fine, it's all good. Let's teach someone something. And literally in the lifespan of 2-3 years, they are done. So my point is, this is not creating a better industry, although it's appealing because it's also an ego-related topic, if you will. So when they give you a stage, when they give you an audience or some exposure, you tend to feel the pressure on one end, but also this kind of bubbling feeling to be excited. So finally, you're doing something that actually gives you energy. But reality is that longevity is completely different. As every entrepreneur knows, longevity is something that you have to plan, you have to work hard, you have to put in place. And this means financially speaking, technically speaking, building relationships that will last with your suppliers, as well as with your teammates, as well as with your friends, associations, every key player in the industry. So what's your thought about that, Martin?
It's a really interesting thing that you're saying, and again, being involved in photography, but not making my money from photography. One of the things that I can say that I've seen, and exactly as you've just said, Dario, is that I've seen it so many times where photographers kind of come in, and the new kids on the block, or the new pop stars in our industry, and they fly, and you'll see them their Imaging USA on the stage, or WPPI, or the SWPP in the UK, and they get all this notoriety, and we all get sucked into it. And I remember saying to one of a good member of ours, and is a customer of Graphistudio, Scott Johnson, it happened to him. I remember taking him to one side and saying, look, you can't lose sight that you've got a business, because a lot of people get sucked into it and they chase this fame, and the fame doesn't lead to fortune in photography. That's it's not like a film star where the more films you get, the more money you get. You can't forget the core of your business. And I've seen it like you so many times, and it's really interesting. And I think longevity is about always thinking ahead, and I think it's about always continuing to learn. It's exactly when you talk about any business, whether it's photography, and you've seen it recently with Graphistudio, in this downtime, in this quiet time, that they've invested all this money in this new technology, and you think, wow, they're already thinking 4 or 5 or 10 years ahead. That they've got this period where they're allowed to do that. And I think that photographers need to do exactly the same. They need to think, I need to do training in this or move forward or learn new techniques or learn new marketing skills, because you always have to be moving forward. And the same for my career, in that I've gone now, obviously I've left Graphistudio, but that was because I have to move forward in my goals and my career, and now I'm the head of an organization, and I love that. But it was a very difficult move to make, because I was so comfortable in what I was doing and I enjoyed it so much. But sometimes you have to push yourself to the next level to see what you are capable of doing. And that's true of any industry, of any person or any photographer. That, you know, the ones that you see that are the most successful, that have longevity, that have able to retire with nice money in the bank or good pensions, is that they've adapted through the years, moved through the years, tried different things, and always kind of looking to move on. And one of the things that I remember in one of the seminars with Jerry Giannis was that he said he loves teaching people where he's at and what he's doing, because by the time they've caught him up, he's moved on again. And I think that, you know, he's giving back, but at the same time, he's always kind of not worried by bringing people on and educating people and people learning, because he's already kind of thinking about the next thing. So as people move through this cycle, I think that's really important as well. So yeah, longevity is everything. I mean, it's no good being a superstar in our industry for 2 or 3 years, because you have a working lifespan of 40, 50 years. So if you want to stay in our industry, then you really need to plan and think about that. And I know that I've been on a course or a couple of courses with Sean, and some of the teachings that we've learned, that's exactly what it's about. It's about kind of building relationships and thinking, you know, not 1 month or 2 months, it's 3, 4, 5 years. Where do we want the business to be? So yeah, very, very important, longevity.
Sean, you're an engineer. I'm sure you are a planner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for me, I started out photographing weddings. You know, would do about 30 a year. But, you know, what I came to realize is that I'm not always going to be a spring chicken. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, obviously. You know, so those weddings, they start to take a toll on the body, and I think just mentally as well. So, you know, in terms of longevity, I started to look to the future and think about, you know, where I wanted to go, and, you know, realize my strengths and my weaknesses as well, and sort of think about those areas I could improve on. And so that's why portraiture is a big part of my business now, because it's something that, you know, I can do for a long time here in my studio. Also, it's something that, you know, I can replicate successfully quite often. So that's really an area that I'm focused on going forward, specifically studio portraiture. So, but, you know, having the foresight, but also, you know, surrounding yourself with, you know, experienced professionals or experienced people that have been there, and just reaching out to them and learning from them. You know, I take it upon myself to be a part of all these amazing communities that are available to me, and, you know, have no problem reaching out to the leaders of those communities to find out, you know, what they're doing, what's going on, and really put some deep thought into how I can apply that to my business going forward. You know, as I was saying, I think about photography all day, so it's not, it doesn't take a lot just to reach out and set up a conversation, and I'm always amazed. And, you know, the other thing I love about being an entrepreneur is you never know what new opportunities are going to come knocking when you start reaching out to those people in those communities. You know, I never thought I'd be sitting here and, you know, speaking to a team in Italy and the UK and Nigeria, but here I am, and that all came from, you know, being inquisitive and again, just taking the initiative to reach out to the leaders in the industry.
It's really strange, Sean, as well, if you think about it, that when you talk about community and industry, we first met in Vegas in a studio, and then we met was it in Derby or in the UK? So we've met in 2 different countries over the last
Nottingham.
Nottingham, that was it.
Yeah,
in the last 2-3 years. So our industry is a big industry, but it's, you know, globally it's a small world, isn't it? That we're you know, who you're going to bump into next and where. I can't wait to go to Nigeria, to be honest. I'm waiting for the invite.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll make it happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So for me, I think one thing that's helped me as well is like networking with people. Like I can travel from anywhere just to see somebody. I remember when I was trying to get the years of Mauricio, I traveled to Nicaragua from Nigeria.
Wow.
To, even Mauricio's friends were like, "It's not gonna come," but I came and were like, "Oh, this dude came." You know. So for me, I believe in,
He did. He went all the way there.
for me, I believe in like connecting with people, learning from everyone that comes around me because they have something unique about themselves. So, and if I pick something from this guy, the other guy, and add to myself, it makes me a better person, right? And also not just keeping the knowledge to myself, but sharing with other people as well, because I know there's something unique about me as well. So, and that's the reason why I also thought about, okay, how can I make more money, right? Shooting weddings, shooting weddings, shooting weddings. I know, but I always hear my dad and friends, they say double stream of income, right? You know, you have to think about that. And I wouldn't lie, I didn't want to talk about Corona, but Corona really kind of like resets everybody's brain. You know, like people who were not saving enough money in the bank, they were just buying new gears, buying, you know, when this new gear comes out, everyone wants to buy, right? But so it falls back to double stream of income. I mean, photography is great. Photography is amazing. You can make loads of money from photography. But now that weddings are not like back in the days, you could shoot weddings about 200 guests, 300 guests. But right now, people are shooting weddings of like 15 guests, 20, 50. You understand? So would they still pay the same amount you used to charge back then? So it's really crazy. So that is why I kind of like took the route I took right now, doing other stuff in photography, because there's food photography there. People are not really looking at it. There's a mining photography. There are different types of photography. So for me, it's all about still learning from others. So even where I'm working now, I'm learning from people who do a lot of documentary stuff, like real hardcore documentary. You know, I'm watching a lot of online stuff, learning to improve myself, because I came in through weddings. I mean, weddings is also more of like documentary. You're waiting for moment to capture moment, but you're going into maybe a cave to tell a story of some guys in the cave. Are you scared? Or I don't know if you understand what I mean. So it's two different, you know. So I've put myself around people who have been doing that stuff for years, just to learn from them, so I can go into that route as well. So that's that for me.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing. Well, I heard so many good things, honestly, and I love that everything is related and it's kind of like being uniting all the ideas. Because when I think about longevity, I think about truthfulness, because I say truthfulness is the foundation of all human virtues. And you can have, for example, love, responsibility, or kindness, or like etc. different virtues of human. But if you don't have truthfulness, which is like a realness, not like just being telling the truth, but actually being honest and transparent, you can put many things on top of it, but everything is going to come down, right? So in order to stay standing, no matter what, you know, the test of time, you got to be this genuine person, and this person with a good heart, which that's what I feel, you know, from you guys. Having this good heart, really, it's what make you really stay longer, because that will make you make decisions. You know, like people, young, you know, I had experienced that with myself too. Like when you're young, always, you know, you tend to like satisfy yourself immediately, you know, like the immediate satisfaction. Now we live in a world with, is like everything is right like that. So, but smart decisions is decisions that are gonna be, you know, in a long term. So maybe sometimes you have to sacrifice the immediate satisfaction, but then you have to think about making decisions that are gonna last, you know, and relationships that are gonna last. And sometimes being honest and being truthful, it requires a lot of, you know, being brave, and also being upfront with things. And that is hard, because that would maybe don't give you the quick, you know, fix, but it will really help you to build a relationship forever, you know, like friendships forever, like learning from people like all the time, like people will be open to you no matter what, you know. So that I think that's huge. All this what we're talking about, I feel like everything is falling into place, really. I love
Yeah,
it.
I think I was just going to add one thing there, Mauricio.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of I guess over the last year or so, I've really worked on my mindset, you know, and sort of where, and even, you know, thinking about longevity, you know, where do I want to be in 5-10 years from now? And it does come back to mindset and sort of the energy that you put out into the universe, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you're thinking good things all the time and good things are going to happen, good things do happen. And so that's really the mindset shift that I've taken. I've even got an app on my phone that, you know, gives me these
I love it.
these encouragement lines every day.
Awesome.
And ever since I've installed that app, I've started thinking these great thoughts and thinking about, you know, great things are going to happen with my business. And I've been having the best January I've ever had in my business during a lockdown. So
I love it.
You
it's
need to share the
incredible.
app with us. What's the name of the app?
It's called I Am. It's called I Am. It's incredible.
I am.
Awesome. We need to find sponsorship from the app.
Yeah, I'm not sponsored by them, and again, it's just you know, it's my attention is going there, right? So every time I see those positive messages, that's where my you know, attention goes, and it's really even helped with my confidence and everything. So it's been you know, it all goes back to mindset.
Yeah, you rewire your brain and you project the reality you want to live in, right? By like acting in a conscious way, not being reactive, being proactive about it in a very conscious way. So
yeah, it's interesting because it's something that, for instance, professional athletes study and perform on themselves, because you know, when we see them, you know, at the Olympics, when you see them focusing on their next performance, you know, along the circuit, and it's not that just they're wasting time or waiting their shift or their race. They are there programming their brain, and we call in some procedures, some routines in their mind that actually are able to carve out the best in terms of performance. And that's exactly the same mental training that we would need, especially now in tough times we are living in. And you're right, if you start thinking negative, your brain is pre-programming your failure. And vice versa, like you said, Sean, if you think positive, look what happens. It's not that you're actually bending reality to your will, of course. I wish you could, but it's not the case. It's that you are changing your perspective, your angle, your approach to the same thing. So, you know, the same thing, the same episode, the same accident, the same in a meeting, the same whatever, can take a completely different shape, depending on how you proactive or reactive to that. And that's amazing. That's amazing in human nature. And you know, too many entrepreneurs are, especially in our industry, in my opinion, are playing a little bit too much the grumpy kid in the corner, you know, complaining constantly because the economy, because Corona, because taxes, because my clients don't see the value in what I'm doing, because the supplier charges me too much, because my wife is late, because I'm late, and my wife is going to give me a hard time, whatever. But it's not this attitude that can drive a business and even take you anywhere. But look at what is happening here. You know, Mauricio comes from Nicaragua and he's here in Northeast Italy. Yeah. I'm wondering when in your life you would have, you know, I wouldn't say imagine, but even, you know, consider to travel so far away. Yeah. Right. And we are in the same room. And we have Sean. We have, you know, Sean from Canada. We have, you know, Martin from the UK. We have Segun from Nigeria, from Africa. And look what happens. We are sharing more or less different backgrounds, but with the same humanity behind that. And in fact, that's why we are in the same Zoom call today. Because if we wouldn't share this attitude, we wouldn't be today here together. Yeah.
Well, would take me now for the. I don't know if you have more time, but I would love to listen to maybe an anecdote, a story, a small short story about like something that you have done that, you know, actually succeed, and tell me like what was the factor that make that, endeavor to succeed, to work out the way you thought it would be.
Well, I've just downloaded.
One positive case scenario of
I've just downloaded Sean's app, so there's a positive.
You got the app?
Oh, yeah, you've got this.
I got the app.
I'm serious.
It's a great commercial, Sean.
Sean, that's what I call a proactive gang of brothers.
But just have a look over the next couple of weeks and just see, did something change for you? Like it's incredible. At least the change that I've noticed.
There you go, positive action there. What more do you need to say? It happened live.
Yeah.
So that's a great success story.
I guess I'm happy to share a success story. It kind of started with again the story that I shared earlier about a failure I had from a marketing initiative. So again, what I learned from that is that I need to target the right clients. And so that led me to reach out to an individual here in my city. I actually play hockey with him, so I got to know him a little bit that way. But he's involved in all these incredible luxury businesses here in my city. And so his clientele are clients that I would love the opportunity to work with. And so it took a little bit to, get around the right mindset to actually approach him, in terms of creating a partnership or an alliance, because he had seen some of my photography. And eventually I just went for it and invited him to my studio, just an open invitation, just to kind of show him, some of the beautiful Graphi Pro wall art, but, also what we could create for some of his clients. And so he came over and we had a great discussion, and that led to, a succession of new opportunities. One of which would led to being introduced to one of his business partners, which gave me my highest sale I've ever had for my studio here. But it's also opening doors to a lot of luxury dealerships within my city. It turns out that he knows, a lot of the people that run these dealerships. And so he's helping to set up some meetings for me as well with my studio. So, but that all came from, having the right mindset that, my photography and my business was worthy enough to, invite him to my studio and again, have the confidence to present to him and show him, the value that we could create for his clientele. And so I'm really excited for 2021 when, we can get these meetings going and hopefully some of these new alliances set up. So I'm really excited about that.
Nice. That's the right mindset.
That's right.
Love it.
Yeah, there's something funny in talking about a positive experience or even a negative case history, which happens. But it's something funny that I learned many years ago. One of the first times that I visited the US, I remember that I was almost shocked as an Italian, because my US competitors were coming to have a coffee with us, like, hello, welcome to our country, how's it going? And then they were starting talking about their troubles, like their weaknesses or things that happened that didn't work well and how they address it, or asking even for advices. And I was like, having my coffee, I was like, as an Italian, for an Italian standpoint, it was like, why the hell are they sharing their their problems with me? Aren't they scared that I might copy or see things to be even more aggressive? No. Reality is that they were in a light year ahead of me, and they were sharing things, not with a competitor, but with another player in the industry, possibly trying to make the whole industry.
A colleague, yeah.
Right? A colleague.
Yeah.
Making the whole industry better in a way.
Yeah.
And actually, I reset my mind in that respect, and I found it a brilliant and very inspiring experience that actually changed me ever since. So yeah, just talking about negative things sometimes is what we need.
like be like going back to what Sean said about being open and like reach to other people really and ask and like really be confident and find those way to a strategic alliance with some other people or players as well. And like you say, like think about the greater good for everybody, and then going a little bit beyond yourself, so you can really jump those barriers and really trying to elevate everybody at the same time. No, from the selfish point of view. No, I like it. What do you guys, Segun, you want to share something about this positive experience that you had? Someone
Sure, I mean,
Oh, sorry, do you mean Martin? Mauricio?
Segun, I said.
For me,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah.
sorry, I thought you said.
for me, I think it dawned on me that I really need to pay more attention to family. Like, so I'm trying my best now to like pay more attention to my parents, because I know most of the time I'm not around. I'm always traveling, and I just got married in 2019, so I need to pay more attention to them. So me being in Nigeria is giving me that mindset to always think about my family first. So, and I'm happy that I do that every month. I pay attention to my parents. I still saw them last week. So that's a big joy for me.
I also think moving on from this positive mindset, it's also I think really important and something that I've gained over the years is just be nice, just be a good person, be nice to everybody. And what I mean by that is that when I went for the role that I have now, there were 70 other people who went for it, and eventually I got the job. But what happened then is when I got involved and looked at the people that we needed to be involved to make it more successful, it's just people I'd known over the years. Our president at the moment was the head of Fujifilm in the UK, and he's very well respected. And because I've been nice and friendly with him over the years, he kind of agreed to take it on. And other people that we've got involved, Scott Johnson and Paul Wilkinson, these are all people that I got to know through Graphistudio or through the career I had before. And I just think if you're a good person, and I think combined with a positive mental attitude, and you're nice to people and you're not rude to people, that you make so many friends, and they'll come back and be so helpful to you when you need them, or when I offer to help anybody else who contacts me. I think that's a really, really important thing to stress, that don't be as Dario was saying. I was always one of the first to go and speak to our competitors and be friendly, and wherever they're from. And even now today, I've had conversations with 3 other heads of 3 other associations in the UK, and we're starting to work together to do things for the industry and not just for our own members. And that's just being polite and being nice and having a good attitude to everything, and just trying to stay positive. So yeah, I think one of the things that kind of Sean came out and Dario came out is, there's a saying, isn't there? Be careful who you kick on the way up, because they'll kick you on the way down. So don't burn bridges.
I love it. So, and guys, I feel like we all been talking about this along the conversation, but I just want to say it, ask you straightforward, like, can you talk about how being part of a community, how make the difference in a personal level and also in a business level, how this has happened? Because I know the community is huge for success. And when I say community, I want to also imply family as a support system. That's where the start, and then we have our community, our neighborhood, and then we have institutions, and then we have our cities, and then all international now. But we are part of a group, and then we are all humans, and we are all like wanted to share energy and connect and grow. And how this process of community building or for you to be part of this as well, have play a role in a personal and in a business level?
I might pick up that first. It's such an important part. I think that what I found is through this industry that we all speak the same language, whether we're, wherever we're from in the world, we all speak photography and everything to do with that. And I think that binds everybody together, firstly. And I think that the communities are so important. I mean, when we talk about personally, a lot of my social friends and things that I do socially are with people who are in the industry that have become friends. People I can count. 2 years ago, I took a trip to Iceland to do a personal project. I just always wanted to go, and it finished up that we were having to fight people off to come with us. And 2 of them were photographers who had been customers, but are now personal friends, and my brother. So these communities, they become family, and it's always said about the Graphi family or the Graphi community. It really does feel like that. And the people I've got to know, or the people I've gone to Casa Ciccone with, or the people I've met in the States or in Vegas, or all these different events. We can have a conversation with Yervance, let's say, from Australia, or Sean in Canada, or Jerry now in Vegas, or it's a family. It really is, and both from a commercial point of view, from a business point of view, but also personally, I think that as I say, my friends, most of my friends now, or a lot of my friends, have come from the community which is photography.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I share, the same thing that Martin's saying. It's really, it does feel like a family, and also being part of a community really helps you get up the learning curve a lot quicker. Again, it's all about who you're surrounding yourself with, and I think from a business perspective, I want to be part of communities that are operating at a very high frequency, so that it'll help me push myself and help me grow as a business owner to achieve the same success. And so again, being part of great communities within this industry, again, really helps to build your business up, and then also form the right mindset, right? If you want to be operating at the highest level you can. And it's amazing how you can surprise yourself, things that you never thought would be possible, when you're thinking about where you want to be and actually achieving those things. It's quite remarkable. So, and that's, again, really why it's important to be part of communities and not just going in it alone and trying to do everything by yourself.
That's right.
That's for me. There's one thing I know. They say if you wanna grow, if you wanna grow, if you wanna grow, you don't go alone. You grow with other people. And for me, being part of different communities like Fearless and so on and so forth. I've been to Romania for a workshop. I was in Italy for I think a conference is where I met Arias. I hope I got your name right. Yes. So traveling around the world, meeting people, seeing people, growing together. Like for me in Nigeria, the conference which we kind of like do every year has been a great eye opener for a lot of people in my country. Most people were not able to like travel to see photographers they admire, but they've been able to like meet all those photographers coming to Nigeria and kind of like relate to them on the same level. It's not like for example, we had 2-man studios in Nigeria sometime in 2019, and people were really like, they were happy. They were so it was more like love in the building. Like everybody had love for each other, even to the point that 2-man studio said, the next conference you're doing, we're gonna sponsor 3 people. I'm like, wow, really? You understand? So for me, community is all about growing together, moving into the same frequency, and doing great things. That's for me. Yeah.
Oops, I think we lost the last part, Segun. Sorry, your audio is there. Okay, now you're back. So we lost the last part.
You're saying,
as I said, community for me is all about going in the same direction, the same frequency, and doing great things. And then when you are left alone, you look back at the guy that sat down next to you in the conference, and you admire his work. You can call him up, and he can tell you some tricks that he did, you know, just like getting close to people. That is what community is all about for me.
Yeah. What you say reminds me, they say this, like, if you want to go fast, you go alone.
Yeah.
If you want to go far, you walk together.
You
right?
walk together.
That's, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, man.
I was trying to think, man.
Got you, bro.
Like, man, for a sec.
Yeah, you know, there's, you know, it's interesting what all of you have said, because especially, you know, about community, and sometimes people, you know, I found myself talking about Italy and our history and this and that, blah blah blah, the Roman Empire and the rest, and so on and forth. So, and some asked me once, you know, which was the main strength of the Roman Empire? And everybody were like, of course, legions. So their army was super powerful. They were all over the place. They were fighting and winning every war. And no, it was because the emperor. No, it was about Caesar. No, it was about this and that. You know, which was the you know, the main thing, the main factor that actually turned a little village that formerly became Rome into an empire that at the time was ruling the world, the known world at least. It wasn't the army, it wasn't Caesar, it wasn't anything else than the roads. So building roads and connecting this, you know, huge, vast area was the real incredible power of the empire. So in other words, connecting people, moving goods, you know, making sure that the news, the informations, and therefore knowledge, we might say today, were traveling, circulating as fast as they could. That was the secret weapon of the Roman Empire. And I believe that in our industry, in any industry, even in the modern economy, in the fast-paced economy that Mauricio was referring to before, that's the key. We need to, you know, we need ideas circulating, and the more, the better.
And I would just add to that, unity, you know, that they feel like, I believe that the light of unity can illuminate, you know, the whole mankind. You know, when there's unity, you know, you have everything to really move forward and succeed, you know. So I don't know, guys. I thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really, I love this conversation that we have, and I want to know a little bit about what you guys have going on in your life. If you have, like, I know you guys do classes, maybe a future conference or something that you guys would like to plug in. And then everybody else that is listening right now, would love to know, like, if you guys are doing something else that we would love for you guys to talk about your next projects in the future.
Well, we're gonna do something up at Chicani Castle, isn't that right, Dario? He didn't know until right now.
Good to know, actually. Thank you for letting me know. No, but you know how we call it, right? You know, the home of all the photographers. You know that place is actually your home.
Yeah, no, thank you. From my point of view, it's and I know we weren't going to talk about COVID, but I just can't wait for us all to get kind of back to attending trade shows and being able to meet each other again, and the services that we kind of supply to our members is kind of all had to go online, but it's not the same. It's not the same as meeting people, shaking people's hands, giving people a hug, and you know, we can't wait to get back to that, and to meet you guys all again somewhere in the world, and you know, renew our friendships everywhere. That's what we're hoping for and looking forward to. And as I say, now with because we're kind of leading the way with vaccines, who knows? We might be doing it a little bit quicker than we thought. So we'll get through this first quarter. Hopefully, then we'll start seeing things return to normal, and then we can all get kind of back to this amazing industry that we all love.
Awesome.
Yes, we wait for you here.
Yeah. So I guess in the near term here, I'm speaking at Imaging on Saturday. So I have a couple of classes that I'm doing online, of course. So I'm looking forward to that, as well as going to WPPI here later this year as well. So I love going to that conference and of course seeing everyone there. And it's great that they were able to move that and
yeah, it's the first time in August, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then you know, as I mentioned before, my focus now is really around sort of fine art portraiture and creating these incredible alliances that I was talking about before. So that's going to really be my focus this year. I'm still doing 10 weddings that I have this year as well. A few of those are destinations, so we'll have to see, you know, with travel restrictions if those will happen. And yeah, really looking forward to the, you know, getting back to community and meeting in person.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And Sean, you get the certificate for the best lit interview that I've ever seen. The lighting is brilliant in your.
I know, right? I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
Studio lights, you know, everything.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
Yeah, that's the well, everything was online, and I figure, you know, may as well set it up and go with it.
Beautiful.
Yes. For me, I mean, I can't wait to see you all in Nigeria someday, you know, have Graphistudio come to Nigeria, have British Institute of Professional Photography come to Nigeria.
Yes.
That would be amazing. Because, you can also ask Mauricio, you can give your feedback of how we treated him so nice. He felt like a king, you know, in Nigeria and all that. so yeah, I mean, right now it's difficult that we can't really like see people, you know, come together. Online is not just fun for me. Online is just something like the distance, man. I love to meet people. I love to stay next to somebody, you know, have the handshake, you know, be happy and stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, get married. Like Mauricio, you know, when you were in Nigeria, we kind of like hanged out. We went to different restaurants, different places. It was fun. So I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait for the whole COVID thing to come to pass and we can all connect once again. Yeah.
And we also wait for you here.
I know, man. I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming. Definitely will be there.
All right. Yeah. All right. It's been lovely and really inspiring.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, guys, you know, we can't thank you enough for joining us today to this talk and you know, during the Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021 and the Graphic Live from Castel Ciccone, that, as I said, is home of all the photographers. Therefore, it's your home. Okay, all of you. Segun, we wait. Yeah, we wait for you. Let me thank you know, my friend Martin. Martin, it's been a pleasure to have you here today with us.
Thank you, Daria.
So I really miss the island, let me say. I can't wait to be back.
Yeah,
and Sean, thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Really for carving out the time and joining our conversation today. Segun, you are let me say you are the most elegant photographers in lockdown ever.
Yes.
From an Italian man, that's a big thing. So
a big compliment. Wow.
Thank you. And Sean, whenever I'm in Canada, I'll surely see you. I'll keep in touch.
Yeah, definitely reach out. Yeah, I'm in Calgary.
On Instagram now. I'm sure I'm following you. I'll look.
Yeah. Let's make it happen. I tell you guys, Nigeria is a big thing for wedding. I tell you, just in case you don't know.
Yeah. Yes, and it's beautiful. It's an amazing place to visit.
So thank you to my fellow Mauricio for
thank you, Dario,
for joining me today. And
we made it.
We made it. Thank you again, guys, and see you soon.
Man. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys.
All the best.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Take care of you and your families. Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Welcome everybody, welcome to the Graphistudio HQ where the magic happens. So it's the first time that we actually broadcast from our production facility. So follow me, we will take you along the working process. It's quite articulated, so be ready, fasten your seatbelt, it's going to be exciting. So when we talk about wall art, it's important to know that our wall arts come with a fine art certification. Let me explain you why. Every single wall art is printed with the Pro series, is printed with 12 colors, which means the widest gamut possible a durable result, and all the medias that we use are certified, meaning that whether it is a Canvas Pro or an acrylic Pro, it's all printed on fine art medium. So cotton canvas, real cotton canvas, as well as fine art paper. We will add more arrows to our bow. We will have more options in terms of paper very soon. And we will see in a minute how we build our incredible wall art program, which is completely different than anything else you have found so far out there. So let me show you how our artisans bring this incredible accuracy down to the body, what we call the unibody wooden structures that make our wall art unique. So if you were expecting a rough wooden frame, forget it. I told you, there's incredible magic and a sort of engineering even in the panel, in the unibody panel behind the wall art. And I show you the complexity and the rigidity of this structure is made to last basically forever. So Michael here is literally wrapping the structure and creating the unibody that will be then put together with a beautiful Canvas Pro by our clients. So please, let's move forward. Let's see how it happens. So in this case, it's a wooden substrate with a black finishing, but it could be walnut, could be maple, could be leatherette, could be touch paper, could be anything you want. So even the back of the panel is is something that you can personalize and customize according to your taste and or your client's request. All these crossing elements are giving rigidity to the panel, and yet it's a light panel. So the whole thing is going to be as light as the rough wooden frame you were possibly expecting, but it's much more refined and durable. Now, you can see maybe these elements, these plastic elements here. So I say plastic, but I should say 3D printed polymer, which is built in-house. But now an important step in the production of every wall art around you here is taking place. So with these metallic corners, she's creating the space, the room, to align, perfectly align the print, in this case a Canvas Pro, on top of the unibody. So now she's going around with this belt, and in a minute we will have unified sandbox, so to speak, to let her align and put together forever this incredible work. I'll show you in a second. So, and now, now the magic happens. So the unibody has been solidified and built, and the Canvas Pro has been gently positioned on top of with the millimetric accuracy. And as you can see, she's sealing the whole thing together to make sure that the panel and the unibody are going to be one single piece. I want to show you the 3D print element behind these. These have been 3D printed in the company because, as you can see, they are completely merged with the structure. So it's not just a metallic piece applied on top with few nails and that's it. It's something that actually belongs to the wall art itself. And these 3D elements can hang up to 100 kilos. So basically, it's a limitless capacity. So this is the back, which is perfect. There are no defects, no staples. There is basically no B-side in our wall art program. So the back can be also embellished with what we call the certificate of authenticity, that you can overprint here to make sure that your clients knows that this is one of a kind piece of art that you have to sign as the artist. So that's the back side. We can take a look on the edges and details that are perfect. So once on the wall, this will stay flat exactly as the surface, and this is the beautiful fine art Canvas Pro finishing, this beautiful leather-like touch and feel. I tell you, this is amazing. you have to deliver this to your clients. You have to touch and look and feel firsthand to understand how different it is and how much better would be the representation of your artistry. So thank you for this.
Thank you.
Good luck to this lady, good luck to our clients, good luck for these incredible products and story behind this picture. So let's move to the next session. Now that the wall art is ready, have been mounted and and finished in every aspect, it's time to control and double check that all the details are in place. Every time the product is ready to go, before we wrap the parcel, we double check once, twice, 3 times to make sure that there are no visible defects and there is no mistake on our end. We want to make sure that your expectations will find justice in the product. So I think that we are good to go in this case. Luckily, I was hoping for going smooth. So let's wrap it and be ready to ship it out. One of the most recent technology that we added to our program is this gigantic plotter. You can tell it's huge, and this is perfect to allow us to create more products, again, exactly as we did with Indigo before. So the incredible quality that you can carve out of such a huge plotter will leave you completely blown away. I tell you, I'm almost in tears. I have to say, this is magic coming true right into in front of your eyes. We will have more wider wall arts, for instance, wider packaging, incredible solutions printed directly on surfaces, rigid substrates like the dry mounts, for instance, and this makes it more, I'd say, durable, precise, and the turnaround time will be shrink down to the very bare minimum. So it's an incredible overboost to our capabilities, and I can't wait to unleash the new products, the new concepts that Tullio is coming with, and you will see in the next month. There will be a lot to chat about. And this is just the beginning. Our technicians, exactly as with the Indigo, are spending days and weeks to make sure that everything is trimmed and calibrated and make it perfect for the workflow that we need to keep the quality to the maximum and the turnaround time to the minimum. So that's the challenge, that's the balance point that we have to find. And as you know, printing quality isn't at all negotiable in this company. So we are many things, but for sure, we are totally focused in delivering the best quality to you because your photography deserves the best. What an incredible result. This has been printed right now under our eyes on the Tintoretto paper. So the result, it looks like almost like a painting that you could hang on the wall. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. The accuracy, the details. This is great. It's really great. And for those of you loving the Tintoretto paper, this means one thing. That if you choose a book with this paper, you can now have even larger prints with the same media, which means that you can offer an incredible variety of options to the same client for the same service, or different services for the same client, or whatever is your strategy. But like I said before, this is broadening your options and will make more profitable deals for you, offering sizes, solutions, packaging, everything could be wrapped with the face of your client. This is just amazing, pure magic. So this is the process behind the Chromalox. Chromalox is an incredible technology, a sublimation printing process that actually brings your photography literally into the substrate, the aluminum substrate of these panels. Chromalox is the worldwide leader in this technology. we proudly say that we are partnered with this company, with this American company, because, as usual, there's no way for us just to take something and spit it to the market. Every time we approach a new technology, or every time we want to feature a new product, it's imperative that we can do something with a very special graphic touch. Why is that? Because we want to make sure that we are going to deliver to you and your clients the best quality possible. Why I'm saying that? Because, for instance, even if the sublimation process has been around for a while now, it's not that simple. I mean, it is simple in principle. Basically, how it works, there's a heating press that opens the pores of the substrate. This special print goes on under the press, and the heating system and the pressure on the paper transfer, literally sublimate and melt these ink drops into the paper. Now, the beauty about this process is that you can have colors and a very, very deep pitch black point as no one else out there. But even more importantly, it's durable, it's anti-scratch, it's waterproof, and it shines of a totally different look and feel, and it will leave your clients speechless. When you have large formats like these on the wall, I tell you, the entire room looks different. By the way, as you have possibly noticed all around here, we are moving, we are renovating and revamping the entire production facility. So, sorry, you can tell, so I'm talking, but they are working actually. So they're moving forward with more orders. And we will show you in a minute how it works. This is the heating press that I was naming before. You see that they are positioning now the print onto the aluminum plate, and now there will be the special recipe, so to speak. So the procedure means a certain amount of time with a certain amount of pressure and a certain quality in the printing and the sublimation substrate. All these blends together and gives you an incredible result that we will show you in a minute. And now that the heating printing process is done and the sublimation is done, it's time to see if the magic happened. And I'm pretty sure that it did. So my colleague now is taking out the print. Remember, there was basically a paper sheet with a special printing on top, which is now kind of faded out because all the moleculars, all the ink is transferred not onto but into the metallic substrate. That's the magic about sublimation printing. And you will see the precision and the wide gamut and the deep pitch black that you can have with the sublimation printing. It's incredible. Look, she's wearing a stuff in order not to hurt herself, because the heating press is actually hot, as the name says. So as hot as cookies ready for you. And this is just incredible. Creative stuff, definitely. Nice session. I'm sure the photographers had fun in the post-production. But what matters most is that now everything has been encapsulated in the substrate, literally sucked into the aluminum substrate. And there's nothing like that. Funny, if you think you can throw now water on top, you can even have a cigarette and go through the surface. Nothing happens because everything is underneath the surface and is anti-scratch as well. So let's move forward then, and I'll show you our wall art takes place then, whether it's an acrylic pro or a print like this, so the metallic pro or the canvas pro. The result is just unique and gorgeous. But like I said, again, I'm not, I can't stop saying that. Everything here is for you. Whatever we do, whatever we try to feature in our products, is because we believe in your photography. We believe in photography. We believe in storytelling. We believe in the people that you are portraying every day. And we believe in you. And we believe in the partnership that we have. And that's why we rarely relate to our clients as clients, but we like to consider you as partners, because we are all together, especially now, especially in this hard time we are living in this industry. So we are together. We have a common passion, which is photography. We just want to help you delivering beautiful stories to unique people. So follow me to the next station. So like I said, whether you print a Canvas Pro or Metallic Pro or an Acrylic Pro, there are incredible human beings behind your order. Such my colleague here that is taking care of an incredible Acrylic Pro piece of art. And again, it seems easy, it's not, I tell you, but the result is breathtaking. Our high quality acrylic panels are basically invisible like crystals. And they come in two different options, so the matte version or the glossy version. And with this press, we basically put together the print and the acrylic onto the panel, and the panel I'm going to show you in a minute how it is. And this beautiful black and white with matte finishing, so no reflective substrate. Like I said, there's also the shiny version, so it's up to you. And it's it's just done. It's a beautiful piece of art, a beautiful family that is going to hang this on the wall. So thank you, mate. Well done. So let's move to the Canvas Pro, which is possibly my favorite, because it looks like a painting and is equally durable, actually. It's certified 300 years as well. But the finishing, the incredible touch finishing that we are offering with the Canvas Pro, it's just magic. You touch it and it feels a mix of a peach skin or leather, if you will. Either ways, it's just stunning. And the quality is there. Of course, it depends on the finishing that you want. It depends on the end result that you're looking for. It could be shiny and eye-catching, like metallic print, or it could be modern and stylish as the Acrylic Pro, or it could be warm and traditional, but equally stunning as the Canvas Pro. I show you the detail. So my colleague is ready to apply the substrate behind the Canvas Pro, or actually what is going to be a Canvas Pro. You can tell there's a code here. The code means that we know exactly who did prepare this substrate. We know exactly the size, we know the finishing, we know the client especially, and at some point we know the story. I personally know the story. I'm smiling because I didn't know that we were going to show this exact piece of art, but I know who took the pictures and I know even who edited the pictures. So it's a funny coincidence, let me say. Now, I so wish I could show you and make you feel the finishing of this material. It's just luxury. And you know what, when we talk about the Canvas Pro, it's just taking the canvas concept to the next tier. So very frequently we see shiny plastic kind of substrate out there sold as canvas. I'm sorry, that's not a canvas at all. What we sell here is an archival 12 ink print on natural, 100% natural cotton and mounted on a beautifully made and precise unibody. So the result is just a different tier, but guess what happens? It's also competitive. So it's top-notch quality at a comparable price. So my point is, why would you sell something that is actually and looks actually inexpensive to your clients? If they hire you for a beautiful portrait sessions, for a fine art pictures, for a creative work, they deserve the best quality possible. And that's exactly what we are doing here. In a minute, I'm hoping to show you, if possible, the look and feel of this incredible piece of art. It's almost ready. So let's see the final result. I can't wait. I'm kind of putting her under pressure. So in this case is a fine art print I wish you could touch it. I really wish so. It's beautiful. And you can tell that I'm pushing here and there. It's soft with the right grade of softness. And it's incredible. Of course, it's not reflective. So it's pure fine art product. It's just gorgeous. I love it. It's better than a painting almost. And like I said, it won't bow over time. You can tell it's rigid, so you won't have this kind of defect. You can easily wipe it out with a soft cloth, so no dust, no debris, no details. You can even spill water on top and nothing happens. So our special finishing, the touch finishing, gives it the durability that you need and also the confidence that you need to deliver your beautiful wall art to your beautiful clients. So thank you so much, and let's move to the next station. So one thing that you might not know is that every single mat that we produce here is made a la carte. It means that although we offer the standard sizes as anyone else, our mats, which are archival, so pure cotton paper, back and front, so no yellowing over time. Our mats, as I was saying, are cut and shaped exactly for you, on your size, on your request, on your order. Not only that, but if you order the mounting service too, we will mount it for you, and our artisans will take care of the fine art print if that's the option that you chose, and we will mount that perfectly sealing the mat, ready for you and ready for your reveal sessions, for instance. So, like I said, we cut out every single aperture and mat, meaning that we have this high precision cutting plotter, and there's nothing that can be that precise out there, especially nothing that can be that precise on request a la carte, day by day. And we produce 100,000 pieces every year. So let me show you how we put together your beautiful prints with a beautiful archival grade mat. So our mats are mounted by hand, one by one a la carte. So this is the correct procedure to do it. Now, should you ask for pre-mounted apertures and mats, this is how it takes place here. We ship it out, sealed and ready to go for the reveal session to you, and then in the hands of your clients. Should you order prints and mats separately, we pre-tape the two elements, the back and the front, and we will ship it to you, the thing open. So just slip in the print, peel off the double tape, and that's it. But this is how we do it. So this incredible fine art print, 300 years certified, mounted on the equally incredible natural, 100% natural cotton mat, will basically live forever. The lifespan of such a product is 300 years plus, which means that you're going to deliver a museum grade quality to each single client on each single print. Thank you, Romina, for taking care of this work of art, and let's move to the next session. So here and there, I think that I named a few times the 3D printed elements. So whether you order a wall art or a yarn book with the MOV module inside, this is the place. I'm speaking, oh, by the way, I'm speaking less loud than usual, like in a church maybe, just because I want you to listen to the noise, sort of subliminal bzzz of these 3D printers. They work 24 hours a day, 7/7. It's an incredible corner in our show floor. You see all these elements literally taking shape with this polymer, and I think that we all know what's 3D printing about, but still it's a sort of magic to see actual things and pieces taking shape under your eyes. And very often these pieces, these elements are not even visible, but that's what we consider as the global quality that we put in our products. Even the invisible parts are special and we put extra care in that, because it's good to know exactly when you buy a super expensive watch, it's good to know that all the wheels, spills, and jewels inside are being, have been engineered and and mount perfectly. So I just, I took the opportunity today, because of our long journey in the workflow, to show you some hidden parts in our products, to give you the necessary confidence when you will deliver a wallet or a young book or other products in the upcoming season. So see you around, and let's go to the final step. I hope that you have found interesting the long journey through all the different workflows and steps and production departments in the Graphi HQ in Italy. I try to show you my colleagues, the passion they put in each single piece, but also all the technologies, all the machineries, all the in and out about books, albums, boxes, wall arts, and the upcoming programs that we will unveil this season. So thank you for your time and your attention. I hope you enjoyed this tour. Feel free to get in touch with us should you need to know more. Your sales rep is there waiting for you, and see you back at the castle for the rest of our live. So again, thank you for being with us. See you next. Ciao. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the roundtable part 1 with our incredible guest, as well as the tour of the facility part 2. So don't get confused. So part 1 for the roundtable, part 2 for the production facility, and it's now time to dive in the next masterclass of the day. This masterclass is quite inspiring, because the Munoz brothers, Mario and Tom, will talk about focus on the now. They will talk about how to focus your business, how to grab the opportunity, how to shoot for the album, how to get a successful business nowadays. So the Munoz, I have to say, are incredible. They are just an incredible, unstoppable machine. They are so committed, so talented, grabbing awards everywhere. It's a great case history. I'm so happy we have Tom and Mario with us today. So guys, it's a new, enjoy the next session, masterclass with the Munoz, and focus on the now.
Hi, I'm Mario Munoz.
And I'm Tom Munoz.
And we're here today on behalf of Graphi to share with you the importance of focusing on the now.
So, one of the things that we recognized earlier on at the beginning of this year, when the entire world actually changed, is we didn't know where we were going to go, if this is something that we were going to sit around and wait for things to go back to go back to the normal, or were we going to be proactive in what we can do in this moment to generate income for our families, and not just our families, but all of the families that we support within our studio as well.
Well, considering one of the things is we can't take pictures, so we looked at our own company and decided what is it that we can do to make changes that we otherwise wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of that time for. And what we did was we reinvented our own company, our own brand. We looked at our marketing structure. We realized that if the future of events was going to be virtual, or the future of meetings was going to be virtual, we needed to gear ourselves up to be able to sell virtually. So that's via Zoom, even our company meetings, all being able to work from home, creating remote access for our employees. And that kind of partitioned into how we were going to increase sales and how was that going to look for the future of our company.
And when you mentioned that, at the beginning of this, we couldn't take pictures. Like, everybody was locked in. So we went back into all the pictures that we took throughout the entire year and said, okay, let's see what we can do to sell to the families that never ordered a wedding album. Let's get in contact with the families that we photographed from the schools and see if we can get them to reorder some of their school pictures and give them some incentives. So, at the beginning, that's how it was for us. Now, there's been a lot of changes And, you know, depending on where in the country you're at, you have more restrictions than others. We're fortunate that we're down here in South Florida where things aren't as strict as they are in other places of the country. So currently right now we are photographing weddings every single weekend, and we're really excited to share with you the things that we're doing now to book weddings for the future and some of the exciting things that we have coming up. But let's get started a little bit back.
Well, I think one thing that we need to talk about a little bit is our company as well. You know, we are a little bit diversified already prior to this occurring, where we're not just wedding photographers. We also photograph a few different high schools, and we also photograph families. So one of the things that was very important, and commercial productions, but one of the things that was very important to those families, especially for schools, was that we were creating a safe environment where they felt comfortable to come to our office to have their children photographed. So we took all the precautions by the CDC. We created a promotional video. We rebranded our company to make sure that everyone knew that we were being safe, which gave us the opportunity to continue to photograph those families. And with that, we adopted new sales techniques and new products.
Well, and a completely different production as well, because we recognized early on that you got to be in front of people to take the pictures, right? And there is something about that in-person sale. Like when you're able to sit there and show somebody an album that they can touch and they can hold, and you have the prints up on the wall. And we said, so what do we got to do to change to bring the amount of time people have to meet with us down? So it really came down to, even from the shooting room to making sure that the images are going directly online, to lining up retouchers so that people are seeing their photos right away, going to the next experience. And within a week, we're showing them designed albums and printed prints that we never thought possible before. So, you know, it really had us look back at our production and say, okay, how can we speed things up? How can we make it easier for people to do business with us and give them an incentive so that they have great value without having to come to our office 4 or 5 times?
And to follow up on that, one thing that we did take advantage of was the product lines that Graphi offered. Originally, we used Graphi solely for our wedding albums. So our original wedding books that you see here. And one of the things that's great about Graphi is they're not just an album company. If I was going to say the word, I would say they're like a family. Where when it came up to the point of, you know, expressing to them that we did have these seniors and we wanted to offer different products, they actually recommended the different product lines for us, such as the Go Book and matted prints and image reveal boxes, which have been a tremendous seller for our families. And on top of that, gave us the opportunity to look at our company like a business and take advantage of the relationships that we were really building with those families. You know, to the point of those families aren't just the seniors that we're going to photograph when we say goodbye. We created different sales techniques to funnel those families' relationships to build them into further family portrait sessions.
How many seniors did we have come in with like a sister or a brother that was getting married, and we ended up booking the wedding from a senior portrait sale that they were coming in for a 15-minute session?
Right. So we took advantage of that and also introduced them to our family, introduced them to our business, and impressed them. That was our opportunity to impress them to become future clients, and not just for that one particular shoot.
Well, I want to, this isn't in any of the notes that we have, but one of the things that has been really one of the driving forces in the decisions that I'm gonna say that Mario has made was, we want to impress people in every opportunity that we have. So I remember when we first started doing the underclassmen, you know, my brother came to me and says, I want to spend $40,000 in t-shirts. And I went, okay, let's do it. But when we showed up to the school, every student had a gift. Bag, backpack, t-shirt, hand sanitizers, little candies and chips for the kids. When you walked into the gym, there was these banners that said, you know, welcome the next class, and all of the marketing material and all of the creative sports shoots that we do. And we were showing the family portraits as well. So what we tried to do is take every opportunity that we had in touching a client, from whether it's taking the photos, whether it's online, whether it's on social media, how you actually conduct yourself on the shoot itself to try and impress them.
I would say something that kind of motivated that decision was something that a mentor of mine said, and that is perception is reality. So take yourself and put yourself into the place of your client. If you are perceived to your client as strong, they want to do business with you. If you show yourself to a bride and you look desperate, like you need that job to survive, that instinctively is going to push them away. So the stronger that you're able to present yourself, the more confident that you are perceived, the more success that you're going to have. Marketing and making impressions on those families was very important, because what we were able to do is not only create an impression to all of those families, but also look at down the road for future potential for work, from family portrait sessions to weddings and events to commercial projects to business headshots of those families. So taking that consideration and looking at your business and reinventing yourself, that couldn't have been done without this downtime that we had to be able to really analyze ourselves, I would say.
It's actually the combination of two different things. It's downtime and necessity, right? Because let's face it, necessity is the mother of invention. And, you know, we culturally, being, you know, second generation here in this country, and our grandfather and father coming from another country and needing to figure it out because they needed to. And that is some of the values that they instilled in us, which I remember having talks with my brother saying, you know, I feel kind of like how Abuelo must have felt when he was bringing his family from Cuba, or at least we speak the language. So, you know, it's...
Let me move you on to the next topic. One of the things that I'm sure that a lot of people are curious about is, what does our 2021 wedding bookings appear today, especially considering all of those weddings from 2020, or the majority, had to be postponed to 2021. So why don't you go ahead and explain what you'd call that for us today?
Well, you know, when you said perception is reality, we have been doing our best to show that we are busy, reinventing ourselves, creating videos and presentations and sharing. And what we've recognized is at this point, people are done, right? They're getting married, whether they're getting married at their house, in a park, on a beach, flying somewhere. And the one thing that has not decreased in value is the importance of the imagery. In fact, on the contrary, I think people now, because so many friends and family cannot make these events, the investment in high quality photography and high quality cinematography, just capturing that day, has much more value now than it did before. And the budgets are different, because now we're not dealing with a 250 person wedding, we're dealing with a 50 person wedding, but the budget's still there. So,
and I would say you probably, if you're a wedding photographer, you probably did hear the conversation from clients saying, since I'm now not having 150 people and I'm having 20 people, is it going to cost less? And the way that we handle that discussion is no, because there's
no, not going to cost less.
You know, I very clearly, I'm not cooking food for you and your guests. I'm not providing flowers for tables. We're photographing you, the bride, the groom, the family. And that's the most important thing.
Yeah, whether it's just the two of you getting married, or you have a couple hundred people watching, you know, our focus is on you.
And I think that's what's one of the benefits, and one of the very fortunate things that we as professional photographers have, is that is still something that people are going to value, and it's not something that we need to discount our services for because of the size of the event. Now, with that being said, I would say we had in our studio around 180 events postponed from 2020 to 2021. And that was a very difficult thing to do. Business-wise, if you moved every single one of your events, and just so you understand, we could do probably close to 300 events a year. If we moved every single one of those 180 events to a future Saturday, we would be losing that additional income going on to 2021. So what we did was our best to convince our couples to move those weddings to a Friday or a Sunday, or an off day during the week, which I would say maybe about 90% of them did. So our 2021 looks to be close to 350 to 400 weddings, probably the busiest year that we've ever encountered going forward. However, not all of those events are large events anymore. Some of them are still smaller guests.
Well, how do you define large, right? Like, I would say the biggest wedding we ever did had 10 people at it, right? Yeah. So let's.
It was the smallest and the biggest, but that's not the point. The point is, moving forward and looking at all of those events, we've had a lot of those events turn into destination weddings. So if you told me that you were planning a 150-person wedding, now it's 30, that opens up the opportunity to get much more creative with your budget. So I would say that that's...
Wait, where you go? Where have you been this year so far, right? You've been to...
Ravello, Italy, Tel Aviv, Israel, St. Bart's, just booked a wedding in Hawaii. We're booking another wedding in Cabo San Lucas. So
we've had weddings in North Carolina and Virginia, and some of the couples that were having destination weddings here decided to bring us back to where they live because they no longer were able to travel. Their friends and family were there, and what we listen.
I think the word is it's an exciting time to be a photographer.
Yes.
Is really what it is, and as long as you are bettering yourself and bettering your brand and looking at how you look and are perceived to the public, whether it be via Facebook, Instagram, your website, your branding, those are all things to focus on. Now, one of those things, if you really look at how do you represent your brand, is how are your products looking? What is the company that you're using for your products? For us, we made the decision to switch to Graphi a few years ago, and it's been one of the best decisions that we've made in our company, because not only does the Graphi company take care of you, they are a family. When it comes to issues with clients, rushes or deadlines, reinventing your product line, elevating your brand, these are all things, the Made in Italy logo itself. I don't know to you, but to me, when I hear Made in Italy, I think of, Versace, Gucci, Salvatore Ferragamo. So when you say that,
I think you think about those things just
maybe I do, but when you hear those words, they automatically represent quality, and that's what Graphi is. So let me go ahead and move on to the next topic. One of the things that I wanted to discuss was our product line that we currently offer. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but maybe Tom can go ahead and explain what is it for the albums do we represent or that we currently offer for our clients.
Well, for our wedding clients, and just because we're a studio that isn't doing 10, 15 weddings a year, we want to standardize things, and we want it to be repeatable, and we want our sales staff to be able to communicate and know the products. So when it comes to our wedding albums, we are using the original wedding book, and our clients love it. They love all of the cover options, all of the paper options. I mean, I'm in love with the new deep matte paper. But what we're doing to get that sale, because I think a lot of photographers still photograph events and aren't really concerned about making that album sale, right? They want to get on to the next job. And trust me, it's a very big challenge trying to figure out how to get wedding albums done, high quality, high speed, to be able to have, again, make it easy for people to do business for you. Because that's one of the things that we heard in the past was, we love your photography. The day was amazing, but the album process, right? It was very tedious. So we really sat there and we scratched our heads and we said, what is it that we can do to make this easier for the client? And instead of looking at what was easier for us, we said, okay, what would be easier for the client? If I was getting married, what would be the fastest way that I could see an album? And the answer is to show me an album, right?
Correct. So what we did was we decided to pre-design albums for our clients. So to answer the question, the type of albums that we use is the original wedding book is what we offer. We offer Go books as well for our engagement and our senior portrait books, as well as family sessions. Some family sessions will choose to do an album, and possibly not an original wedding album, but the Go book is a perfect, affordable option. Next, we created a new product line called the Reveal boxes, and those have been an incredible hit, because what we do is when we have an in-studio sales presentation, we actually pre-print the photos matted on a wall, so the client walks into the sales room and they see the physical matted prints displayed.
Now, and that might sound simple, but when you're doing it to 15 appointments a day for 5 days a week, and every single one of those images have to be retouched, printed, and hand matted, that is where it became a challenge. And I remember right before the senior season got started up and we got one of our new schools and we were starting, we made a decision saying, listen, I think Mario told me, he goes, when do you buy Mickey ears, right? When do you buy Mickey ears?
When you're in Disney World.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Exactly.
don't buy them when you go home.
Right.
So
I remember calling Maureen and saying, listen, I forget how many thousands of mats that we need. And they said, we're going to get this done for you. And when she called me the next day, I found out that the entire matting team over at Graphi spent the entire night getting our mats cut so that we could make our seniors when they started, because we needed to offer this to every one of them, because if we didn't offer it to one senior, we could not do it to another based on what the school required us to do.
And I think the answer to our company and our family and our belief in everything that we do is we don't have all the answers. We are constantly reinventing ourselves. We are constantly doing everything that we can. And we implore all of you to do the same. Those image boxes and the reveal boxes were something we never even imagined selling. And they were a tremendous revenue source during a time that our entire country was in duress. And what we found is those families one of the things that occurred during this time that was positive, I would say, is people focused more time on their families.
Very, 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 very true. And since they couldn't do anything else,
they did family portraits. And they valued them. And we created with Graphi's reveal boxes a different product line that we didn't offer. So I would say those are our product lines. Going into the album process, to follow up with what Tom was recently saying, how did we make the album process easier? We began designing our albums in Fundy, which I'm not too familiar because this is his area, but the Fundy proofer is aligned with Graphi. So yes. You design your albums with Fundy and submit the album to be printed through Graphi?
Well, especially for the Go books, and when we were doing the seniors, the having it easy to place an order is very important when you're doing a lot of books, right? Because literally we designed this summer over 1,000 senior portrait albums, right? Now, when they approve that album, within 2 or 3 clicks, right from Fundy, we're able to submit the order straight to Graphi and have it drop shipped directly back to the client. And that's actually how we handled all of our prints as well. So when people come to our office, we're actually showing them from an online sales platform. And when they leave, they don't have to come back to get their prints. Everything gets sent directly to them, whether from the prints to the Go books to the matted, huge acrylics. And we found that people wanted to do business with us in the future on other projects because of how easy it was to do business with us on this.
So one of the things that we'll touch on really, really quickly too is competition. And maybe you're listening to this because you heard that Tom had last year, the first place wedding album. That was a perfect scoring album. I actually had a perfect scoring album as well. It didn't win first, but that's to be discussed later.
Well, if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
So, but however, we're really excited to see how the future pans out for not just our company, but the entire industry as a whole. I would say that we have realized that our country and our industry will forever be changed. Personally, I think events will be changed to being smaller, more intimate, more focused on memories, which is great news for us. In my opinion, the wedding industry is very much alive. And I think that the future for everyone is going to be incredible as long as we continue to keep the focus on what's important in your life.
To focus on what you can do like right now, right now, right? Because when you sit there and you wait for things to become how you think they should be in your mind, you're not learning what life is trying to teach you right now. And I believe that to be 100% true. I like to fish. And if I'm fishing and what I'm doing isn't working, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change my bait. I'm going to go to a different spot. That's what we did with our business. We expanded the scope of how we were able to generate revenue. And we educated ourselves into being able to enter in different markets. We lightly touched on the commercial side. That is something that has been not only really exciting, but a great turn in our future.
So the next thing that we'd like to discuss is the importance of education.
Well, to go back to what this is all about is what can we do? What are we going to do right now to make a difference, to make a change? And for us, education and competition has been the heartbeat of our studio. You know, when we were younger, all my brothers, we all wrestled and we would compete on the mat. Now we compete with our cameras. And I would say when I talk to bride and grooms, the one thing I hear more than anything else is, I can tell how passionate you are about what you're doing. She goes, I can feel how much you love what you do. And the way that you do that, it comes with the hard work that goes into the time that you put in yourself into becoming a better photographer. You know, another thing that I tell our clients a lot is, when you're one guy in an office thinking that what you do is great, there's very little room for improvement. But when you got little brothers that are coming up with bangers every single weekend being like, this is what I did, right? It really goes, wait. Let me show you what I can do, right? And it's that healthy, competitive spirit that has allowed us as a family not only to work closer together and to enjoy our lives, to be more successful in business. And it's all a result. Like, the awards are just a result of the work.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I would say also, by entering competition, you not only better yourself as a photographer, you gauge where you're at, as well as you create display albums for yourself to book future work, as well as you give albums to venues for marketing. One of the things that's been very successful with us, and why I would say we're on the majority of the preferred vendor list at all of the venues, is our wedding albums that we provide to the venues help them sell their venue. They're in the same business of trying to book weddings. So
well, especially now. The better you are as a photographer, combined with marketing, taking care of your clients, the perception that you have to your community and to not just the families that you're servicing, but other photographers as well. Those are the things that make the biggest difference in your future, right? Yep. So, we also believe in going through our degrees. So pretty much all of the photographers in our studio are all master photographers. And a couple years ago, and PPA has been talking about this for a very long time, is they came up with a Masters of Wedding Photography degree. And that spoke to us because, I hate to say it, when you look at competition throughout the years, you look at these great these portrait guys and these wedding guys, and when they come to entering competition, they're in a picture of a landscape or something they took on vacation. Why? Because they felt that it scored better. Why? Because weddings are hard. Yeah. So the wedding degree, what it did was it kind of makes an adjustment in how the judges are looking. You're not taking into consideration what your couple looks like or how amazing the venue is, but really looking at the skill of the photographer and how he was able to do work for a family and make it something incredible, regardless of whether it's at Mar-a-Lago or they're getting married in a barn.
And that's what the true testament of a wedding photographer is, and I think that's why we enter wedding albums. Is we don't, as a wedding photographer, we sometimes refer to ourselves as like the MacGyvers or the Navy SEALs of the photography industry, because we're out there creating images in uncontrolled environments, having split seconds to make the decision that we're going to make. So
while dealing with all the emotions of the day and mom not being happy because this wasn't done, and we have to juggle all this, make everyone happy, and create a body of work from that event that gives us the ability to take care of our families, right? I tell people, I go, my job is to make it as difficult for you to pick as possible, yep. Right?
And one of the reasons why we want to enter wedding albums is, in our opinion, being able to take one pretty photo at a wedding. I can give a camera to anyone who's not even a photographer, and they can get lucky.
Well, listen, I brought we bring our kids to weddings, right?
Yeah, all the time, man. But to be able to put together a complete body of work, that is impressive to me. To be able to see a complete story from beginning to end put together in an incredible album Why did we choose Graphi? To come back to that, we chose Graphi because they have the nicest albums with the best possible quality, and they are aligned with our brand. And I want our brand to be luxury, and they are luxury. So one other thing before I go through, and I'm going to have Tom kind of take you through his album from last year so you can see what the quality of these books are, is this year we actually have, which we'll find out tonight, 6 out of the 10?
We have 6. Yeah, we have 6 out of the top 10 wedding albums in the world this year, and I believe we have 5 out of the top 10 wedding images. And actually, just a couple days ago, my brother Mario, my brother Marceliano, who is in Alabama right now, and myself, we were the first 3 masters of wedding photography in PPA. And we're really honored to be that. And when we were talking about the competition in itself, for me, being judged as a wedding photographer on wedding images is something that I take a lot of pride in, because not too many people do it, even the guys that do weddings.
Right. And I think that if anything that we can do for the industry to inspire other photographers to better themselves and to enter, I employ all of you to enter print competition, enter the album competition, and join us, because there's nothing more that would make us proud than having more entries to compete against. So with that being said, I'm going to have Tom go ahead and take you through and show you his album from last year, which was printed on the Graphi's deep matte touch paper.
Well, why don't we talk a little bit about their new printing process and the HD printing. Some of the differences, besides it being better for the environment, but on a technical point, on the new HD printing, they're able to print with larger color spaces. So you're able to print with Adobe rather than printing just with sRGB. And I don't know if anybody has ever experienced this, but what that really means is it's giving you a lot more colors to transition from. Have you ever vignetted a blue background and when it goes to print, you see these like lines in the little banding, right? You don't get that when you're printing with a larger color space, because it doesn't have the missing gaps of those colors. So
that's why I keep him along with me, because I don't pay attention to that stuff. But also, don't they have 3 times the archival life on this?
It has 3 times the archival life, and the different mediums that they're able to print on. I remember when metallic paper was like the number one thing, right? Now we still print on metallic, but the richness that we get out of like the deep matte look on that HD printing, like they'll open up the book and they're like, they want to touch it.
Well, the feel of it is impeccable for one. I hear that it's got no chemicals in the printing, so it's safer for the environment.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I remember when we had our silver halide machine back there with the thing that was collecting silver, and people would come and pick it up, and a lot of times some of those things don't always go to where they're supposed to go.
Right. And you don't have the fingerprints from the touch. I mean, it's incredible. So I'm gonna go grab that book and see if I can show you.
I think we got it right here. So there we go. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually flip through this book with you. So this album scored a 100 at PPA last year, and was the first place wedding album internationally at PPA. Now I am gonna give Mario a little shout out. The book that's sitting right underneath this, which I definitely think we should show you as well, also did score a perfect 100 as well, and did win first place, just not at PPA. So I would say we both won.
We do all right.
We did okay.
So one thing to talk about is if you could touch this yourself, the deep matte touch paper, not only you don't get the fingerprints that traditional prints have, but the feel is so rich and the quality is so incredible. So go ahead and turn the pages, and guys, enjoy this book. This book is absolutely spectacular. I'd be more proud to have shot this myself.
It's so nice. Doesn't hurt that the bride's beautiful.
And on that note, me and the fishermen want to say thank you and Graphi for this opportunity to share with you a little bit about our company and about our family. Thank you very much. Take care.
Hi, everybody. Are we on? Are we here? Yes? Awesome. Hey, man.
Hey, buddy.
Thank you.
So, are you ready to blow away our audience? What are we talking about today?
So we're going to do simplify and complexify, which is kind of like story of my life. So we have, you know, this space over here. And what we're going to do first, I'm going to show you a little bit of the concept that I will talk about to illustrate the points of what I mean when I say simplify and complexify. These are bullet points, something that is I feel has been passed on to me through many years of experience and many friends who have shared this knowledge to me. And I want to give it to you, these bullet points about standard. First, a standard of when you think that photograph that you're looking for is done. And just like a good set of standards that we can look after. And then second, I talk about this idea of simplifying and complexifying and how we can approach a scene, a portrait, or any type of photography that you are doing, even if it's landscape, how to tell the story in 3 moments all the time by simplifying and then complexifying. So you fully explore all the possibilities that you might have.
Wow, so it's a 3D approach. We are going to deeper and outer on the topic. That's fantastic.
Yep.
So I let you do your magic with our beautiful model, Catherine, and see you later to talk about branding,
Yes,
right?
yes, please. I'm really looking forward for that. I need that.
Thank you,
I need
Mauricio.
all
Let's
the-
roll on you.
Okay, so guys, I wanna go back to my screen right now. I will ask my friends from IT if we're looking at my screen. So, are we looking at my screen, guys?
Estoy buscando una palabra en el umbral de tu misterio. ¿Quién fuera Alibaba? ¿Quién fuera el mítico Sinbad? ¿Quién fuera un poderoso sortilegio? ¿Quién fuera encantador? Estoy buscando una escafandra al pie del mar de los delirios. ¿Quién fuera Yacusto? ¿Quién fuera Nemo el capitán? ¿Quién fuera el batiscafo de tu abismo? ¿Quién fuera explorador? Corazón, corazón oscuro. Corazón, corazón con muros. Corazón que se esconde. Corazón que está donde. Corazón, corazón en fuga, herido de dudas de amor. Estoy buscando melodías para tener como llamarte. ¿Quién fuera Ruiseñor? ¿Quién fuera Lennon y McCartney? Sin lugar a Violeta Chico Huarque. ¿Quién fuera tu trovador? Corazón, corazón oscuro.
only this. Yeah. Later, me. But right now it's only my screen.
Corazón en fuga, herido de dudas de amor.
Okay, so that's a little introduction of how through my career I have used these tools that I'm about to talk to you about. So this is kind of like a little of introduction of the body of my work, and I will tell you right now how what are one of the main bullet points that I was looking for, and how my thought process goes before I go into start taking the picture, before I even grab the camera, before all that. I have this mantra that I have to like go through before I do anything to make the best decision for the best occasion. But let me start with these standards. Can we go back to my screen? So let's talk about like when a photograph is done, you know? So a perfect clean composition conveying an idea and efficient as possible, right? Motion is present in your subject or composition to give the photo energy. An emotional component must be present. And a moment laced with mystery and ambiguity is the punctuation mark that completes your photograph. So that's kind of like a standard point that I always look for, right? Now, let's talk about simplify and complexify, okay? What I mean by that is the beginning photographer must learn to simplify, okay? We'll simplify. And then I'm going to show you guys exactly here, after showing you a little bit more examples of what I'm talking about, the execution of what I mean by that, okay? And then we have advanced photograph challenge themselves with Complexify. Okay, so it's like, you know, because what you're really looking for at the end is layers of everything, of feelings, of ideas, of concepts. It doesn't have to be a complex image, maybe in terms of imagery, but it is complex just because the process that it came down to before you accomplish that. Your goal is multidimensional photograph that reveal the story and the character of your subject, and hopefully something iconic that transcends this particular wedding. Use the knowledge you have gained to make well-informed photos. Because remember, we are, for the photography media, it's a language. So what we're trying to do really is say something. So the more eloquent we are, if that's how you would like to speak about it, you use it. If you want to be more direct and more pragmatic about it, then you do it. If you want to be more poetic, you do it. So whatever it is you're doing as a photographer, that's your approach, but you're always communicating something. You're always speaking about something. So this is the mantra that I'm talking about. If we can go back a little bit into my screen on the computer, I want to tell you about this part, about what this photo is about. So, for example, in a wedding day, I have the option to go to a hill, and I think about and ask myself, what is this photograph about? Is this photo about a silhouette? Is a photo about a car? Is this photo about them in an abstract space? Is this photo maybe they invest time and effort on everything they're doing, so therefore they put the car together, they put the hill together. Does that make sense to include it as well? So let's have everything, and let's don't abstract them from the picture by making them just a silhouette and have them showing some affection. So by doing this, it takes like a little bit 2 steps back, move the camera a little bit up, recompose, change the exposure pretty quick, and then you get it, right? So same here. When I approach something, I like to go really, really close, and then go back far away, and then change my dynamic range change my range with the lenses that I have, right? And then tweak it a little bit, meaning like add something, like go more complex. So you can see how this evolution goes from something very simple and close to show feeling, to show body language, to show something different. Now, same thing here. When I approach a situation, I show up, I try to absorb the space. I'm trying to look around and see all the different variations. And then I start simplifying by pretty much eliminating any other factor that is around the subject and focusing in exactly what they're doing and how they feel about what they're doing. Now, I start coming back and adding more and more elements because I realized this photo is about everything. This photo, it wasn't just about her, it's about their friends and everybody together, okay? So that's kind of the idea that I'm going through. Like when I ask myself, what is this photograph about? I respond, okay, if this photo is about them, and then I will add a flash, right? Because it's like, okay, everything is kind of messy. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use a flash, I'm gonna burn everything, it's gonna go black, and now I'm gonna just focus on my subject. But then I wanna show where my subject is, so I show context, And then I think, okay, this photo is about her doing that there. But then I see a character, And then when I see this character inside the movie that's happening, say like, well, she's very interesting. And because I understand, I know the relationship between everybody there, so I focus on the characters around it. And then I keep moving around and looking for the best light, the best composition, but also the best expressions. And I'm not directing, I'm not like telling people what to do, I'm just there, present, observing, and really taking in all the different scenes that can be happening, right? The World Cup was happening there, etc. You can go back far, get more abstract. I will show you today how to do reflections, since we can really go out because it's snowing, it's very, very, very cold. But we're gonna do and trying to use the reflections that I use usually to get the outside inside, And at the end, my approach come back to be more about what this photo is about. So this photo was really about these two characters in the story. Same here, we're talking about getting ready. We're talking about like where she is, how she feels, who she's with. Another concept, another bullet point concept something that really I have learned through years of going around is exploring an idea that might sound abstract and might look impossible, and then after that, applying it to the photograph world. So I see the the similarities, for example, of this concept to a photograph that, from Alex Webb that he made, this beautiful photograph, and it has the same type of three-dimensional imagery, which I always looking for. I like this type of photography. And then I take this idea, this concept, and translate it in this type of photograph that I have. I don't know if you can look, if you're looking at the screen of my computer, like how do you go from this abstraction? You see a real life example of a concept applying into the photography world, and then I would take it and use it on my, so today also I'm gonna give you guys an example, like a live example of how to make this type of photograph, which is it's just a reflection. But when you look and see shapes and forms and shadows and use all these lines, it helps you to create this imagery, this idea in your mind, right? Something that I look for all the time in composition is how I can see lines. I look for lines everywhere. I follow them. And then I look for reflections everywhere. I follow them. So because I like three-dimensional photograph. I don't like photographs that are just flat. So I like to feel that I like to make you wonder and wonder myself about how they're doing. And it's keep me hunting, because as an event photographer, as a photographer who has like a fascinating, I'm fascination for journalism and street photography, I like to look after things and trying to hunt these things and trying to get it, Another concept, this from this other photographer from Magnum, she has this amazing concept. If you can look at the screen of it's about one picture inside one picture inside one picture. So what I mean by this is like we have one frame that is a moment and something that is happening, and inside that as well, there's something happening there. Same here, like you can see me there photographing this moment, but at the same time she is in the reflection, but then her mom and her sister is there, and then her auntie is there, and everybody's there. So I use this type of infinite loop of moments and geometry to frame and frame and frame. Another concept that I think that I found it was very useful to many of my students through the years was this idea of reality itself could be we know this more than ever. It can be bent, right? Like if you cover the middle of this, you realize this whole image in the middle is gray. It's not white or light gray. It's all gray. You have the same color, but it's perspective. So when you get sometimes very, very close to something, or very you change perspective, and you enter into a different world. Like literally, like it's a different world. Like if you really see this really, really closely, and it takes you to experiment. Like for example, imagery. You have different type of imagery here, and then you have imagery here. So this is type of imagery that iconography that you use when you identify, when you're there. You don't have to really change anything, just recognize it and know that it is there. If you go back to my screen as well, I would like to show you a little bit of like my movements, my thought process. So in the wedding day, like I'm saying, like I'm trying to simplify and complexify, but this is also I'm thinking, okay, what is this photograph about? And I will take usually the simple, more straight photo that I know is gonna work no matter what, but then that one is not gonna take so much time. So I have enough time to play a little bit. And then I go back and out, and then look for and wait for it, and then something happen, right? And then I capture that and things keep moving. Like you notice here, for example, the difference between one photograph and the next one is that one is, already, work on Photoshop in Lightroom, and this one is a RAW file. But it's not like a double exposure or anything like it, which I do as well, but it's not the case. Another way that tip that I will tell you is like many times, you have ideas. So never think this idea is not gonna work. You should keep trying. The same idea, the same concept, the same, the same vision that you had one day, and then you will find in another moment, in another occasion, another event, you might be able to execute it. So this was an idea that I did with my phone on the beach, and then this happened, right? Then I have this, I don't know if you can see, like this couple, of mine were like celebrating, their wedding day in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, and no, this is Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, and they're the same-sex couple, and they always they wanted to do a photograph like that, and they asked me actually, can you do a photograph like this? And then we talk about it when everybody was on board, and then we went to the beach and we started seeing what is this photo about though? This photo was about them telling me, I want a photograph that is sexy and romantic, So it's sexy and romantic because that's who they are. That represents them. I only work because it's a same-sex couple, and they love it. So that's exactly why it makes sense. So many times you have an idea maybe, but if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't really click, then you should know that it's not the right moment for that type of idea. This is them, years after, before they had a baby. Another concept something that I use a lot is crystals and lights. Why? Because actually it came to me by watching this photographer in the 70s used to photograph pieces of glass and with weird psychedelic lighting. And the first time that I saw it, I was like, this is like a galaxy. So at the beginning of my career, a lot of my venues were not really amazing, So I was like, well, I can transport them in a different place. I can actually take them to a different dimension if I want to by using this type of. So that's what I did. I get really close and use crystals and lights to take everything that it wasn't really, to my taste pretty, and then focus on what it really was, which are them, Which I'm also going to do it here today. So this was an example. This is an example. We missed sunset time. I told them, guys, go all the way there, and then I have my second shooter with the phone and say, hey, can you go there and make sure that they walk a little, or that I want to see some movement, something because they really want to have a sunset photograph, but we missed it. So I love the setup they have there, and then I get really close to one of the slides. Is my second shooter talking with the guys, and I say, guys, okay, go there, have a kiss, and it was okay, but I wasn't really what I was looking for, and say okay, now walk, and then they did. So that's the final photograph, right? So I would try to do something like this as well, and I'm shooting like literally through that thing, and then that's through the light, right? So if this is about believing pretty much that this is going to happen, because you don't have 100% sure of that. And then to finish with the slides with the keynote, I'm just going to give you a little example of how to approach these 2 moments or 3 moments usually, very close about feeling, medium range, and far away, right? So far away, we show where this happened. Medium range, we show body language. And then far away, very close, is all about feeling. Far away is about the place, the context. Again, feeling, context, body language, more context, more feeling, context, feeling, body language. You go abstract, you get close, you get simple, you move around, you play, you get very, very simple and execute well. Wait for the moment. You want to get a little bit of both, you want to get a real feeling, but at the same time, you want to have a little bit of something else to make people wonder. At the end of the day, I feel like the most beautiful photograph are the photograph that express feeling, that move you. If the photograph can move you, it's doing his job. That's what we want to do. We want to see a picture that make you feel something. Whatever it is, it make you feel something. Okay, that was I'm glad that people can actually stop it and go back and look at everything, because I know I went kind of fast on this, but you have it. You have it there for you guys. So now if you stay with me, we're going to start photographing. This is my beautiful friend and model. So let's see. So we're going to start doing something, again, like I was saying, something simple, right? Something close. So let me toss this there. Perfect. Awesome. So I'm going to use, let's see, no light. What about that? Okay. So we have this light. Can we turn off the light? No? Okay. So, and then we have this, this window light. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So let's start with that. Something simple. Something that's perfect. So on window light, first of all, I have to think about this. I have to think about, okay, so what lens I will use, right? So I love the 50, millimeters, and the 85 as well. 35, I don't think is great for portraits. So what I'm gonna use right now, I'm gonna switch to the 70-200, right? And perfect, thank you very much. 70-200, and I'm gonna have some fun playing with the tilt shift lens, right? So when I see window light, I think about this, couple things, right? First of all, you have one direction. So you have a couple options, or you come this way, you have backlighted here, which is, if it was strong enough, we can blow it out. Or, we have it on the side. This is very soft, very pretty, Or we have it from here, like right straightforward, which is gonna give you a gradient of, it's gonna start like a very obvious, and then it's gonna go all the way back, right? Perfect. So let's. That's perfect. No, I think that's perfect. So, and I don't have, since you're doing portraits, you have the benefit of time. And let me see. Perfect. In terms of setting, that's something that I always, some people asked me last time we were doing this. Well, I usually shoot in an automatic white balance. And then when I have the flash on, I shoot with the flash balance for the color, right? Perfect. So this is something that let me tell you guys, it's kind of cheating to photograph somebody that is so pretty because obviously all the photos are gonna look pretty because she is. Okay, perfect. So what I do is just focus on the highlights, right? Focus on the highlights and make something very simple, very nice, no blow up at all. So let's start simplifying. I turn off the lights of everything, so I have only one direction, right? Come a little bit this way, perfect. Right there, perfect, awesome. Okay, so I'm just photographing her face, So when I photograph the face, I'm thinking about, the features, the gestures and the shadows. Since we have this dramatic lighting, you have to be careful with the shadows. The closer you are, to the light, you're gonna see a little bit more of it, of the definition of the shadows. The far away is more diffuse, right? But she had really very, very, let's say, perfect structure, so it's not really hard. Now, can you chin down? Perfect. Chin down a little bit more, and go back to me like that. Thank you. Perfect. So this is just for you guys. This is how I start. I literally start with the most simple and beautiful. If I'm photographing a bride, you want to make sure that you have this beauty shot. You want to make sure that you get that. Even if you see photos that I have that look really crazy or they look very different, I still do these photos because remember, it's not about me, it's about them. And every girl wants to look beautiful, right? Right? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to move back a little bit. And what I'm going to use now is my 70-200. Okay, and then just stay there. That's perfect. One step back. And then I just want to see middle range, right? You guys can see how beautiful everything is right here. So I'm just going to close on her. Perfect. The light is phenomenal. And then what I'm going to ask you is to just hug yourself. Just give yourself a hug. Just give yourself a hug. Perfect. Perfect. And instead, come back to me a little bit. Perfect. Awesome. And eyes on me. Perfect. And then your nose a little bit towards the window. Amazing. Perfect. So this is just beautiful. And the only thing you're doing really is focusing on the highlights, right? Now, can you lean forward a little bit? Perfect. Awesome. Now, I always look at the background. So I move also based on no, you stay there, it's perfect. So if I move, then the light's gonna be more and more dramatic. There's gonna be, right now it's a point really where the sky is matching almost the light that she has on herself. So I'm gonna see, if I can, let's finish this part. So right now, you look out a little bit, perfect. So you can see how sharp is getting the shadows as I move, on the other side. So I just keep moving a little bit back, and then can you, from that, go back to your shoulder like this? Perfect, awesome. And then come back to me a little bit slowly, and chin down, and then that's perfect. No, that's perfect. Go back. Ah! And then look out. Look, there's something outside. Look outside. Okay. It's okay. You can smile. It's fine. And then give me one of this. Perfect. And look down. Perfect. Awesome. Beautiful. Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. Stay there. So now in the same. Now we have that type of light, right? Now we're gonna have the second type of light here, right? Where you're gonna have it. And right now every light is affecting everything. So now let's make something. Let's tweak something pretty quick. Okay. Let's add something to it, very very easily. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I always have something around me here. Okay, so now I'm gonna shoot with a 35. Why? Because now this photograph, now we did very close, now we did medium range, now I'm gonna do far away, right? So since I don't have a lot of really space to play with, I use a 35mm lens, right? And then this is actually a cover from an album of graphy. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use this space here. Awesome, perfect. And let me check. Always looking out. Perfect. Perfect. And then I will share with you guys tomorrow all the settings that I have here, and you will be able to see the final photograph. And you're gonna do the post-processing with you guys. So you will see this. So what I'm doing right now is just adding elements of composition, right? So are we trying to use this one? Let's come back a little bit this way over here. And then come over here. Perfect. Awesome. So what about if we can, even when this light is very dim, it's very, 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 very dim right now. But I will take a wild guess and trying to use some motion. I want to see something moving. I want to see some more motion here. Perfect. Awesome. And again, I haven't really used anything that is not natural light yet. Okay. Let's see if I can turn this bad boy off. Can we? Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So it will be very, very dim. We have little light. Okay. But it's going to be very dramatic. And I think this light actually is getting blue, which I love, honestly. And this is what I'm gonna do. Just hang with me, guys. Hang out with me, guys. Can you help me to move this? Yeah. Let's move it. Come here. All the way here. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Okay, now. Yes, I love this now. Okay, now that's your stage, okay? Perfect. It's beautiful. So a little bit one step back. Perfect. And then I want you to feel free to play with the window. And then I want you to throw this out. Throw this out. Is that okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then I want you to go like all the way up. 1, 2, 3, and okay, that's beautiful. Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, and now I want you to. What about this? Let's try one of this. What about if you're here, you know, and then you go up like that.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that. Perfect. You're doing great. Don't worry about it, okay? It's just me. It's just me. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and what about if you let it go? Just actually throw it out. Like, don't worry about it. 3, 2, 1, and then just leave it. Don't hold it with your hand. Just put it all the way up on the window. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. How do you say in Italian that you throw it out, like don't hold it from the hand?
Lancialo.
Like lancialo. Yeah, don't. 3, 2, 1, and you go. Perfect. Okay, and then I just gonna add. Now I'm gonna start like adding more elements to make my life a little bit more complicated, like last time did. We're still on the ambient light, okay? We're still on the light that is not a natural light, but we're gonna add some artificial lighting, right here. So this is like, for example, if you are in a venue, you know, and then you have this lights, it will be Christmas lights, or will be something that similar to that. Let me get, this is, I don't call, it's artificial lighting, you know, but it's not flash. So it's like available light, something that you can find. So what I love is the type of textures and colors that I want to get out of this, right? So I shoot this very wide open. I usually shoot it like at 1.4, 1.2, 2.8 to be safe, you know. But it's really risky all the time. That's why I also photograph quite a bit, you know. And this is gonna give me a lot of good material as well for tomorrow, where we're gonna have this. So come back here, perfect. Beautiful, amazing. You're doing great, Thank you. So remember, we are in the making my life a little bit complicated, right? Remember that part? Okay, so I'm gonna add more elements to make my life a little bit more complicated, right? So why not? Okay, perfect. So what happens usually is that I'm constructing, a mess, but I'm balancing all this mess with symmetry by reflecting this in two ways. You can kind of see what I'm going with this. So at the beginning, when I started experimenting with this stuff, you know, it was just like, oh, many things happening, everything at the same time. But now I really want to shape light to the point where I know exactly, you know, how this look like, right? Okay. Thank you very much. This is cheating because she's so beautiful. It's hard to don't shoot her. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Usually you don't want to shoot down, by the way, right? Like you don't want to shoot down. The reason also I'm taking the risk to shooting like down up is because, well, her features are pretty perfect, you know, the chin, you don't have a chin or anything like that. And also because the light that I have over here is making sure that we have a strong shadow line under her chin. So that makes it just easy. So Let's see. So let's see. I imagine something like that. Like if we go, and then we go like this, okay. And then we play that, and then you can like, I know you're like a fairy, you know, like you're like a May fairy. So you can just like, you know, be a fairy. This is like a fantasy type of photograph. Like this is like a you know, totally surreal type of photography. Okay, let's do it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Can you do one step back for me? One more step back, for like far from me. There we go. Perfect. Okay, okie dokie. 3, 2, 1, and so once I move quite a bit, and then what I'm doing with my motions is find the perfect composition. So the way I photograph is by making a lot of mistakes, a lot of them, and be happy about it. Because once I find this mistake that I really like, I get to explore it, to dig into that mistake, and to see exactly why this mistake is so interesting to look at it, right? It's become fascinating. So I get so much out of my experiments, you know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Do you mind, like, there we go. And this time just really go all the way up. And let it go. You throw it out. 3, 2, 1, go. And perfect. Good. And then with the same type of lighting, I just want to use this. Okay, perfect. No, I think I got that one, by the way. It's pretty cool. Now I wanna make you suffer for a little bit, because I told her that I'm gonna open the window for like 2 seconds, okay? But it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Yes, exactly. Just cover yourself right now. Okay, come here. Okay. So you come over here, all the way here. I'm going to put the light on you. Perfect. Awesome. That's, and remember, so I think I talked about this last time, guys. But you know, when you have clock, the clock is 12, you know, then she is, you have 12, I'm 6. My light is right now 9, you know, could be 3, could be 10, could be, 352 or whatever. So it's a good way for you to communicate with your second shooter, the person that is helping you as well. And at the same time, I think it's a good way to position the light so you know exactly how this is going to go. Okay. So, awesome. I like it. Looking cool. Okay. I mean, you always look, but you know what I mean. Okay, so always with the 35, because we're looking for composition right now. Okay, guys? So here you go. We just changed the whole thing going on here. And we're going to open this. So sorry. Don't hate me. But, I mean, come on, this is gorgeous outside. It's just gorgeous outside. Damn. Okay, so let me check here how this look like. Ooh. So now, when you're shooting reflections, right? Like I'm reflecting her in that mirror that is over here, right? And then at the same time, I'm reflecting what is behind me, which is, it could be the moon, it could be the sky. Now, she has more light. The power of light that she has on her is way too powerful versus the sky, right? So what I'm gonna do now is gonna go down on this and make also this side, the blue side, which is like the blue light has a very high energy, but at the same time, it could be like a downer, right? Blue light also is not good for your eyes, guys. If you spend too much time on the phone, not a good idea. But a warm light, you know, when you think about colors, I think about warm, I think about something yummy, something that you know, you want to see something that is right, is warm, right? So, okay, now I might need you to come this way over here. Perfect, awesome. You're doing great. You're not cold right now, are you? A little bit. Okay, we're gonna hurry up, guys. We will. It's gonna happen. So now again, the cool thing about this is that I have. Okay, guys. So now Lisa is there. David is there. This is a tricky thing always with the reflections. Like there's so many things going on, you know. Perfect. Well, look at that. We have light outside the castle. That's pretty cool. What? Who did that? I don't know who turned on the lights, but that's genius. Thank you. Amazing. Love it. Okay, now she still like have a lot of like too much light maybe on her. Because if I really want to have that sky like pop up, the light has to be more dim, you know, for her to, let me get it. Okay, yeah, now it's softer, right? Perfect. And still have this, gonna just put it back to make it a little bit softer. It's gonna speed a little bit more, but that's okay. And you can do this. So you okay. You're almost there, guys, almost there. And then I'm gonna shoot the same thing that I'm photographing right now, but now with my other lens as well, with the 7200. So by quickly changing the two lenses, you get a totally different point of view with the same composition. And like if you had 10 minutes to make photos, you know, with the couple, you go outside, you test the light, you make sure everything is fine, and then you call them, and then boom, photo is done. Such a beautiful day. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and then I want you to take a deep, deep, deep breath, okay? And then look up and towards the yellow light. Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And everything that, remember, reflections is like, this is a transparency, right? Now, if you put something behind it, you can see it, right? Come here, whoever is on that. Right, so look for her. You see it, right? Why? You see her, right? The thing is there. Yeah, there she is. Right, you see her because, you know, the background is actually darker, right? So you see all this multiple, actually this is a cool composition with the silhouette of it. Okay, never mind. Okay, okay, let's don't get distracted. Okay, guys, so, and I think we can get the moon. The moon is already out, and it looks pretty cool. Can you look at the moon and try to touch the moon? And also because I'm going with a really low shutter speed at this point, I'm going to move it. I'm going to move this plexiglass for reflection. And then when I move it, what it's going to create is going to create like a motion blur. Can you move the hand all the way up, like if you're actually going to touch something this way? Perfect. And then just dance a little bit for me, right there. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. And like I say, I'm not going to die. Don't worry about it. We got it. Shoot it with the 7200. It's going to be actually on side of 70. Cool. Okay. And let's see if we can find her beautiful Luna. Oh, look at the moon right there. Perfect. And it's not here. Perfect. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and and 3, 2, 1. Amazing. Got it. And one more time. Last one. 3, 2, 1, and go up. Up, up, up. Perfect. And that's it. That's it. Okay. Awesome. Woo! We got that. I promise I'm going to close the window now. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's close the window. It's cold, guys. Okay. And for the last trick of the night. Okay, so for this last one that I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is complicate my life a little bit more, okay? If you guys wanna know more about it, I will explain a little bit more of every step that I'm making tomorrow. Tomorrow you're gonna have the photograph, you're gonna see what I'm doing, and you're gonna see the post-processing. So every part of it. And then I'm going to switch this to the 35, okay? And I'm gonna do some light painting with a long exposure. You like that? No multiple exposures for today. I did it last time. You can also still watch the videos of the last view when I did a multiple exposure. So for this one, what we need to do is to, sorry, I give you my back. So we're gonna use a tripod. So first of all, let's come over here. Okay, you guys can look at her. So because I have no light on me really right now. So I have a tripod set up here, right? She's looking amazing. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so now let's frame this thing here. Perfect. Beautiful. Even just like that, I love it. Okay, let me take a couple of pictures of you like that. And then Dave, there we go. Awesome. I love this 3, 2, 1, and you know what? I'm going to do some close-ups because I just cannot do it since it's really, really beautiful. And I'm gonna do this close-up and mess it up a little bit with this, so you see this happening also really closely. Now this is a tilt shift lens, so it's not gonna be like everything in focus at the same time. So remember the light. This light is your main light. Perfect. And then the glass absorbs all the light that you're putting in it. So look at me straight. Perfect. Awesome. Perfect. Beautiful. And then this is kind of tricky. Look back to me a little bit straight forward. Like okay, like transformer. Perfect. Awesome. And stay there. And then I'm gonna focus on you. And then I want to see some sparkle on your eye. So I need maybe you're good to go there. Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. Perfect. And still 3, 2, and then I'm gonna go up and down and with this. Can you put your right hand up? Diestra. Up. This is the Italian, English, Spanish situation going on, by the way, that we have here. So if you don't notice that, we're like, everybody is doing their best, okay? Okay, perfect. And then like, just put your hand like this one here, like this, like that. Perfect. Like that. And maybe you go up, like that. Oh, like that, there we go. That's pretty. Perfect. And then just look for the sun, look for the light. Keep looking for it. Looking for it. Okay. Amazing. Go up, 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 up. And then look at me straight. And then turn your face towards the light. Beautiful. Yes, did that. Okay, awesome. Now let's go back to the complicated photograph, right? So it's not that, you know, you gotta do it. When you feel it, when you see it, you gotta do it. So light painting. So we're gonna have probably like 4-second exposure. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have this young lady twice, right? So we're gonna do, come over here, perfect. Now, do you feel it's like warm enough now? Okay, so can I have this? Perfect, okay, awesome. So now, you know a silhouette, right? So silhouettes are really backlight, right? So I'm gonna make a silhouette of her and the light paint. I'm gonna paint a silhouette of her, right? And then after that, the flash, or before that, I think, it's gonna be here. So this is kind of like it's gonna go down, right? So you here first, you know, and then it's like you're touching yourself here, and then you're gonna be here later, right? So even actually, yeah. So you just move here, and then do that. You can do that part. You start here, right? And then you move here, and then your other hand here to touch yourself, right? Awesome. Okay. So first of all, the main key light here, right? So it's gonna be probably very sharp. So we're talking about 3 o'clock, right? And even actually a little bit almost behind her. So it's almost like a little bit of some halo lighting type of silhouette that we're creating right now, okay? Okay? Okay. Awesome. Okay, so now, so let's test it, right? So first of all, let's test this boy here. And we have really cool here, perfect. And then we're gonna adjust to 4 seconds. Okay, 4 seconds. Okay, and I think that will be good enough. You see everything in 4 seconds. Perfect. And then because of the motion, the movement that this is gonna be all blurred up, right? So what I have to do is have it on on the timer, right? So first we focus on her, right? And then we do the time. So this is the first test, right? This is just for the side. So we do that, okay? So come to, perfect. Okay, so it's the first try, right? Okay, perfect. And now what I'm seeing is it's not going to come out the way I thought it will, because having that light to that time of the light. Can you help me with this? Let's move it this way. No, this way. This way. Perfect. So by having it this long, it's going to. Thank you very much. It's gonna absorb more light. So this is what I'm gonna do now. So I'm gonna change my plan right now, and I'm gonna still do the light painting, right? But I'm going to crop it a little bit more, and it's going to be more tighter, and it's going to be about the whole composition, about everything. It's not going to be just one type of light. Because, I mean, I cannot hide it anymore. Perfect. So this is great. Now, let me turn on the flash here, just to test the light. So, perfect. And then I'm going to go back to the timer. Perfect. Okay, and then we have 5 seconds still. Okay. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it on the camera, okay? I'm just going to have it I'm just gonna have it here on the, I'm gonna do it myself here, okay? So I'm gonna light paint with the flash. I'm gonna light paint with this, okay? Same deal though, exactly same thing we talked about it before, okay? So first, I'm gonna have you, perfect. So at this point, I'm just making something up like, honestly, this is pure, curiosity and photography. Okay, and just like a kid who have a lot of toys and have time to play with, which I am. So, awesome. Okay, so let's see. Everything's gonna be quite fast, okay? So you will see me doing this type of perform arts. Okay, so remember, you start here, and then you move there, okay? Okay, go back there. I like that. So now, when you're there, I'm gonna do the light behind you. And then, when you're there, I'm gonna do that one, okay? So, okay, so first of all, I'm gonna focus on you, making sure you're sharp. Can you move a little bit to the right for me? My right, sorry. Okay, and perfect. Okay, so a little bit less. Oh, perfect, okay. And remember, you're touching, reaching to yourself. Okay, 1, 2, 3. No. Okay, no, it didn't work out. So let's do it one more time. Let's start with this one, and then I go to this one. Yeah. Okay. No, go, you start with this one, with the flash, and then we go after with this one. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Then come back here. Come back here. Okay, let's do it one more time. So I go there, I shoot it, the flash, and then you move here. You move here, and then I do the light. Okay, let's do it one more time. 3, 2, 1, and go, come, move. Okay. And I think, okay. So this is perfect. I just need you to remember to touch, like reach to for yourself. Okay, come back to the middle again. Perfect. Stay there. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna do 8 seconds this time, just to make sure we got it. Okay. Okay. So we start with the flash. I'm gonna run there. Okay. I'm gonna shoot the flash. Okay. When I shoot the flash, I want you to have your hand right here, and then you move this way right after that, and then I do the backlighting of that. Okay. And everything's gonna be crazy. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and. Go. Okay. Okay, I like it, but at the beginning you also have to. You also have to there. Okay? So at the beginning I want your hand reaching up this side. So no, this side here, come over here, and then your hand, perfect, like that. Perfect. So we start there, and then when you're here, you switch to the next one. Okay, perfect. Okay, last one, guys. Last one, and we're done. Okay, and I can't wait for tomorrow to show you guys all this craziness. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Your hand. No, go back. Okay, like reach right now for your hand? Yes.
What? This?
Yeah. You start here.
Yes.
Like that.
And move my hand.
And you start here with the flash.
Okay.
And then you do the same thing, but with the light. So twice you have to put your hands up and down.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and go, 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 go. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. And okay, last one. We almost there. Almost there. Let's do it one more time. Perfect. And then I'm gonna do full power here. Perfect. I'm gonna go this way here. Perfect. Okay, we're almost there, guys. And almost there. And let's see. Come. Awesome. Yes. Yes. Finally. Oh my God. Let's do one more time. This is the last one though. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. Okay. Okay. We got it though. We got it. I love it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so 3, 2. Remember the hand. Perfect. And then come here. Come here. Come here. Perfect. Okie dokie. And for some reason, the light was yellow. Ah. Perfect. Now it's blue. Okay, one more time, just the color of the light change. Okay, 3, 2. Come. Oh my God, I love it. Perfect. We got it. Yes. Oh my God, thank you very much. Okay, guys, let me turn on the light, okay? Woo. Jesus, guys. Luce. Oh my God. Yeah, we did complicate our life, didn't we? So, you know, it's just, and tomorrow I'm gonna like really dissect every part of these photos. You will see all my failures, and you will see all the things. I'm gonna do it like, I'm just gonna download everything, like the way it is, and then you're gonna see the before and after of my shoot, and you're gonna see exactly like how it's gonna look at the end, okay? And you see like how much post-processing really I do have done in it, and like you notice, you will see it's not that much, but I have presets that really help me. So I have developed these presets for specific type of lightings. These presets that I have done, I make are not really made it like in a lab with an idea and a concept. I made these presets for Lightroom thinking on, not thinking, actually trying it out. One and again and again and again, fail and again and again. And this is exactly the result that speed up my workflow, and at the same time, it really has good appealing, and it really goes to different, it's appealing to different trends and different looks at the same time. It's something that you can also easily adjust, and I will show you tomorrow. It's gonna be great. But I think, how much time we have, guys? Do we have time? Tempo. I don't have my 15 minutes? Okay, perfect. You wanna jump in? Yeah. Let me see. So, well, again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So in resume, you know, simplify and complexify. Simplify by taking out all the elements that are not really necessary, like too much light or too many, you know, geometric elements of looking for the background is clean and all that, and then complexify by just actually adding more layers and layers and layers and layers and see how everything goes. Yeah.
You know, thank you, Mauricio. What I really love about this approach when we were discussing about this concept is that actually you're right. It's like layering the job, right? So you can literally take control and scale up or down depending on the creative or the technical conditions. And that's great because it seems also that in this way we can talk about how the same scene or the same subject can be portrayed in a different way, adding or not elements and creating a more complex storytelling, a less complex storytelling, depending on your vision on that, and that's amazing.
Yeah, for the record, I try to be very extreme with this demonstration in terms of like how crazy can I go, because I feel like when you see how far things can take it, then you tone it down, and then from everything that you have seen today, that you maybe you can take like a little part of it, like a piece of something, and then add it to your tools that you have already in yourself. So I just got to like go all the way out or crazy and do all this experimental type portraiture, and then you can decide it and take it and say like, well, I like this part. I can tweak it. I can make it better, and I hope you do. So this is type of the way I do it. I just show as much as I can, and then you can take whatever you want.
But it's great because you define a sort of a sandbox, exploring all the possibilities first, and then you define, like you said, what's appropriate. But it's great because it means that you are not just showing up in the spot and start shooting whatever because you know your comfort zone and you know what you're strong at, and they're not gonna nail it. But it's great from a photographic standpoint to explore the possibilities, to dare a little bit, to take it to the extreme. And to that extent, I have to say that your approach is incredible. I mean, it's mind-blowing each time. Yeah, risky. You know what? Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. It's a sort of let's say planned risk that you take because you know that already. You're familiar with that kind of fringe zone when you have been so many times. But that's why we all love your photography, because you have never been scared to push it and explore new things. Which means putting yourself in a position where you never give anything for granted. How was it, Catherine? How was it? Did you enjoy the session? Yes. A little bit cold, maybe, with her.
By the way, where's your scarf? We need to. Okay.
So thank you, Catherine, for being here with us today. You know this building because you have been here before, and also you're kind of familiar now with Mauricio's approach as well as with Sarah later on. But we told you this is about photography, and photography is about experimenting, is about exploring.
I invite everybody to go back to this idea, this first time when you grab a camera and then you feel like, I love this. Like not because I wanted to post on social media or not because somebody was paying me for it. I just come back to that little curious kid that really wanted to explore and see the world through that, and then want to take a piece of the world and put it in front of everybody else and feel the love. And I'd like to think about, I want to invite you guys and think about, because that's the way I see it, right? So I want to invite you to also experiment this way. Just like go back to the first time that you grab the camera and then you feel like, this is awesome, I love it. And this time, if you have time, this is a perfect time to go back to your bases and to rediscover who you are and to show yourself also in that genuine light, that truthful light that I think is, people really resonate with that, being in the industry or with your clients, people resonate with that point of view that is only yours.
Speaking about that, I'm sure that you remember that when we were recording some of the roundtables that we had, the amazing roundtables, the great time we had with our guests, we were talking, sometimes we were touching this topic, the fact that, pictures actually resonate with yourself and there's something that shines as you there. And you remember when we said, you know what, if you think about photography, if you look at pictures, you can almost define the character, the persona behind the lens, right?
Everybody, like I was saying, the photography is really a language that you use. Some people, are more straight to facts. Some other people they're more their language might be more poetic, or have different imagery, different way to use it and express feelings and ideas. So then we have a photojournalist approach. Then you have, the most abstract or like artistic portraiture, or the most like really feeling-driven type of, for photography that actually right now is very popular. So, you have this different spectrum, all the spectrum that you can play with, all this different type of, and then honestly, I invite you to try it, even if you feel like it's not probably 100% who you are, but try and experiment and open it. Because you know what, when I try to copy what I like, it always come out different, because you just can't help it, So, but you need to try to see, and then you realize that is inspiration, for you to try something, and then it will come out something. Be open to the mistakes, be open to possibilities. Practice though before you do it with your client. But yeah,
but the magic word, practice. So remember that theory about talent. What's talent? Mm-hmm. And some successful music players or actors said, talent, do you really want to know what's talent? It's practice, actually. It's 10,000 million hours spent in practicing.
Yes.
And because sometimes we think that, but that football player or that guitar player or that actor, just, just show up and it works because he's gifted. Yeah. It's not really about that. No. It's more about, working hard. Yeah. And you know what? I'm thinking, while you were talking about practicing or trying or exploring, I'm thinking at the beginning, Graphi was actually an advertising agency. But all of a sudden, the tree shareholders decided to spend their weekends and their nights in the garage, pushing the limit, try exploring, like you said, even, bashing to pieces printers and stuff like that, because technology wasn't ready for that.
Right.
But the ideas were already flourishing and creating visions that actually turned out as a reality 20 years later. Yeah. But if you never try, if you never push your limit, if you never, got a vision and believe in it, and it doesn't mean that it must be a success. Sometimes it's a failure. Yeah. But that's great anyway.
Yeah. I feel like inspiration, hard work, like really like hard work and the dedication, but all that driven and full with love. Because when you have passion for something, you're really good at it and you enjoy it and you keep doing it and you can do it forever and take you to places. You have to take me to a lot of places. So it's just love, really love at the end of the day. Right.
I like to close this first masterclass with the word love then. Yeah. And love will be in the air, like the famous song, for the next 3 days. Mauricio, thank you so much.
Thank you
for this inspiring session.
Thank you for your patience, really. I appreciate it so much.
Catherine, thank you so much. See you later for the next shoot session. Yeah. And let's move forward to the next segment. See you soon, guys. Stay tuned. Imagine USA 21 live on YouTube /Graphistudio/live.
Ciao. Ciao.
The next session will be the photo critique by Mauricio Arias Mora. And exactly as with Sarah, I also had the opportunity to grab some sneak peek. I saw things that honestly left me speechless. I always drop my jaw with Mauricio because you never know what is going to go with these creative ideas, with this incredible approach. And as he was making fun of himself a few minutes ago, he said, I was shooting in the same place as Sarah, but guess what? We did completely different thing. Both photographers, both award-winning, both capable and skilled and educated photographers, but guess what happened? That's the magic, that's the beauty of photography. So follow me. I guess that Mauricio is ready for his session. Let's go in the meeting room and join Mauricio for his lecture and photo critique. Mauricio, welcome again.
Thank you, Dario.
Thank you so much for being here today. I can't wait for you to show us your artistry. Thank you, my friend. It's all over you.
Thank you, guys. So yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk a little bit about what is Simplify and Complexify. right? So the idea of these exercises is to see how far can we go, how much we can push, imagery and different techniques that you can apply. I like always to go as far as I can and then experiment a lot and see exactly through my mistakes and through every step, analyze it later and see what really I can apply in my profession. But that's how I came out with a lot of the ideas that we're going to be exploring today. So first, let me talk a little bit about workflow. It's so important for us as a photographer to be efficient. Time, is something that we cannot get back. So let me talk a little bit about this. By the way, I love the delay of the screen. So let's talk a little bit about the workflow. So I tend to photograph a lot. I take a lot of photos because I fail a lot. And the reason is because I'm an event photographer, mainly, and my approach is trying to capture the perfect moment because I'm not controlling anything. So what I do instead of controlling something, I try to envision what I wanted to happen. So I had an idea, right? I have a concept that I can work with, and then I see the light first, and then I see my subject versus the light and the space. So I have a subject, and then I have the space, and I see usually the composition come after that. And then I make a decision and say, okay, my subject is here. Everything around them is helping me to see what it's doing. The light is the best light for the subject, and then now I start building from that point. So yesterday, that's what I did. You can go back to the photo shoot, and you will see actually me working on that, getting very close, very simple, taking out everything else that it was distracting, even light itself was a little bit dark, and then now I start adding step by step, little by little, and complicating everything. So I did complicate my life a lot yesterday. So let's see how everything came out today. So, well, first of all, you download the cards. It's so important to back up. This is the workflow that we use. It's very important also to have a metadata. We use a photo mechanic for this, where we download every photo, take it, and then we name it, in a folder. For example, this one says Castello Ciccone Imagine USA, right? And then I have the Castello Ciccone Live Day 1, and then I have a selection, right? So as I'm importing and ingesting all the photograph, I'm adding description and metadata that will be readable later for WordPress or Google, and all the different outlets that we will use online. So it's very important also because here is your copyright, and everything else that your photograph needs to have. Now, let's say we plug it, right? We ingest it, and now we have all the photographs here, right? So, and then we name it, right? So, like you can see here, the name of the photograph. I'm gonna open this a little bit here so you can see all my settings. So, welcome to the dark side of the moon, by the way. This is gonna be everything was very, very dark. And I like to play with that. Is easier also, I was thinking about for you guys to see it, to be able to see exactly what I'm doing as I'm doing it, because it tends to be a little bit, like if you see me, you see this guy crazy just jumping around, but then maybe if you see the lights that I'm using and everything at the same time live, so you have an idea of exactly what I'm going for. My post-processing in general is very subtle, believe it or not, but in this time I'm gonna push a little bit more and go out of what I usually will do and just go all the way for the extreme imagery that I can get, because to me it's as important the post-processing as well than the taking the photo, right? Once you have a clear vision of the type of colors you like, the type of vibe that you're going for, your brand, you know, and people know you because of that. I remember when I started in the wedding industry, everything was modern vintage. That was the expression people used to use. And then people was to apply a lot of textures on top of the photograph and everything, and use a lot of actions. I remember at the time, Lightroom wasn't really a big thing at the time. And then it was all like desaturated and like almost sepia type of colors, stuff like that. Now, in Chrisman Studios, we like vivid colors. So what we use is our palette of colors is very hyper realistic, I would say. And my personal approach is a little bit super realistic. So and then I use this palette of colors, and now I'm actually in some nostalgia type of feeling, admiring and trying to emulate a little bit of the film look that I like, in black and whites, for example, or colors. So to me, this is plastilina. It's something that I can just totally play with it. Now, before you start playing with all this stuff, I would recommend you, go far, far, far to the extreme and then pull back and see where you feel comfortable. You know, like I have a set of presets actually that I developed, and I did it through trial and error. And those set of presets that I have for Lightroom are the ones that I always use. Because I know exactly the way I photograph, the type of light I use, how much I push it. So I know when I'm photographing, I'm seeing the end at the beginning. So you have a clear idea where you're gonna go. So with that, and then you know the exposure and the aperture and everything else, you know how much you can push the camera, push all the settings, and then you have a better idea, a better understanding on how far you wanna go with this. So, let's look through pretty quick through the whole take, right? So I go in rounds. So first round, I download the photos, I ingest everything, all the metadata is there, everything is named with a date, a number, and it's type of event, right? So we started very simple, right? So, and when I shoot natural light, I just focus on the highlights. So it gives me more drama. So everything, it looks and it feels, more, with more depth. That's how I will describe it, right? The model make everything easy. Sometimes photographing models to me is not what I do. I photograph all, everybody, but I know that everybody's beautiful in their own way. So photographing a model is way easier because obviously, is more, you have more range for angles to play with. Now, I'm not a very technical photographer. I'm more about like the feeling of it. So if I feel like it's good, and then I know that it's good. Now, I'm not a believer that everything could be good just because everything is relative. I actually learn, through strict rules about what a good photo make a good photo, right? At least you need to have good light, good composition. It have to be a moment. I talk about it yesterday as well. So I look at the background. When I want to execute a simple photograph, I look at the background. First of all, it's not busy, it's not competing. The light has to be, the light have to be the stencil to sculpt really the photograph at the end. So let's go through the whole take, right? So I'm maintaining the same exposure, just going up and down, and then let her move. So what I'd like to do is ask my subjects to really express something, to move something. So I'm not micromanage the process, but I'm always pointed out, like when I see something, because I don't, my clients, I don't want to make them also feel self-conscious about like if there's something wrong with them. So I'm very subtle. You say like, okay, let's look up a little bit, and just as a tip, as a general rule, be very certain when you talk, because your security is something that they will borrow. They will feel that it's good if you make them feel that it's good, even if it's not really, because you are in that process of trial and error. But in the meantime, you want them to feel that everything is going fine. Okay? So here, for example, is very simple, very easy, and I went from the more side light to a little bit more of an angle to have less of her, still having the frame by having the enough light in the background, right? So then I go for the first round, which is gonna be red. So everything that I'm looking at right now, I'm going through, and then I'm gonna click when I see something that I like. It's gonna be red, right? Perfect. So this was the close-ups that we did, right? So then I used 3 different cameras, right? So we're gonna go and look through everything. Now but I wanna start by the close-ups, right? So this is another one that I think we can play with for sure. Very simple, dim light, very dark. Again, perfect. And then we have the other camera here. This was like a test shot that we did. And let me see, let's go through everything. So now you're gonna have an idea of the whole thing, how it went through, right? When I asked for movement, when I asked for, I was telling her play with the scarf, like throw it up and down and just do something that you give me some more emotion. I go with my clients through some sort of interview process where I know really like the type of personality. So I understand like these people are more sporty, they're more like they want to just stay put and they don't want to move too much. If they really are more outgoing, or they are more more introverts, and if they really need a lot of more direction, they're expecting that, or they just want to be candid and just capture in the moment. So it depends of all these factors, because photography is a human experience, it's a part of like really knowing who you're talking to and really get something out of them. It's kind of interesting that every time that I have photographed here, the team came out with a little bit like a Twilight Zone type of imagery, and I don't know why, but it happens that way. So you have to come to the castle, guys, to check that out for yourself. So let's go. Let's see. So I have a total of 690 photos, and the shoot was how long we shoot for? Like an hour. I think like an hour and a half. And we experiment with four compositions pretty much. So I was trying to show you guys a little bit of the reflections, a little bit of the shooting through, a little bit of the type of lightings, how do you do, angles that I might use, and how to like kind of tweak all this. So I'm gonna go a little bit slow down a little bit here, so I give you time to really look at everything, okay? And let me see. So again, we got the safe shot, I'll call it, right? So for example, this is like round number 3. The green ones are the round number 3. By the way, you do the color you want, right? So this is the one that I actually like the best of this series, right? And again, this is personal criteria, right? Because it could be any of those really. The reason why I like it at the end is because it match, the whole set at the end. Then this is when I was photographing with the 70-100 through the window and having a mirror here, so she's actually behind me, right? So, and then I was asking her to do some sort of dancing, so I can have more motion, right? And then because I was on the window, I had this plexiglass that I found here. The plexiglass actually belongs to the to one of the album boxes. So I was like, okay, I don't bring like stuff. I don't have like prismas or stuff that I bring. I actually, when I go to a place, I just look around and it's like, okay, this looks cool. I can do something with that. I put myself in to a point sometimes that it's kind of like a trap, you know, like, and then they figured it out how to solve this problem, and that process is what really takes me to invent something, to create something. If I bring something all the time, probably I will make the same picture all the time. And however, my style is very consistent, but it's because that's who I am. You know, like regardless of anything, I'm not copying anybody. I make this type up. So that I just cannot do anything else about it. But it is consistent. But the imagery, because I use the same elements, the same type of colors. But at the end, the whole thing it changed because it's different person, is different type of personality, and also everything that is around me that I'm using to build up this photograph is different. Okay, let's keep going. And then I just keep looking at every photo and thinking, okay, this work. Okay, and this is the first round, right? So we have the outside, we have the inside, you know. Actually, we have a Graphistudio logo there for some reason. Okay, and this is where the numbers come from. When I say I have like 10,000 photographs, I don't making 10,000 different photographs. What I'm doing is trying to capture that specific moment that it convey everything, the composition, the lighting, and everything come together to help me to convey what I need. So I'm taking the same photo like 20 times, 50 times, it's just taking the same photo. Because remember, I'm photographing an event and I had mainly a more photojournalistic approach, so I'm not really controlling the situation and I am on the mercy of the circumstance. So the way you do it, you find your frame, you find the light, and you wait, and then you take the picture, and then you wait, and then that happens, and then it comes to a point where everything comes together, and it feels different. At the end of the day, I think it feels different. So this will be my first round, like I say. I like this one. I don't know why, but I like it. So okay, and then we go far. We did it in 3 times yesterday. So we did very close. We did medium range, and then we did far away. So I did a simple, version of the photograph with the window light, very close, a close up, half body, and then also I did close-ups, experimenting a little bit more with the tilt shift lens that I have, plus the glass that I also use for the far away photograph that I did. So we have the same subject, but in 3 different times that will speak about, okay, who this person is, close-ups really talk about feeling, and then the medium range, to speak about body language, because you have hands, you have more things that you're playing with, and then that will speak about more personality. And then far away, you talking about the context and who these people are with, and the interaction and how they move inside or outside that frame, and what is happening around them and where they are, and how beautiful it is. It depends how far you go. So this is what I did here. So I'm gonna go a little bit faster here. I think we have a little bit of time to look at it, right? So remember, my idea with the palette of colors that I'm using is because these are raw files, by the way. These are all raw files. This is exactly coming from the camera, everything that you're seeing right now. I haven't done anything to it. And then I'm focusing and thinking about the faces, okay? And let me see, okay, perfect. So I got this one. Let me move a little bit faster here. And so I'm looking at what is, when I look at a picture or something, I think about what is the most interesting part of this, right? What is something that will really catch the attention, right? So that's what I'm looking for here. Let me go down here a little bit more, speed up the process here. Okay, I like that one, you know. And let's keep coming back here, always maintaining my palette. Okay, and then I go even closer than that. I think that's nice, you know. And then I think we have a winner, because this one is, you know, you to make a better photo, I feel like you have to or take everything out to the point where you feel like, okay, it's complete, or add something to feel that it's complete. So, but you are always discriminating something and adding something and constantly trying to reinvent it or fix it or tweak it. Okay, let me see. This was a test shot here. Okay, this was normal lighting, test shot, shooting through. These are glasses, by the way. These are these glasses. And I'm shooting literally through the glass. Like I'm shooting actually through it. Something that and it's sharp, like you can see, this is 2.8 in 45 millimeter lens tilt shift. So this is something that I think is part of my career. I always trying to make something that looks weird or different, because when I started, I didn't come from any school or have any and nobody told me not to do something. So I just went out and did it and see what happened. So at the end, this is the setup, by the way. I really like this. This is the palette that I love, that I will always use. And this is why also I did it like that, like so dark yesterday, because if you go back to the video, you will see it actually, how this is there. And then everybody can take this photo, you know, once you see it. But before it was like this, you have to imagine. So if you imagine that and you envision that, you put all the pieces together, and then when you are on the world, you know, in different places, you know, different events or wherever you're photographing, you recognize these things. You are building all the time when you're looking at something. If you look at a lot of photograph or a lot of art in general, you are building a database that you can use all the time. And back in your mind is something that is going to be there. This is like the long exposure shoot that I was doing, trying to replicate her in twice, creating some light painting and have it there. So these are outtakes. And let me go back here. And here's still natural light. Let's go back with the natural light here. And then I start saying, okay, let's play. Now we got closer, now we go far, right? So I'm going far back using the available light we have here, but having some motion, something that I always hope to get. And then I think we have a winner here. I think I like that one, okay? So we got 2 rounds. I already went through all this. And let me just go. And then I decided to use artificial light, which are this, and then start playing now. So I'm adding now the glass, right? And then I'm adding also the reflection. You're right in the middle. So now you see like how I start complicating my life a little bit more, something that I do all the time. And let's see. And okay, coming back. So I have an idea. I have a concept that I don't need I'm looking for. And that's where the numbers of photograph come. And then I say, boom, I like that one. Okay, there you go. And then, you might say, Mauricio, but what about this one? Or what about that one? Well, I think everything can work, Okay, I like that one. But at the end, you need to realize also after you have photos that are good in general, like a photo they say, oh yeah, that works because it's interesting to look at it, etc. But regardless of that, sometimes when you're building a story, a picture might be good enough, but not like exceptional to stand alone. And then you have to think about like, okay, this photo will help to really tell the story even more, or this photo is actually more meaningful, And in this case, we're just playing around. We actually just trying to play with all the possibilities that we have right here. And then I'm taking all the light out using my own light here. Sorry about that. And I think we got one that I like. I'm going to import everything in Lightroom so you will see it, in Lightroom and see what I do. This is the same scene. The one before when I was showing you, that was 70-100. This is 35 millimeter. I'm shooting with 1.4, 35 millimeters, trying to get this double reflection. Remember, there is a mirror here, and then there's a window here, and then there's the plexiglass here, and all this stuff going on. And I'm like a little bit taking everything out because it's dark enough, and adding my own light to make it look the way I want it. Okay, so let's go back here, like that one. And then I realized that it's too dark probably on this side, so I dimmed the light a little bit more, and then I get a little bit more of the sky. So I think that one works. Perfect. Okay. And I have more of the sky over here. Perfect. And there we go. Okay, and yes, here, I like that one. Yep, and I think that's it. So we have like 4 photos really. Now I'm gonna take everything out here. We have the red ones, the yellow ones, and the green ones. So now I'm gonna add a little bit more to the yellow. And I'm gonna take this one out, and let's take the red out. So at the end, we have 16 photographs, okay? So this 16 photograph, right, I'm gonna copy this photograph, and I'm gonna send it to here, right? So here is a different folder, but this is the selection. So this is the selection here, and then I'm gonna bring everything into Lightroom. So we open Lightroom, right? I have already everything here. So you can see the before and after, okay? So let's check it out, guys, here. So this is the photo. This is how it started, right? And this is how I finish, okay? So it's very subtle. I just pretty much added my own presets. Now, if we're gonna go and really look exactly what the preset is doing, I just played with normal exposure, highlights, the black, a little bit of vibrance, but this specific blue, I'm getting it out of here, right? When you play on the version of the calibration, this is where really you can play with this type of blue. That you give you more like film look type of feeling. Okay, so this is the before, and this is the after. Now this photograph worked very well also when you use black and white. This is perfect for black and white. So I'm going to use one of my presets here. Let's see, we have like that, perfect, and perfect. And that's it. Okay. So we have this film look, black and white photo. Now this photo now becomes more about her expression in her eyes. This photo is just only speak about drama. Okay. So that's why it's so important, the post-processing. You can make a photo really speak in a totally different tone, totally different way, depending on really what you're looking for. Okay, this is the photo that nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. Keep the people going. So this is the after, right? And for example, this is something that I personally like, because if you put everything as a story, and something that I will do later actually, and then post it in social media, it will make sense, you know, as a filler. Again, this is let's look at the close-ups here. This is before, and this is right after. And it's only accentuating the colors that are already there. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm just mainly getting the exposure and this beautiful tool that is new and is magical, and I love, and actually taking a lot of the saturation that was already there. Let's look at the close-up. This is the before, and this is the after. So I just fix the white balance and make sure that, you know, that everything else, it was as close as possible to the color of her skin, because in this case, color play a role. A lot of pictures, to me, the color doesn't matter because I can change it. You know, I can do anything. It's not about reality. Colors don't exist really to me. But in this case, it's all about the lips, and the lips are red, and I think that speaks about something. So that's why I will respect that, because I feel like that specifically is saying something to me. This is on the other photograph that I was planning on doing a different photograph, but then when I saw it, I was like, yeah, I recognize that. And I did a 1:1 crop, you know, and that's all I did pretty much. It's not that much really. My whole post-processing is always very simple. It's about like recognizing what is important in the image and just help that message across. So it's just taking everything out that it doesn't really add to it, and then keep whatever is speaking to you, and then enhancing the message that you want to convey. This is another version of the same photograph. It's a little bit more polished. Now I'm not doing Photoshop, right? This is Lightroom. So of course, if you go to Photoshop, I would take the, you know, for example, this out, etc. But it's I'm not a purist, you know, but I try to not manipulate that much the photo afterwards if I can. I am trying to just leave it the way it is, and that pushed me to be more creative in the process of making it. So that way, even if I can go crazy later on Photoshop, refining little things here and there, because I'm not relying on that part. I need to make something, you know, look as good as I can, you know. Do you like this photo? It's okay? Okay. So, and this is the before, right? And this is the after. So for Christmas, my wife and I, we did a photo. Some people were asking, like, well, how do you do this photo? That's why I came with the idea to show you guys how to do this photo. So let me show you the before and the after of this, right? So this, let me show you here. This is before, right? And then this is after. Again, and this one I did a little bit more. I did more burning and more dodging, which is the only other tool that I might use. I just dodge it and burning. And again, it's just respond to the logic. Okay, how to make this photo better now? How can I accentuate the message that is already there? You know, and you can just by highlight the area that you want people to put attention to, and then darker everything else that you don't want to really. It doesn't say anything, not adding anything to the photograph, right? Now this is a personal taste, but I don't like to make everything totally dark. And before I was very perfectionist, like I see it, you know, the little things that are there that it doesn't supposed to be there, I see them. But with the years and the time, I decided to leave it. I decided to leave it because it just feels to me that the beauty of everybody and everything is the fact that also it's not perfect, because life is not, you know. So I just trying to be surrealistic, but at the same time in an ironic way faithful to the idea that nothing is perfect and that's okay too. Now this is a simple reflection, and it's just about, it's so easy when you have something to reflect whatever it is, because you have immediately symmetry. So everything, it looks balanced and it just feels right. You know, when you see order in a photograph and you feel, you just send a, you know, subconscious message for the viewer. And this is my black and white version. Again, this is just a preset, and what I'm doing here with the preset is actually not converting it in black and white. Something that I like to do is just play with the saturation sometimes, and that allow me also to go and play a little bit more with the temperature instead of only the channels, like the red channel, the blue channel. Okay, let me check this out. This is one of the photographs that we were shooting with the glass, and we're shooting with the reflection at the same time, just building up. This is the before. Oh yeah, this is the before. I was like, oh, this is after. No, oh, this is the after. Okay, this one, it makes a lot of more sense that is black and white to me, because it doesn't. The color at this point is distracting. It's not really adding to it. It's competing with the imagery. You know, competing with the space and the dimension and everything else. Now let's look at this one that I did. This is the before. Very dark, and then this is the after. So this one I did a little bit more, right? And then I'd say like, well, but really, Mauricio, you did a lot going on. There's a lot going on here, so I say like, let's get even closer, you know, and abstract everything out of it. And then this is what I would come on to. So this is the motion blur, and at the same time, you can appreciate it here better. And then also at the same time, we have the color, we have the motion blur, and then we have the reflection, and you have the foreground, you have the background, and you have the subject. So this is how I like the build up, you know, like going from the most simple things to the more complicated and more abstract, right? And then another version of this photograph that I like is this one, which I feel is more ethereal, you know, it's really, really more ethereal. And like I said before, this theme of gusty feeling is something that you guys have to come to the castle to realize why. And here's the same photograph. Now it's not cropped, just a white version. And I'm not doing anything special. This is the before, this is the after. So I think this one is worthwhile to work it. Like I'm gonna work it from zero, so you see exactly like what I did to this one, because this one actually I did more than all of them. So I, you know, fix exposure, take a lot of the highlights, and then in here, I'm going to help the highlights over here. There we go. Which allow me to increase exposure without blowing up everything, right? Now you see everything here. So first I start like saying, like, okay, I want to see everything and see how flat we can make it. And then I see, okay, let's accentuate that part, you know, and in these cases, because I'm not thinking about the skin, you know, how perfect the skin is, it is about the whole spectrum. So I'm not afraid to go with clarity and texture. However, if you have a close-up, you gotta be very careful with that. So, and then I wanna desaturate this a little bit, and then let's see what we're gonna do here on the tone curve. Let's get a little bit more blacks here to have more contrast. And I don't do anything related to the blue usually. But let's see, let's take it down a little bit, because because when you add the blacks, all the colors saturated so much. So let's just take it down a little bit. Now on detail, you know, since I'm shooting like a super high ISO, you know, I will always trying to compensate a little bit of that over here. And then we have lens correction. I'm gonna add vignette. so that it really catch people's eyes. The tension is just right there, okay? And then what else we have here? Yeah, the color here. So this is where you get all this interesting, color palette. This is the main difference. Like a lot of times when I see these new presets of, kind of saturated, a little bit warm, or film-like photos, and this is how it works. You go in through the process, and this is where you actually change that palette. Yeah, and then you guys, honestly, this is very fun to do, and I feel like everybody should have their own presets. I can show you, or we can show you how to do it later. Okay, and then this is pretty much how it goes. Let me see. They're telling me we have a couple minutes to go, and then I will crop it. Okay, that's it. Okay, here we go, and yeah. And then if I want to go even a little bit more crazy, I would say usually, because I don't know, I'm not looking to print this in a specific way, so this is how it will go. And then take a little bit more of the negative space, always keeping what really is speaking to me, or go by one, and then really abstract absolutely everything else. And that's it. Let's see the next one. Okay, this is the one that I was photographing when I was on the window, and this is the reflection from the outside, and she's inside, right behind me, and this is the after. So this one is like a big, like a different, because I was very, very dark. So what I did here is adding this local adjustment, where I'm like getting a lot more out of it, and then also changing the palette of colors, right, just on that specific area. And now, because she's warm, every time that I correct the warm area, it's gonna get so much blue. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it's just way too much. Again, I'm taking everything like the highlights and the whites, and if you notice, this is not a very at least my point of view, is not very common, because I'm not thinking, and this is the most important part. I feel like when you think about post-processing, you have to think what is important for you, what is the image, what is the type of look and imagery that you want to project, and just go with that. And if you know exactly that, then you pretty much doing and it's done. If you are wondering, oh, what about if I like this one, but I don't like that, but and playing around so much, then that's time, and then that's money, and that's time that you can spend with your loved ones. So I think the speeding up this type of process is huge. But the most important part is really knowing where you want to go with this, right? Let me work. This is type of the same scenario. Let me work it here pretty quick for you guys. Okay, and let me apply my preset film. There we go. Which, I think I can send you guys my website so you can actually look at those presets there if you want to. And here we go. And then I'm gonna take out a little bit of this highlights here. Perfect. And so the attention stay with her, and that's it. It's not. I'm not doing a dramatic transformation. This is the same images, black and white, and the reason why she is so much brighter here is because this is a channel, black and white here, where I push a lot of more everything that is on warm, right? So it's more in the red channel. Same here, and perfect. So this one is actually, I love it more. I like it more in black and white, because black and white as nature, the nature of black and white is abstract because you see everything in color. So immediately when you take out the color out of the equation, you only start seeing like patterns, like shape and form, and your brain start like trying to recognize what is this in terms of like the human shapes they are there, or the geometric shapes that you are familiar to you. So I like black and white a lot because of that, because it helped you feel it and understand it in a more abstract way. Yep. And then after this, I will export it, and then we send it to Graphy and make a print. Okay, but basically this is like summarized version of my post-processing part of it, and it's always the same. It's always about accentuating things. I want you to take away this from seeing this stuff. First of all, the most important part is knowing like who you are and like what you want to do, what's your look. Because if you see these photos and you see this type of look, this type of palette of colors, you recognize this is like a Chrisman studio style, because we've been doing this, for a while. So this is something that we've been, recognize, because in people who knows, the photography industry, they know this with like kind of like our palette of colors. And then when you see all these crazy things that you might think is digital manipulation, stuff like that, but you realize, no, oh, this is Mauricio crazy stuff that he's doing, So it's very important to, be yourself, have your personality, don't be afraid, take risk, go all the way back to, explore every one of those, options that you have here, and just tune it down. And then you realize where you feel more comfortable. And then once you have it, systemize this process. And then now that you have a system, you make your presets, and then you know exactly what to do and then where to go with that. And then after that, you can go on Photoshop, and then you can retouch the skin or whatever. But that part is something that I will do for a client that will make a print and is ready for the album. So at least for the pre-selection, before you send anything to print, this is a good workflow that you will speed everything up. And then after that, you go back, the feedback with the client, you know exactly the photograph they're gonna be printed, and then you go all the way to Photoshop and make everything beautiful and pretty. Very pretty. Okay, how are we doing with time? Yep. Okay. So, and by the way, I always export everything on sRGB. So let me show you this part. This will be like the last part of the. Okay. So to export it, I usually same size, Adobe, and no resize. Everything else 300, full. Yep, and that's perfect. And then we're good to go. Dario.
So, as usual, you have blown away my mind. Not that I didn't expect it. I knew it before. But each time, despite I know quite well this place, each time you are able to reinvent it literally in a metaphysical way. And when you told me what you were going to talk about in this live, so the simplify and complexify thing, I immediately got the vision of what you were going to do. So that's great. And so now, as you know, we are about to talk to someone that you know quite well. And
Yes.
Before we get in touch with them through Zoom, the next Zoom call, I want to take the opportunity to share with our audience a beautiful video about a beautiful workshop that you together with your friends Ben and Erin and Rahil have hosted here at the castle last year.
Yeah.
So let's watch this video all together, and I will introduce you to the next session. Mauricio, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dario. Thank you, everybody.
You will be with me in a minute.
See you in a minute. See you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ciao, guys.
Welcome back. I'm sure you're enjoying, as we are, Day 3 Imaging USA 2021 virtual show, live streaming from Graphistudio HQ, Italy. it's time to dive in the next roundtable about longevity, about building a trustful relationship, and about building a community around you. 3 principles that actually makes every entrepreneur, every business a successful one, even more so in our industry. So let me introduce you quickly our incredible guest today, Nguyen, president of Fearless Photographer, Erin Chrisman by Chrisman Studios, Ross Tana of Flow Themes. I'm sure that many of you use his fantastic themes for their websites. Luca Rocco of Thalia, Netherlands, Europe, great advisor in this industry. Daniel Kudish of the Image Salon, editing your masterpieces. I'm sure you know him as well, formerly wedding photographers, as many of you. And Blair LeBlanc, editors-in-chief of World Best Wedding Photos. So I'm humbled and honored to have this guest with you today and be around this virtual table and talk about longevity, community, and building trustful relationship. Enjoy.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and welcome back to our studios. So we are actually going to have a fantastic talk during this Imaging USA 2021 virtual show and during this live broadcast from Castelciconi, Italy. By the way, I can't say it enough. I'm waiting for you to come over. Some of you already have been there. Some of you will be soon there, as soon as possible, of course. We all know what's going on. But today, we want to thank you first and foremost, because with your career, your profile, your aspirations, your passions, you have contributed heavily to a better industry. And secondly, because we want to take this opportunity to spread a great positive message. That's what people need now. We want to, to be ready for what's coming next. Yeah. And who can be better than you guys, defining the path, leading or helping to lead our community towards the next future. So Mauricio is here with me, of course. Yeah. And you know him quite well, I assume. So Mauricio, what can we say about today? We are talking about a lot of stuff.
Yes, so we will be talking about community, longevity, and building trustful relationships. But before everything, I want if you guys can introduce yourself and just talk a little bit about who you are and what is going on right now in your life.
Let's go clockwise. So Blair, let's start with you.
Okay, so I'm Blair deLaubenfels. Just been a photography fanatic for a couple decades. Started out as a wedding photographer in 1999 and shot for about 7 years, which overlapped with the launch of Junebug Weddings, which I owned for about 8.5 years before I sold it to investors several years back. Then I had the really great experience of going traveling for several years and came back and launched World's Best Wedding Photos, which I own now. And it's, I actually launched it 2 weeks before the start of COVID. So, whoa, what good timing. And it's been an interesting year to be flexible, to take in all this new information and just try to keep moving forward. And so I think today's topic is really great about just how to stay positive and creative no matter what your challenge is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erin.
Yeah, hey guys. I'm Erin Chrisman, one of the owners of Chrisman Studios, and this is my 18th year in wedding photography. Kind of crazy to think about. We used to be in San Francisco. We moved to Charleston, which is on the East Coast of the US, about 5 years ago. And we were exclusively wedding photographers for a long time, but I'd say in the past, since we've been here, we've branched out into all kinds of photography. So we've been doing it all, and that's where we stand right now. Headshots, pet photography, family photography, you name it. So yeah.
Thank you, Erin.
Martino.
Hello, I'm Martino Buzzi. I'm Italian. I was born in Milan, and then I moved in Spain 20 years ago. I worked as a photographer in different fields, such as event photography, fashion, portraits. until in around 2008, when there was the big crisis, I started enjoying and discovering wedding photography. And that was like really, I enjoyed very much wedding photography, and I continue working in this field. But apart from this, 6 years ago, I created an association of wedding photographers here in Spain, which I enjoy very much, bringing events and contests among the photographers.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daniel?
Everybody, my name is Daniel Kudish. My wife, Davina, and I, we photographed weddings for about 12 years. We built a career based on destination weddings, so we traveled to over 30 countries during that time. We retired from weddings in 2018 because we had launched Image Salon, which is a post-production company for photographers, and it was growing at a rate that was faster than we could keep up with. So we felt like we had accomplished a lot of things as wedding photographers, and it was time to move on to other projects. And so that's where we are today. We're still running Image Salon and spending a lot of time with our family, with our kids, and traveling for pleasure. Yeah, that's where we are today.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Ross?
Hey, I'm Ross. I'm currently leading the design team. We create a lot of websites for photographers. I started 14 years ago in the industry when I was a teenager, and started there and became a wedding photographer for 5 years, but always had a passion for design and branding. So I went back to that. And in the last years have been working and collaborating with a lot of communities inside the industry. And that's where we are today, moving forward with new tools and products for wedding photographers.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you so much. Luca?
Good evening to everybody. I'm Luca. I'm not a photographer. I love photography, highly respectful of photography, highly respectful of all the things that Dario has created in the past years in the industry. I work as an independent consultant, and I help quite an important brand in the camera sector, in the camera industry, to evolve with some of the brand activities and nurture the next generation of professionals. I helped the redesigning, and Dario was with me, an ambassador initiative at the European level, which we have extended last year to the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Now the brand counts about 115 ambassadors, and 10 of them are wedding photographers, because obviously is one of the most relevant sector, one of the true professional sector that we have in the industry. And also the conception of the wedding photography as a professional with other type of requirements than the traditional enthusiast or journalist or documentary photographer. I keep on repeating that I do the most beautiful job in the world, because every day I liaise with some of the most important professionals in the world, and continuous form of inspiration and evolution and trends into the market.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Luca. Hui.
Yes. First of all, thank you. Yeah, thank you for including me. My name is Nguyen. I live in Washington State in the United States. I was a photojournalist and a wedding photographer for many years. And now I am the admin of Fearless Photographers. We've been around for 10 years, and it's a directory and a community of wedding photographers.
Thank you.
You know, that's what I do these days, and it's my passion to encourage photographers to strive for their best, do the best work, and serve our clients. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
you. Thank you. So what I see, we all are in the industry of photography, and the first thing I would love to know is like, we all come from. At some point, we, you know, between our life and everything, somehow we end up doing photography or being involved in this world of photography. So I would love to know, like, how do you fall in love with photography? Like, what was this sparkle? What was this thing that really make you feel like, this is the thing that I want to do. This is something that really charged me or give me, you know, a way to see the world in a different way. So I want to know you guys and for everybody to listen to us, you know, you start your path somehow related to photography. So why you love photography? What is the thing that make you fall in love with it?
I can go first if you guys want. So for me, I got into photography. Yeah, I got into photography because my dad was a photographer too. So at the age of 13, 14, he got me a camera, and I don't want to say I was forced into it because he tried with my older sister, so he tried to force her into it and did work, and then he tried with me and it worked. But I did fall in love with it, so it's not like I did it out of obligation. But so I kind of grew up with it, and then it was a natural career path for me. But one thing that I realized since I stopped shooting weddings in 2018, and then my relationship with photography sort of went from passion as a teenager, and then really profession for all of my 20s and early 30s. And then for a couple of years, I almost stopped taking pictures, and now I'm kind of rediscovering this love for photography. So I have like this very fresh new perspective. And the thing that I love so much about it is it keeps me so present in the moment. Like when I have my camera and I'm observing what's going on, I'm trying to create beautiful pictures. I'm not thinking about my problems, earlier in the day, or anticipating things that I have to do tomorrow. I am literally just connecting with, what is happening in front of me or through the lens. And it might seem like I'm distracted, not appreciating, whatever my kids are doing or whatever else I'm photographing. But for me, that's a way to really be present and see it, because I'm analyzing things as they come through the camera. And then just the sheer pleasure of pressing the shutter and knowing that you recorded, that moment. It's, yeah, that's for me, like really the love for photography.
Makes a lot of
I
sense.
love that. Yes.
Well, I can tell you, I fell in love with photography purely by accident. And we has heard this story many times, but my dream was to be a writer, and that's what I started doing. Trained for it in high school and college. When I got out of college, I was a newspaper reporter for probably 5 years. I thought it would be 50 years, but I started dating a photographer at the paper who was amazing. And I just became very interested in the mechanics behind his photographs. Like, we're looking at the same thing. He's creating something that I'm not seeing with my own eyes. And so I started helping him he left the newspaper to become a wedding photographer, an event photographer. And I would just go with him and help out, so I started holding reflectors and setting up soft boxes, and he gave me a camera and put it on program mode and said, see what you can do. And just at that point, I was still like, I'm just helping him out. I'm not really into this. I'm a writer. But after a while, I'm like, I don't like the way my photos look. I want to make magic too. Like, I want to know how to change things up, and how do I do that? And so he helped me set up on manual. And from then I was like, it opened up a whole new world where I could control everything. And from then the experiment really began. And of course, when I met Ben, that took everything to a whole different level. And I fell in love with photography even more because he showed me what was really possible. So that's my story.
I love it. Yeah, love is connected to photography always. Love it.
Right, for me. Nice.
I'll go ahead here. And I can attest to both Erin with Ben and Daniel. Daniel and Davina actually photographed my brother's wedding. So I got to see them both work in action behind the scenes. And I remember in my first year of opening my design business, Ben did a workshop in London and literally blew everyone away. Everyone would be walking and there'd be a tiny crack of light come through a street, and he would be taking these photos, and we're like, where's Ben? And then you would look and he would show on the display what he took, and everyone was like, so almost like if we could put a cat gif in here, it would be that would be what it would be. So and it was amazing. And I mean, my background is that my mom used to do charity work in Eastern Europe, so I'm actually based in Eastern Europe right now. So I started doing more business to create profit to do charity work, so I spent most of my time between that. But photography, at least when I entered into it, it was more digital. And so doing design, there's a long process. And when you're looking at being able to have transferable knowledge, when you're doing photography, it's quick, it's instant. it was like the social media of gratification. You could see, you could take, and you could explore, and you could do many things, and then you could bring a montage and create a story and a narrative behind it. And that's what I found interesting inside wedding photography, being able to have a chronological order that you could go with, and then be able to explore. And whether you're doing portraits and trying to learn the best how to do that, or doing what Ben had always said, never stay in the same place for more than 5 seconds, and constantly moving around the church or whatever it may be, or spending 40 minutes looking for about one image at night. I mean, there was just so many different things to learn and to do. However, I ended up moving away from photography because I just love strategy, and the more technical design and web got, and working with corporate clients, I got I just fell in love with that a lot more. And very similar to Dan, whereby I quit wedding photography. I didn't do anything for free 4 years until I ended up having my own son. And then I realized that I have this monumental opportunity to take photos again, and came back in. And so I think that photography is something whereby in any case, everyone's involved, regardless of whether you end up making money from it or not. And there are a lot of regrets for that period, not taking photos, frankly. But with that, that's my story anyway. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's really photography opened the vision to explore and the possibilities, and help you to see so many things. Just like, regardless of the business side of things, just the exercise of doing, to me, is almost therapy. So yeah, please, whoever wants to jump next.
Can I go next? For me, that's a little bit the same as Erin. Also, becoming a photographer was like a little bit an accident. I was really decided, I really loved the cinema, and my idea was to become a director. I was not yet sure what exactly, but I had a clear cinema, video making. That was my route. So I had my little video camera. I think it was with cassette in that time. And I just brought my video camera everywhere. And I just had I went traveling with my girlfriend, and we came for a casualty. We came traveling here in Spain, and we just left our car with everything inside, and just went and eat something behind the corner. And somebody just opened the car and stole us everything, including the video camera. So this is the accident, because I did not have any more my video camera. And so I started taking a photo camera that I had there, but I was not using so much. And that was incredible. That was really like life-changing. I started using this and took some pictures that I still remember today. And then I remember one moment when I realized somehow photography could be seen as a version more compressed, because as a filmmaker needs a lot of frames to tell a story. A good photographer with just one frame can tell the story. And so I changed my mind. Before, I thought photography was like inferior respect of filmmaking. And suddenly I realized maybe I was wrong. Maybe photography can be better. And well, that's the way I still feel somehow.
It's a happy accident.
Yeah. And also film is always asking you something in exchange. You need to, give 1 hour of your time to see a film. And that's somehow photography is more generous. It does not ask you an hour of your time. It just 1 second and you've got the story. And so, well, that's the story how I started. And so I always remember, a bad thing, it's not always a bad thing. You must wait, and maybe further on, people who stole my video camera, I own them something.
Yeah.
That's it. And well, of course, always learning. And I also feel the same as somebody told, that when you have the camera in your hands, you're somehow completely free, and you can move wherever you want, and you're really have this possibility to create in a very quick way things that you see, and that's really marvelous.
Thank you, sir.
I think if we're lucky enough to get to do what the job that we want to do, it's because if we can do it, it's because it suits our personality somehow. And I think for wedding photography or just photography in general, there are a few reasons why I ended up being a photographer. One is I really enjoyed problem solving. I like to just see a scene as a situation that I need to solve and figure out how to solve it by making a good picture. I like that. And number two, I enjoy showing people what I can do, something different, maybe kind of show off, but I enjoy showing people results. I enjoy that. Right. And the last reason is I enjoy hiding behind the camera. When I go to I'm behind the camera. I got a job to do. I don't have to talk to anyone. That suits me great. So that's why it became a wedding photographer.
I love that, man.
So I became a photographer sort of out of panic. So in 1999, my ex and I had a couple $1 million in Microsoft stock. He'd been working there for quite a long time, about 15 years. We sold it all and made some spectacularly stupid financial decisions before we paid our tax returns. So we basically all this stock out of our company.
That on a podcast? Sorry.
I mean, it was just spectacularly stupid. So we went to Europe for 9 months, and about 7 months in, we went into a cafe in Florence and realized that we had gone from having $2 million to having around 400, and we had a $600,000 tax bill to go home to. So we were completely bankrupt. And while I was there, I had purchased an F100 camera, film camera, and I had started taking pictures, which I thought I'll take some travel shots. And what I ended up taking instead was street photography and portraits, and ended up like connecting with people and saying, can I talk to you? Can I find out who you are? Can we do something? And I'm very extroverted, so I just started shooting people in Europe. And I actually, by the time I found out that I was bankrupt, I was already so excited about becoming a photographer. I wasn't even that bummed out. So I came home and went right away to the Photographic Center Northwest Fine Art School. Went through that program, and about 6 months in, started shooting portraits and weddings, which was one of the ways we were able to hold on to our home as my husband tried to get work again. So it was a lucky times back then. I was able to just go boom. I had, dozens of portraits almost right away, started shooting weddings almost right away. So it was a little bit easier entry. And then launched Junebug actually as a way to help vendors in our area and people that we worked with, so that brides wouldn't, and couples, these mainly brides hiring men, but that couples wouldn't hire the wrong person. And it just turned out to be this gold list that really worked for the vendors around us. And they started calling and saying, God, I'm getting all this work from you. What's going on? And we turned it into a business, and then it became international. And what I found is that I actually liked promoting photographers better than I liked shooting, which really surprised me. But it's like, I love the people that I've been able to promote, like Chrisman's, and, they're so good. Davina and Daniel, I could never shoot like them. They just blow my mind. And so I love looking at their work. And so that's what I do. I curate all day. I promote photographers. I write for them. I, market for them. And I just love it. I just think photographers are so brave and so creative. And what's happened in the art form in the last 10 years is just, it went from being a kind of a hack thing where people in art school would be like, no way, you don't want to be a wedding photographer, to it being a really amazing art form. So it's been an exciting time and exciting time ahead.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know the story. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mr. Luca.
Luca. As I said, I'm not a photographer. I come from the south of Italy, city, very poor city, Naples. When I said I had interest in photography since my childhood, when I said that I wanted to embark into a profession, into studies, my mother basically killed me because this was not perceived as a profession. So go out and stop it. But I kept it. I kept it into my parallel life. I mean, I had a decent career into IT and telecommunication, and I kept nurturing my passion. Before I started to buy cameras, then I started to buy books. Then I started to read the photography for what it is, and then 5 years ago, by coincidence, I joined this new project into the professional sales. And then I started to realize that beyond the element of the features related to the products, each brand has a fantastic value into the intangibles and what they are capable of transmitting. And actually, I think that the community is the leverage point because the community is a continuous source of inspiration and evolution, from the design to the product, to the way that you market the product, to the way that you present the product, to the way that you evolve the portfolio as well. And then I try to integrate, because I'm not an engineer, but supported by a strong, I mean, there are far too many engineers into the environment I live. I try to have this kind of subtle approach and focusing on new segment of audience. And currently, as all of us we know, I mean, the camera phones, 99.9% of pictures presented on Instagram are actually shot not with the camera, but with a camera phone. When you look at the aggregation and the billion user of Instagram, close to 15% of the followers of National Geographic, they represent the largest community, and 100% of the pictures of National Geographic, or 99.5% of the pictures that are presented on their site, are actually shot by real photographers with real cameras. And I see the biggest opportunity now in converting camera phone users to the beauty and the importance of the denoted images that they can create with a camera. And this is what keeps me going, and that's why it makes my job beautiful.
Wow, that's impressive. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, I'm taking notes of everything you guys are saying. It's really amazing. Like, I really like how photography, first of all, is a way to connect, which connection is love, you know, and it helped to build, you know, relationships. How photography has been helping us to explore different visions, different way to see the world. How appreciate and also be in the moment, how really abstract ourselves and appreciate beauty or whatever we're living in and take it in, you know. Also, how do we discover ourselves, like we were saying, through photography, and how give us a comfort zone as well to be in. How also is a tool, is a tool for work, and it's a tool to grow, you know, on a personal level. You know, photography for me is therapy. Like, even if I feel sad sometimes, just gonna go out around because take some pictures. And that's amazing. It's just like everything, it's I love it. And that's what I love photography because of that, because it give me always push my brain, everything to be positive, to see something beautiful. Thank you guys, that's amazing. You guys are really good. Yep.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and I'm, you know, absorbing what you have just said, and it's already a lot. I mean, here and there, in between the lines, I was just trying to imagine the other you know, some years ago, living these moments, these crucial moments, these crossroads in your life, and taking decisions. And you know, what's photography if not that? I mean, it's just that. It's just capturing these crossroads in people's life, and you know, there's nothing replicable exactly the same way, because there are always conditions that are changing. And I'm not even referring to the technical conditions, not light or posing or composition or whatsoever, but just real, the human beings be, you know, in front of your lenses. And as you can imagine, here at Graphic, we print quite a few of those stories. But each time, it's a sort of spell, you know, happening in front of us. There's something there, and even if you don't know personally these people, you can see, you can perceive that there's a story. And stories are so compelling, even more so by the time that we are living now, and globally speaking. And so that's why we were trying to pivot in our conversations between community first and foremost, because it really the sense of community. And some of you, or if I should say all of you, are working, let's say, community-wise, whether with an association, whether with a movement, whether supporting other photographers, but all of you are really deeply involved in that. That's amazing. So how do you, from 1 to 10, I should say that if I ask you to rate community as a value in our business, how would you say 1 or 10 or 8 or 5, whatever? So I'm curious to know, how do you consider the community word relevant for you as a photographer, as an artist, and then also maybe as an entrepreneur? Up to you.
100%, not 10. 100%. The sense of community is the aggregated power that is generated by the community, and is the way to defend, not to be individualistic. I mean, there is the artist which is individualistic and can go into the breadth, but the community gives into the depth, but the community gives the breadth of the opportunity. And it creates a continuous compelling element of evolution and remaining actual.
I mean, community. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I didn't want to. I was just saying community, like you said, is everything. And without community, you're out there on your own, just winging it, trying to figure things out. And we all know that you never stop learning. And so without community, you just stop. And so, I mean, this panel right here has 3 representatives on it of some of the communities I'm in. I mean, Graphistudio, World's Best Wedding Photos, Fearless. Fearless has been there with me since the beginning. So it's just amazing to me in those communities. Like, you have a question, you have everyone on Facebook or whatever, however your groups are organized, you ask a question about anything, like your camera's malfunctioning, a Lightroom question, like I'm going to this new location, has anyone been there? Everyone jumps in like ready to help you. And there's no element of competition, like, oh, I didn't get a wedding in that place, so I'm not going to help them. It's just like, no, we want to help each other. And that's just, it blows me away every time, that selfless drive to just, we're like help each other get better all the time. So it's invaluable to me.
Yeah, definitely.
I miss the conferences so much. It's people have come together online, and I know that I've had such an amazing time, like WPPI and at the Fearless conferences, and been able to go out and speak around the world, which is just, I feel so lucky to be able to do that. And every time I get in person with people, especially, it's just phenomenal. So I feel like I wouldn't have been able to do absolutely anything in my career if it wasn't for the people around me. Like it wouldn't even, nothing. It's been the people on my team who have helped me run my businesses. I shot with a partner when I began. I couldn't have launched World's Best Wedding Photos without the friends I already had in the industry and the support that I had from them. There's just zero way in this competitive market. And so I just think relationships are pretty much all that matters in life. And one of the reasons I like to support photographers is they're an unusually wonderful group of people, so supportive of one another. And that doesn't go across all wedding genres. I've worked in 21 categories that I had on Junebug, from DJs to planners to florists. And that sense of just wanting to be in each other's corner and see people succeed, there's nothing like the photography community for that.
Wow, that says a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the community in wedding photographers is also so mature. Even say designers, because now that I'm also a father, for example, and when I first started being inside the wedding industry, I was 18. So, and going through that whole, your whole process from starting out until where you are even now, there's always a category, whether it's at a conference, whether it's just meeting friends or meeting some of your best friends over the years, being able to always find people that you connect on. And whether you're going to certain conferences and meeting people that are more hobbyists rather than actually professionals or dependent on that income, you can always find this kind of like bridge. So it's like going skiing. If you're going skiing or boarding, you're at the slopes and you're meeting people with a common interest, but then you're able to connect on a much deeper level. And so that's where it's a very multifaceted and diverse community that we have, not just from online Facebook social groups, Clubhouse now, or some of the platforms that honestly, in my opinion, have led the way in the digital revolution of the markets, for example, like Fearless. So with that, they really have brought a lot of people together. And one of the unique things, specifically being European, is whenever everything first started, a lot of folks were going to the US and coming back to Europe and thinking, how do we make this work in Europe? Because most folks don't want to share business secrets and tips, and being able to have those communities within Italy, France, Germany, the UK, Ireland, even Russia, Poland, Spain, Portugal, and so forth. It took a lot of time, and if community was not there together and there was a community of people with a forward-thinking approach or a vision, it just wouldn't have happened. So I definitely have seen that change in the decade plus being inside the market in this continent specifically, and it's been incredible. So without community, that just wouldn't have been feasible unless it was some hocus pocus magic. So
and I just wanted to add another little quick tidbit in there. I don't mean to speak again, but we with Fearless took it to an even deeper level. Like he really what do you say, put his money where his mouth is with community and support by creating these lists through Fearless of lists of, if you need a second photographer anywhere in the world, you can go and find one there. If you suddenly got sick and there's no way you can come to a wedding, there's a list of, it's basically a calling tree of sorts where you can find someone to replace you in your town. And I've seen this work, many photographers and even us when we were in a crunch. So that's huge.
Yes.
Yeah, I think many photographers, they start with communities for education, for connection and learning in the beginning, and we all want to share information. But from what I've seen, what happens, we end up being friends, and we end up connecting on a more personal level. And so it starts professionally. People join because they want to learn something, or they want to be part of something. And then we end up being friends, being very close friends. People develop friendships and relationships. So it's kind of grown beyond the professional level. And I've seen that a lot, especially in these COVID times when people need support. And they find that that support, that camaraderie in the communities that they've been a part of. And I'm really, I admire the communities that I've seen that offer that in this time.
Absolutely. I agree with almost everything said until now. I just wanted to add how I feel community. I think wedding photographer is one of the most beautiful works in the world, but also it's not an easy work, a lot of difficulties. So that's why community, having somebody else who is facing the same problems, for me personally has been really something that helped me a lot. I mean, until I reached some of my first workshops with, for example, I remember Daniel Aguilar, who is an incredible person. I was so surprised about meeting people. And before meeting those people, seeing their photo for me, I already had an idea in my mind of how those people would have been in real life. And I was so surprised because so many times the idea I've got in my mind before just seeing the photo is so similar on how those people are. I don't know if it's just for me, but I feel there is a lot of transmission with a picture, of course, and it's really incredible. I feel a lot of photographers and the good ones, the most of them, I must say, they are like good persons. It's my personal experience. I've asked help to a lot of super good photographers, and I was so surprised because all of them, almost all of them, they answered me and they were always very helpful and trying to help, And so I think we are like a bit, all of us in this great mission which is like spreading art and bringing also happiness into the house of the people. I feel this is something that unites us. It makes us like a bondage. And just finally, wanted to say that sometimes like photographers are in a bad mood, low energy. And another thing that in community, I think also those awards that we've got out there sometimes really help a lot people, because you feel like somebody else is feeling the same and giving you a little prize. I mean, it's just a way to recharge your motivation. And so that's another great thing of community.
I just wanted to echo everything that was said, and if, today, I think all of us can log on to Facebook, and, if we have a question or we have a problem, we're on our way to a wedding and, we're getting a flat tire, we need some kind of help. Like, we all know that within like 5 minutes, 12 different people are going to answer us and, provide their help. And I think that's really the beauty of this community. And especially like during the past year, which has been a little bit crazy. I think it has been beautiful to see how everyone has helped, just share their stories and their struggles and how they're coping with cancellations and postponements and all that. In all of the photo groups online, we just see how people are open and willing to share their stories. So to answer your question, I think community is everything in this industry.
Yes. I do have a question for the community of photographers. Dario, may I?
Sure, of course.
Okay, no, how do you envision 2021 and 2022 will be? I mean, obviously none of us can read the future, but it looks like, from postponement, we are going to plan additional postponement. So, and it's possible also that the industry in a couple of years will be completely different from the one that we had until 2019, let me say. What do you think are going to be the main drivers for the profession in the years to come? How do you think that the specific wedding industry will evolve?
So I think that here in the US that we're realistically going to see most people immunized by the end of this summer. I wish I could say it was the beginning. And that we'll probably see lots of people keep not reschedule their late summer weddings. And then start into autumn, I think we'll have a massive year the following year because people will want to celebrate so much. And what's been interesting for me is to see how many people have found other revenue streams and have found other things to do to fill in, which may help them over the long run as well, as there's been so much creativity. I think one thing we'll see in terms of couples is they'll be hesitant to be very ostentatious about their events. And so this happened in 2008. We had a huge crash in the market. And then what happened in the planners and the celebrity planners and all that is that people still were having these enormous events, but they all went to private estates. And sometimes they were a little bit more low key. And that kind of held out for about a year because right now people in the US, the rich are making huge amounts of money on the stock market and in various different ways, and other people aren't. So it kind of spurs that where we are sort of changing our venues and that kind of thing for a little while. I think it'll be a repeat of 2008 in some ways.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, where we are, it seems that a lot of people are just coming to reality that they can't have a 200-person wedding. So they've just filtered it down to their 20 to 60, whatever the rules are that they have to abide by. In terms of where the market is, I think that, other than next year or this year, it's going to be interesting how people create relationships before they get married, and whether there will still be a supply in terms of, supply and demand for weddings in 3-4 years time, simply because of COVID restrictions, just to network and to meet and to be in person and to develop relationships that way and have intimacy that way, rather than actually through phones and devices and swipes and so forth. So, that's interesting data, you know, project for someone to observe or teams to observe for 2023, 2024. But otherwise, I think a lot of it's just everybody's now in cruise control, just waiting for what they can and cannot do. But I believe that Blair is, you know, very correct that people are just going to go wild as soon as they can. So, and they feel safe to do so.
Yeah, this feels a lot. It feels a lot like it did a year ago, where like it was just starting and everyone was like, "Is this going to be like 2 months or 3 months or 6 months?"
Yeah, it's over.
So we're kind of again at the same stage where is the vaccine going to roll out on such a big scale that in a few months everything will kind of go back to normal, or is it going to be another year and a half? It is so hard to say, but. Also kind of what Blair was saying, a lot of photographers have shifted to family photography and other types of photography, but we've seen a huge boom in family shoots coming through Image Salon. And I think it's because so many people are spending so much time at home, with their families, and they finally have that time, and they want to, invest into something that's going to last them a long time, which is family photography. So the wedding industry, I think, is going to come back, when the moment is right. But in the meantime, there's a lot of other opportunities photographers are creating for themselves.
That's been the same request for websites, family, boudoir, smaller events, elopements, still because you can travel in small amounts of people. That's kind of been the trend that we've seen, other than, of course, education online. So.
Yeah, I had some interesting conversations with some European photographers in the past year, especially last summer, where it seemed for a while, it seemed that it was possible to take pictures again, to get married again in an almost normal way, still with restrictions, but still feasible. And I noticed that for some reason, for a weird trick of destiny, under the assumption that after 10, 12 years, where the budget for photography into the bigger budget for a wedding was, going down, down, and down, because other things, other topics seem more and more relevant to the new couples: venues, 3-star Michelin chefs, flowers, music, fireworks, whatever. So, but being the budget more or less the same, it seemed that the photography share was, going down. On the other hand, ironically, so to speak, because venues can't be, they can't be an option right now, and fireworks, no, it's not a go, and not even the 3-star Michelin chef, because it would be a waste, basically. So it seemed that some of them were grabbing some good opportunities, meaning that finally they went back to being, let's say, more relevant to the couple. And better than me that some photographers, if not many, sometimes felt a little bit like in the corner and away from the bullseye. And quite rightly, the entire industry was trying to get back in shape, get back to the golden age. So is that something that you felt as well during past year? It was something that was happening. Do you think that this could be a thing, or maybe not?
Well, but what I can tell you is what I've seen is that this time have given us perspective.
Definitely.
We have diversified, we have adapt, we are a creative bunch. So we always, figured it out.
That's great. That's
and then we are investing in ourselves even more and more, and have the time really to recreate, reinvent ourselves and gain perspective. So I think, answer the question to Luca. I think we're gonna be in a better shape. We're gonna adapt really, and we're gonna diversify. And I think it's gonna probably shift a little bit for the time, and we're gonna keep doing what we love really. But coming back to the part of the community, what I always taking notes of what you guys are saying, and I love it. So you mentioned something that the truthfulness to me is the foundation of all human virtues, truthfulness. And then one of the topics today was about talking about truthful relationships, right? So I think this is so important because that's the base really to have a community. Our first community is our family, right? As that's the nucleus of our society, and then we have, you know, our neighborhood, and we have our different social circles, and then we have our community where we live, and then also the institutions around us, and then we have a city or an international, you know, community, you know. So, but we are part of this. Is like, I feel like as a human, we are actually wired this way. And I think it's so important that if we can find that community, that family everywhere we go, with friends, you know, or anybody. And this, you guys, all of you guys are part of that, or building that, have created that. I personally have seen you guys doing this, and I admire and I love what you have really bring to it in your personal level, in the business, but you have recognized how important it is to have these communities. And then also you mentioned something that is very important, that you know, you see these people and then you want to be part of it and connect with them because you see their heart. You say like who they are as a person, you know. And it's so important, the communication that this brings, how you connect and share information and really support each other. It becomes this support system, you know. And also really like how this shows how selfless actions, you know, no having an ego really help you to grow, because I think unity is the base to move forward, you know, in anything you do. You know, I feel like unity is something so important to have, and something that we all in a very high frequency thinking, you know, you can recognize, you know, how important this is for everybody and everything to move forward. One of the other things that I'm very curious about, you know, we all in different, in business or in personal, I would love to know through your career, we have ups and downs, and we want to also show to everybody, you know, that you guys are person who have excelled in your field in many shapes and forms. So, but I want to know if you can give me a small story, a short story about like one time that things didn't go your way, like if you have an endeavor that really didn't work out the way you expected, or didn't happen really the way you thought it would be. But most important, what was the lesson behind it? Because I think those downs also are part of a process of growing. Those you know, cycles of crisis and victories that we all have, and those inflection points. And what was the lesson that you have recognized through those experiences? I don't know, the floor is open. You guys, you can, anybody.
Okay, I'll go.
You
Something popped to my mind right away when you said that, which was I've always kind of had a problem with having expectations of things, and I've been working on that through the years. But back, it's probably like 2013 or 2014, we booked a wedding in Bali, and I was like, whoa, Bali, and my mind starts going crazy with all these, you know, visions of what it would be like, and we'll do these crazy portraits here and there, and it's going to be a wild party. And so as the wedding planning progresses, and we're like a month out from this trip, we have a phone meeting with the bride and groom, and the groom says, oh, just there has been a development you should probably know about. The bride will be 8 months pregnant at the wedding, so she's not going to be able to do that much. So first I'm like, okay, recalibrating. And then, which was totally fine, but it's just like, it's funny, the images you conjure up in your own mind from having expectations when you just should go with a blank slate and see how things develop. But anyways, we get there, and the wedding was fantastic and incredible until the last couple of hours when a crazy torrential storm passed through that we blogged about this if anyone remembers, but it literally brought the tent down. Water was pouring into the tent, dragging the tent down on top of guests. There were explosions from electronics catching fire. It was madness. And so everyone had to be evacuated to an indoor location. But so we're like, oh my gosh, we won't, you know, this is, the photojournalists in us were excited in one way, because, you know, like crazy stuff's happening. But all of that to say, like, none of that went according to fantasy in my mind when we booked this wedding. Everything was the complete opposite, honestly. But that night was one of the best nights of my life. It ended with all of the vendors completely drenched because we were soaked through, just on an open air dance floor dancing together, because it was like, what more can we do? There's nothing to save it at this point, just have fun. So yeah, I guess my lesson with all that is just, as hard as it is, like, don't have expectations of anything, and just let life surprise you, because usually the real thing that you don't even see coming will be way better than what's in your mind.
Yes, I love that. Being open, don't have expectations.
Yes.
Well said, Erin. That was beautiful.
Yes.
For us, it was a wedding in 2008. Everything went great, but when we delivered the photos, the bride quickly pointed out that there was no shot of her full body, head to toe, looking at the camera. The simplest photo that any photographer, should take, but we were so focused on building up our creative portfolio at the time, and we just kind of had the blinders on and didn't think about, all of the safer pictures that couples expect from us. And I'm grateful that that lesson came into just a couple of years of shooting and not, on year 10, 11, 12, because we were able to adjust our approach, early on, and all the weddings we did from there on, we always made sure to capture those simple photos for our clients, because they carry a lot of importance for them, not just the beautiful creative stuff.
We've been there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Guilty. Yeah. Yeah.
I think everybody has stories about things that have happened in their life. They're just like, talking about how to get into photography, that sometimes it's the worst losses, the worst challenges that actually sort of, when you look back at them, you see how they change the course of your life in these really phenomenal ways. And, not to get too metaphysical, but for me, I just feel very much like anytime anything throws me off, I'm always looking for what's that silver lining. What was that thing? Why is it actually a miracle? And it generally turns out that way. It's just, the older I get, just the more flexible I get, because it actually works.
Yes, I love that. Who else?
Well, I don't know if my experience is exactly what you're looking for, but a failure that I had, it was in 2008. Before that date, I was working with many other photographers. I had like an agency here in Valencia. We could cover different events. We had a lot of work, and suddenly this disappeared. And so that's the lesson, is that things are always changing. And for me, that was the opportunity to start in wedding photography. So I also must find a positive aspect in this crisis of 2008. And I think always when we have a failure, there is an opportunity to start growing again from there, from the failure, from the problem, and finding new ways to reach what is really matters to us. So that was my failure experience.
Mr. Wee, do you have ever had a failure, Mr. Wee?
Yeah, there are so many. Like, trying to think of
just one. We just need one.
All the things, picking one, right?
Okay.
I'm trying to connect it to like I feel like I face them all the time, and my failure is my continuing failure is that I don't know if I don't treat people well sometimes, and I'm trying. Sometimes I just end up saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing, and it's frustrating to always look back and go, well, I thought that was I thought I gotten better, or I thought I improved, or I've been learning. But when you look back, you always think, that was dumb. You shouldn't do that. Somebody points it out to me. somebody who I'm married to, points it out to me, and I see it, and you always see your mistakes in the past, and it's like so, but you're still making them because I don't know, because you are who you are. You always make mistakes, and you always look back, and I wish I could have fixed it. And I know that my goal is to treat people better and try to get an understanding of what's going on and reconcile that with how I feel, and just to be more aware of human relationships and community. Again, that's my job. I think that's part of my job as a community leader. I am always thinking about that, and that's something I think is my weakness. I want to work on, and I'm facing that all the time. Anyway, so continuous failure.
I just have to say that this is my favorite answer ever. I love that I mean, there's always been.
Yeah.
I adore you, and you.
I know. He
really
is so kind. Always.
The conversations that we've had has just been so lovely because you're always so straightforward. Yeah, I can't even answer about failures. I just have so many. It's just, it's ridiculous. My life is just like tripping down the stairs all the time and then trying to run back up. So but I just love your honesty, Wee.
Thanks, Blair.
Yeah, I don't think any of us plan for failure or mistakes. We seem to just keep coming along. And then you have to have some self-awareness to understand whether you want to choose to learn from them or continue to be a sucker for punishment. So just depends.
Yep. I'm glad that in society, I feel like we're seeing more celebration of failure as opposed to, some generations ago where failure was just not an option and it was unacceptable by our parents. Now I think it's more talked about openly, and everybody fails. We all have failures. We're all laughing about it here, but it's because it's something that we all share in common, and bring in another 12 people, to this call, and they're also going to have failures to talk about. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's part of the experience of being human, and let's just celebrate and learn from them.
It's not a sign of weakness. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. If anybody else wanna share something else related to some experience that having gone so well, but just in the meantime, I just want to, based on the notes that I'm taking from you guys, beat the touch is huge, right? Like, don't being attached, like Erin was saying, having the expectation and having the ability of seeing yourself, in a third person perspective. So you're not just being reacting, you are actually being proactive about the reality you wanna build in, and then you self-reflect and you increase your self-awareness. And then when you are aware, you see it, then you can affect it, right? Because you're not totally in control, but at least you see it coming, you understand the dynamics. Therefore, you are better prepared to respond to this in a more mature way, even if it's sometimes assimilating this and kind of, make it, go with the flow. But it's having that detachment of yourself. It helps you to see yourself and see what it is, without just being, cutting yourself into the reaction of it, the immediate reaction. Usually that first reaction is not like the most, the best way to react. So I think that for what I'm taking notes of what you guys are saying, it's beautiful to see this reflection, appreciating, finding these simple things and understanding that it's not about you. When Daniel was saying, I was taking these photos, for it's X, Y crazy thing for myself, but really when you have to detach from yourself and say this for them, for what I'm doing, and it's a job, and respecting and understanding this photograph or whatever we are creating, we're giving, is not about us really. It's about them. So that's it's a big thing, when you really get over yourself and then you perform in a more detached way, and I think that's without any expectation or trying to just make things happen your way. And I mean, just be prepared, understanding that will happen. And yeah, it's amazing that we are more and more as a society aware that this is not like a competition of feeling weak or above anybody. Just really it's a human experience, and everybody is a different way to reflect that light, but we all have it. Don't want to be too metaphysical. Somebody else. Well, actually, the next question I had, it was about that. About like, what about when everything goes your way? Like, what about when you say like, oh my God, I put everything, and then actually things work out? You guys have one of those when things go very well, and tell me a little bit about how this happened. And what was the factor that make things happen? Well, what do you think was this virtue that you apply, that you recognize or develop through experience, that you did put the effort, you planned for it, probably you systemize your systematic effort, and you finally see a result? What was this? Anybody, please, anybody.
Typically, yeah, go ahead.
Is it luck? Is it lucky?
The planets line up.
Things work out. That it succeeds beyond your expectations. That it's wow, this thing works. People, I don't know, because I guess what I'm thinking is there are things that you do, and you set yourself up for success, and you think that you've done everything right, and you've done everything the same as last time, or same formula, or the same resources, and it's not as good, and it doesn't work as well. And something else that is similar works well. So because of the circumstances, or the timing, or the people involved, or luck, I don't know. I'll just leave it at
humble,
that.
man. You're very humble.
I mean, luck is a huge piece, right? And then I think the other thing is, just being so driven by your passion, your excitement, that you're willing to take risks, which might seem crazy to others. I think the thing that one of my funny stories that a lot of people here were actually at this party that I'll tell you about. So in Vegas, I had Junebug weddings in Seattle, and I wanted to take it international. And I knew that in order to do that I would need to meet these people who were the cutting edge people in the industry at the time. So I went to WPPI, and I rented this giant skyloft luxury studio, luxury apartment at the top of the MGM Grand. And I started inviting people like Jerry Guiones and Davina and Daniel and the Chrismans and as I just started inviting all these people who are huge influencers in the market. And I had been a caterer for many, many years. And I thought that, okay, what I'll do is I'll just put together this great spread. I'll buy a bunch of booze. Everything's good. So people start writing back, which I'm like almost in tears because they're all my icons, right? I'm like, oh my God, they're coming to the party. It's so exciting. So I get up there and I start to bring this booze into there, and they say, I'm sorry, you can't bring any food or booze into this apartment at all, zero. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, but you can get this party catered. That's the only way we're going to allow all these people up. And here's our catering menu. So I end up putting $32,000 on my American Express card that I don't have in any way, shape, or form. I mean, and my team was crying in the elevator. They were like, you can't do this. Oh my God. And I was like, if you're going, you got to go big or go home. Like, that's it. The biggest people in there. So we had this party with French waiters and all this stuff. And that's how I met all these people to begin with. And it turned into so many relationships, and so many people met each other at that party. And the next day when they were posting it and how they'd been there. And it just started this whole cascade of people that I know. And when I look back at the best marketing decisions I ever made, it was that. And it was literally made in a split second of panic. Wow. And I think that kind of thing sometimes where you just know, like, I feel myself going, right? I'm like, I can feel it happening. Things are going, you got to just get in there. And then that's when you also need your friends around who are crying to give you a counterbalance. So you can go, all right, this might not be such a good idea. But I just think, I bet you everybody's got some deal where, you know, everybody said, that's a little too risky. And they just went and did it anyway. And it paid off because they were so passionate. They just weren't going to let it fail.
Yeah, that's an amazing story.
I will just add, like, the shooting with Ben is interesting because he doesn't like to plan anything. He's a fly by the seat of his pants guy. I like to plan everything. I'm like the big planning nerd. And so, like, Davina and Daniel, I know you guys scout a lot, and I'm always like, we need to be like them. Like, we need to scout for these big portraits that we want to take at weddings. And he's like, no, we're just going to see how it feels in the moment. So the couple of times I've done weddings on my own without him, I have like scouted and planned out all my shots. And I would say that did save me at, you're talking about a time when things went right. That saved me at a wedding where in Turks and Caicos, where it basically got all rained out. We couldn't do any like really pretty beach portraits. All the portraits were inside. And it was all these places that I had Morgan Rossi with me shooting. We had planned it all out the day before and just found little interesting spots. And so, but that being said, I think it's like totally fine to be a planner. I think it's good to have a plan, but be cool with throwing it out at the last minute. So that's how I like to work the best. Like have it all down, but like, it's okay if you don't use it. So at least you got a backup just in case.
Right. How many backups do you have?
One stream of shots I want to do that I'll probably not do.
Yes, true. It's true.
Dario, Mauricio, I need to make my apologies, but I have a family engagement.
It's okay.
I need to pick up a young lady, my daughter. So I would like to prevent that I'm in delay with her. Is it okay if I leave?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Luca. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks to everybody. All of you.
Thank
you,
Thank you,
and
Luca.
look forward to hearing from you again soon. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
So I don't know if you guys want to talk a little bit more about like those stories that you have, the success stories. But so far, you guys have mentioned trust your gut. Like I remember Ben always say that as well. He's like, you have to trust yourself. You know, you have to take risks. You have to have faith. You luck, you know, is one way to phrase it. But you know, you guys are blessed. You know, in a way, you guys are recipients or reflecting. You know, this good, you know, intention as well, you know, the energy you put into it, you put the effort, like Erin was saying, you plan for it, you do your best, and then you trust yourself, and then you have faith that things will happen. And then you don't, you know, attach to a specific outcome, but you really have an idea, a structured idea that what you're looking for. So, you know, going back to the, you know, when you start writing your plan, if it's your business plan, if it's, you know, your projection or whatever you have to do, you know, the marketing plan, etc., or building a new networking, local or internationally, however you want to do, you do that, and then you try your best. You know, you don't get tired. You do what you love, and then you keep moving forward. And with I think with a good mindset, a good positive attitude, you know, through all these things, it comes the faith and the blessings that you might have at the end of the day. And trust that feeling, that's inside thing, that thing that play you. When I'm in personal life, when I'm taking photos, for example, like I don't like to go back after a wedding or something with regrets, you know. I don't like to go back home with regrets, with saying like, oh, I didn't do that thing that I thought that doing. And I always push myself to try one more time, a little bit more, a little bit harder, whatever it is, you know. When I feel proud about at the end of the day, which I never do, but proud about of what I end up with, you know. And that's a big thing. So, yeah.
So yeah, there's already so much to think about. I mean, it's been amazing so far. I'm just watching and listening. I'm speechless. And I think that here and there, because all these positive and negative episodes, let's say negative, because in reality, all of you have stressed quite a few times that even those things that were supposed to be negative or anyway something harder than planned turn out to be a good opportunity, which is all about the mindset we have when we approach life in every aspect. So, but going through your career, it means also speaking about longevity. And longevity is another keyword that we have identified with Mauricio. And so, how would you define that in your personal point of view as humans? So longevity, what does it mean for you as a photographer?
As a business or in personal relationships, what are the key components to have this, to achieve this longevity? Being in your business, I mean, you've been, each of you guys in the different ways of business have been around for more than, I mean, at least more than 10 years. So this is very interesting. Like, what are the elements to have make them last, that you have identified? Take your time.
I like to compare it to like being like a snake that sheds its skin, every year or every season. I'm not sure at what frequency they do it, but just recognizing that you need to shed away the old and emerge as like this new improved version. And that applies, I think, to your personal life, to your business as a business entity, and to your photography approach. Just always trying to evolve and not be stagnant.
Yeah, it's that famous book, Who Moved My Cheese, from years ago. It's like you just got to be ready to roll with the changes. And for the longest time, we were very snobby about we only shoot weddings. And when we brought in all the other types of work 5 years ago, we were just kind of dipping our toe in those waters. But thank goodness we did that, because that's what saved us in this pandemic, not being able to shoot weddings. Sorry, Ross, what were you going to say?
No, I mean, I see everything as more gamification, because when you get started, it's like level 1, and you have this theory that as you continue to do things, it gets easier. And in many ways, every time you want that next bigger project, that more complicated event, that new client, or whatever pillar vertical you're looking for, and each time you do it, you feel more and more unprepared, but you also feel more and more equipped to take it on. So you kind of, so reverse engineering, you want more, but then when you get more, many times you feel that you want to reverse out of it, because this sometimes is very overwhelming, but at the same time, it's achievement. And longevity in terms of that is, I mean, a lot of people use sustainability, but it's not growth. Sustainability you get to, and then you have to completely take risks to have growth. And I think that's where the uncomfort comes for a lot of creatives. And, going back to, some of the earlier, questions around what to do during this time with like pricing and so forth, with the value, that's a business question, because most creatives don't think business. And because of that, you need some pioneers that are going to do dynamic pricing, to test, to explore, to see if they can create value again, rather than be just another vendor, service provider. Because it's the same in hardware, it's the same in, being in design or in IT. The more people in it, the more of a commodity it becomes. And so you have to adapt constantly. What we could charge 3-4 years ago in IT, we have to change now all the time. So it's whatever market you're in, you just have to always know how important are the trends providing. And for example, one great thing around the last season and the last year is that new opportunities have created. So an abundance mindset in that, and also having a very attentive mindset to see what's changing, what's allowed. A lot of people say you can't do anything, and they have a victim mindset towards it, but actually rules are there. Even with quote unquote no rules, there are still opportunity and options to work. The question is whether you want to choose to change because you need it for your family or for income and you're forced into that, or whether you want to stick it out and wait for the seasons because you refuse to try and dibble dabble and be diversified. So in all ways, that's basically what longevity is, you know, from different things. Because I've had 100-person plus IT team and also 15, 20, and just scaled up and down through the years, depending on switching from service to SaaS to product, back and forth. And either way, it lets you everything just keeps going on anyway. But that's where we've gotten to. And at least from my experience and from a lot of peers that I've learned from, that's what I've learned from them.
If I can just bring this into the world of, you know, wedding photography, I think it applies. It applies in the form of, you know, always curating our work and our portfolios to make sure that they are the best that they can be, and those two should never be stagnant. That's something that Davina and I, you know, put a lot of time and effort into over the years as photographers. And we were ruthless in the images, you know, that we selected for our slideshows, for our blog, for our portfolios. It was really only to showcase the absolute best, even if there was, you know, other good images from other weddings. If they were too similar to something that we had a better version of, like, we would leave it out, like it just wouldn't make the cut. And the idea there was to only show the very best, which would hook the client, because we would stand out from, you know, a sea of photographers. I think it's become so competitive, and there's so many photographers who are so good now. It really comes down to what we show. So if we only show the very best, we have a better chance of standing out. And we would still, you know, share our full gallery so that clients felt confident in hiring us, and they knew that we knew how to photograph the other 1,000 images that we had during the wedding day. But yeah, this whole curation process is really important in the evolution as a photographer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's so right, because it's, I'm going to just speak to, rather than my own career, just people that I work with. So at World's Best, I do a lot of consulting, all the way from building websites with a partner of mine, writing, curating, all those kinds of things, and have just had, most of my career has been spent looking kind of behind the scenes of photographers' businesses. And the thing that I see is I've seen so many trends come and go. And what I see is new photographers will start and they sort of glom onto what is this trend that's happening right now. And they're not really looking to find their distinctive voice. And so like finding that voice that's really you and that looks right, like all your processing's the same, all that sort of the artistic voice of it looks cohesive, that you can stand on and will stand the test of time. But what I see is people get nervous and they like, oh, I'm going to go to this look because that's what's cool right now. It's really hard to create an art, be an artist, if you don't have something that is just authentically you. And so that's what I'm always trying to help people find, is when I first start doing curation for their portfolios, what is that voice that comes out? And sometimes I'll find people are really trying hard to be photojournalists when actually they're like amazing portrait photographers, or they have this other kind of look that they're really doing, or vice versa, right? And so then you see it and you're like, what are your very, very favorite photos? Not the ones you think like, oh, here's 100, but what is the ones that really speak to you? And often there's like little kernels of what's going to happen there. You know, what will stand the test of time for their work. So I think that's the one thing, like, I don't see that the Chrismans have ever changed their look. I don't see that Davina and Daniel have done that. I don't see that Callaway Gable's done that. I mean, when I think of people, Gabe McClintock, he's been shooting the way that he shoots. That's his thing, right? And so that's stood there and it's made the longevity. The other thing is customer service, and getting back to relationships is all about customer service. Because what you want to do as a photographer is move from having to market yourself into having so many referrals that you're giving them to your friends. And the way that happens is that people fall in love with you, right? Because you support them and you really like care about them. And one of the things I saw a few years ago is there were a lot of people coming to me who are saying, I'm not going to shoot portraits. I'm not going to shoot group shots. I'm not going to do this thing because I'm an artist and I don't want to. And what I'd have to tell them is that that's great, you can be an artist, but this is a customer service business. And the first thing that you have to do is make your clients love you. And then you can do whatever you want after that. So I think that that never stops, and that's just so fundamentally important. And then keeping things fresh. You can't just have a 10-year-old website and then people go to it and they think, okay, well, you're not in it. You're just not in the game, right? So it's always that refreshing as well.
Yeah, and so tied into what you're saying, Blair, I think it's like, to achieve longevity in this business, you have to stay hungry all the time. Like, you can never get to a point where you think your career is secure and you've got it in the bag, because as we've learned, things can change so quickly. And I've always thought, like, things can be, and we all know things can be taken away from us in an instant. And then definitely includes our careers. Things change too quickly. So we do actually have a 10-year-old website. So it's funny that you said that. Mauricio and I and Ben worked on that during the first 4 or 5
about to launch.
You have a new one coming.
That's what we've been doing during the lockdown. So yeah, you're absolutely right. You have to stay fresh, and you have to, it's like that permission to be the beginner, like be the beginner over and over again, and never assume that you're secure. Stay hungry.
Yeah, I'll chime in with relevance, because one thing that I see right now, because data and everything is like is almost resetting with what you can photograph in the wedding space specifically. So if you have great work, which everyone has mentioned, a lot of names here do, and it's consistent and it's been timeless in terms of it's an evolved aesthetic look that people have created. If you have those images, best of, but they are for a type of wedding that you cannot book in the near future, and your plan is to book now rather than in 2-3 years time, when larger weddings, for example, could be, or specific international travel is not really possible, specifically because a lot of people are going across Europe to US and vice versa, and it's not really realistic. Then I feel that, at least from a lot of clients that we have tweaked and recommended to change their content and update their portfolio, not based on just keeping the best work, but filtering it based on relevance to times, then it's changed how inquiries have came and what's reality, because clients who may not know the before and the after and the future of your work can automatically see relevance directly. So that's what we have fireworks next door. So Eastern Europe. So
I just want to be clear that what I meant by that their work hadn't changed in that time is that the first time I saw it, I was blown away by it, and I'm still blown away by it every day. But that what I meant by that is the highest flattery of that it was always the distinctive voice, right? And nothing, you guys never changed for a trend or like all of a sudden jumped somewhere sideways. You stayed with your gut and what your studio is about. Yeah. So that's clarified. That's what I meant by that.
No, I got that, and I'm a strong believer in that as well. So I'm right there with you.
Okay. Because then you were like, oh, my website's well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
So many valid points, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, longevity. So, so I want to say that I know this is a time of survival for many photographers and many businesses. Mm-hmm. So I know sometimes we just have to do what we have to do to have income, to make money, to make a living. But if your situation allows, or in a perfect world, or when the world changes, and we have the freedom to be able to do things, I think it's important to structure your life or your business to where you want to wake up every morning excited about what you're going to do, right? So longevity is about waking up and being excited about doing something, whether that something is what you've done all the time or something new or something different or something scary. It just keeps you going. It keeps you going. It keeps you refreshed. And I know that, it's not possible because we have obligations that we have things we have to do. We can't just be wild and free all the time and do what we want to do. But if you can, go for it. Try to set up something new, do something different, or do more of something that you like to do or that you want to pursue, and keep yourself going. Wake up, get a coffee, and get going.
I like that. Martin?
I agree very much with what just said Hui. To every day wake up and be excited. I think it's the best way to ensure this longevity. And I think also this maybe can be achieved when we started our career as photographers. I think we all had something in mind, or for at least I had this thing, and I realized it was so important to me. When I found out, I thought about wedding photography, that, okay, I will go for this, but I want to be the best wedding photographer. But when I was saying this, I intended the best version of myself as a wedding photographer. I wanted to be able to leave every other thing out and just concentrate and try to be really give it all. And so this is also something that gave to me a lot of satisfaction. But also, I think if we are talking about longevity, also we have to talk about adaptation and flexibility. Because things changes ourselves, we are always changing. And so I'm not the same photographer I was 10, 15 years ago. But at the same time, it's interesting when we look back to our work, if we find again something, okay, we can see a picture we took maybe 12 years ago and say, okay, that's a shit about a technique and maybe I could do better this and that. But still there's something I like in this picture. I think that's a good signal that you're doing something in a line. No? So just wanted to add this.
Thank you, Martino. Thank you, Martino. Yeah. Yes. Wow. This is amazing. So it's great that we're looking at approaching this concept through photography, because I feel through photography you can know yourself. Once you know yourself, you realize who you are and feel comfortable in your skin, but at the same time allow yourself to grow, because I feel like growing and adapting yourself is part of the same process. And you would not do this, I feel, if I believe, if you don't detach from that also path or behavior. So and all these ingredients have to be, all constantly being fueled with excitement, with that, with the reason why. If you know yourself, you know why you do things, and a more really specific point of view that really come down to, once you know this part that is the inside, now you go to the outside, and then you think about how to portray yourself, the best version of yourself, and how do you take care of their community, which are your clients really. At the end, also, like, as a photographer, we as Chrisman Studios have seen this happening, like how we go to the engagement session, to the wedding, to the kids, the anniversary, like you become part of this family. And then they also share you with their people because they trust you. You really build a relationship, so you can really diversify them and then grow as a business as well through all this process, understanding, like, they taking care of the image that you have as a brand, but as well feeling comfortable with adapting yourself, and most important, I feel like being excited. Like, you have to have fun. To go on the long run, it has to be fun. Otherwise, you don't take that one. Yesterday, I was talking with Segun, my friend from Nigeria, and he was saying this: like, if you wanna go get there fast, you go alone. But if you wanna get there in a long term, you go together. Walk alone, you go together. You don't do it by yourself. So having this, again, going back to community, also I feel like helps to have a longevity. If you go really with a group that really support you, so I think that element also really helps to build this longevity. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm amazed because adapting but staying true to yourself, changing skin, like a snake, we said, but also and diversifying, therefore, but also, like you said at the beginning, going for trustful relationship.
Yeah.
At the same time, so you might, it's an incredible journey.
Yeah.
And how incredible it is as a photographers, as in the photography industry, going through this amazing journey, no matter what's going on out there, but going through your clients, other people's stories.
Yeah.
That's something that really amazed me.
Yeah.
So like you said, it might be a therapy, it might be a group therapy like today, or a personal path. We never know, but yeah, being excited, trying to push the limit, but then again, stay grounded. So it's a great blend. And all of you represents.
No, I feel like, for example, this is a perfect example, right? Like the fact that we're here and we are speaking with each other is because we are connected and we are part of a community.
Definitely.
So this is a good example, like for everybody, that this network that we have is because of that. Because I feel like we are in tune somehow with a good vibe,
Yeah, indeed. And so, you know what? I can't thank you enough for sharing your stories and the troubles and also the successful ones. It's been a great journey.
Yeah, I just want to ask you guys if you want to plug something or just let everybody else know. It's gonna be in Imagine USA and broadcasted also on many social networks and.
Oh yeah.
So we will be, if you guys would love to, let people know about what you guys are doing now, what's next, or invite them to do something with you guys. You're welcome. The floor is open for you guys. If not, thank you very much. Really, we really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Love
Muchas
you all.
gracias.
Thank you. It's been amazing. Thank you very much.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Really fun. Nice to see everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So thank you so much, really, to all of you, and thank you to our audience today for being with us. It's been a great journey, as I said, and I'm sure that many will think twice, 3 times to what you have said and shared with us so kindly today. Mauricio, thank you for being with us in these talks. There will be more graphy talks in the upcoming future. So let's stay tuned with the Imaging USA 2021 virtual show and the live from Castel Cecconi. And my friend, I wish you all the best for this new year and see you soon. Around for new stories and new adventures, new concepts and new ideas. Share the love.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Ciao.
you for your time.
Very much.
Ciao.
Thanks so much.
Ciao.
Welcome back to the next live shoot of this day 1 during the live from Graphistudio, Castel Cecconi, Imaging USA virtual show 21. And I'm trying to be as professional as I can. You might see heart shapes in my eyes, but I'm respectfully keeping an arm away from the next guest, Sarah Hedmonds. Welcome back, Sarah. It's a pleasure, of course, to have you here. And she will talk about beauty portraits. So last time you gave us, outdoor and indoor portraits. Today you're going to be, I think, introducing something more subtle, even more, I would say, pragmatically useful right now, here and now for your fellows out there. So what can you say about the next session?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me back. It's a huge honor always to be here. And it's always great fun as well. So yeah, I am going to be focusing on what I call beauty portraits. And I might digress slightly off that. We'll see how we go, because it's always a little bit of experimentation that goes on when we're here. I've got my beautiful model, Catherine, once again to help me, and my very good friend as well. And we're going to be using what is known as beauty lighting, but in a few different ways. So what do I mean by beauty? I don't just mean making somebody look beautiful, because you can make somebody look beautiful in many different ways. It's actually a genre of lighting. And traditionally speaking, it's used for advertising and commercial shoots. And in fact, it's my favorite go-to lighting setup whenever I shoot commercial. I shoot a lot of portraiture for commercial purposes. And this is the setup that I go to. Now, I usually use what's called a beauty dish. Now, it's called a beauty dish because it's used for beauty lighting. And the idea is to use a small light source, but with enough reflection or additional lighting to flood the face with light. And that's what makes it beautiful, because you're lighting up the face with a glow. So this, what is originally the genre of beauty lighting, can be used for headshots, commercial shoots, anything where you want to make the subject look fantastic and make their skin glow. So, what are the elements of a beauty portrait in terms of the lighting that we're going to use? I am using a Godox 300 Pro, AD300 Pro. It's firstly because it's my favorite light at the moment, mainly because I tend to shoot alone. It's light, it's small, I can take it around with me, and I often take it with me to the client premises for a commercial shoot. You can take it with you to a wedding, but it's got enough power to shoot a studio portrait. And in fact, I've shot entire commercial shoots at the client premises, pure beauty, selling cosmetics, for example, using a light like this. Now, I've chosen the 65 centimeter softbox because I want to keep it small. I want to mimic a beauty dish. Now, a beauty dish is usually a round dish with a silver or a white reflector inside. Here, I'm kind of mimicking it because I'm mixing the beauty light with portraiture. So I'm using this softbox. I've put a grid on it. It's quite small in terms of softboxes and as far as softboxes go. And I'm gridding it because I want to direct the light. Now, when I spoke before about flooding the face with light so that there are no shadows, you can do that, or you can get rid of the reflectors in order to sculpt the face. So you can really carve out cheekbones and create the classic Hollywood butterfly lighting, which is where there is a little central shadow under the nose. So you can fill that shadow with a reflector, or you can leave the shadow and let the shadow carve out the features. Now, with our beautiful model and musician, she's not just a model, she's also a musician, she has beautiful skin, she's young, and she's very beautiful naturally. So I'm going to really play with some shadow as well, but I'm also going to show you how we can use a reflector to really give the face a glow. And it's a look that you'll see often in headshots as well. So it's something that you can take and really make it practical, using this setup, very, very simple setup, to create a great headshot. Now, the shadows work great for men. So if you're looking for a more masculine, rugged look, maybe lose a few of the reflectors and keep that kind of sculpted shadow look. So let's start just taking a few test shots. I've set this at a 1/4 power, which just goes to show you how a 300-watt light can be used in the studio, and it should knock out the light. The settings that I have should knock out the light, the ambient light. Okay. Now, you might notice that I've got the light quite high, and I'm pointing it down. So remember that we want to create this shadow under the nose. Now, the only way we're going to get that is if the light is pointing down. And remember that our eyes are used to seeing light coming from above. The minute you start seeing light coming from below or too low down, something in our brains tells us something's off. So that's why if you shine a torch from underneath, it looks like a horror movie. It's because it's completely upside down. Our brains read it as being just wrong, completely wrong. So if we want to lower the shadow, give us quite a deep butterfly, we're going to raise it up. If we want to make it quite shallow, sometimes I'll lower the light so that it's much lower, so that there are barely any shadows at all if I really want to fill the face with light. So this is something that's under your control. It's not random, and it's something you need to think about and choose what it is what the effect is you're going after. So we are going to start with just some really simple, classic portraiture using this. If you notice that you might have seen me before shooting with the light off to the side, trying to create a Rembrandt light with a Rembrandt triangle. I'm going for something different here, although I might move it around later. I don't know. I'll see how we go. And we'll see if we can carve out some beautiful cheekbones and see what happens. And we'll play around with reflectors as well. So let's take a test shot. You might notice that I've got Catherine holding a grey card. So this grey card is so that I can get a perfect white balance afterwards when I put the pictures in Lightroom. I want to be sure that the skin tones are perfect, everything is spot on. And the easiest way, I have many different tools. I have a light temperature reader. I have things that I put on the lens to read the temperature of the light. I find this to be the simplest and the easiest thing. So I'm going to take a test shot with Catherine holding that. And that will be my reference later on when I load the pictures in Photoshop, in Lightroom, excuse me. Okay. So, as we have it, the light is, I'm just going to do a test. I'm going to turn off the light, and I'm just going to do an ambient light test to make sure. Okay, there's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of ambient light bleeding in. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to the shot, so I'm just going to leave it there, just so that you can see what we're doing. Otherwise, we'll be in the darkness. And take another test shot. Okay, let's turn this back on, and then we'll be all set. Okay. Okay, so if we just take a quick look, I don't know if you can see, but you can see that very even. If you go too close, it'll turn off, that's it. Se vai troppo vicino, si spegne, okay. So we've got a very even light underneath the nose, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Remember that if the model turns her head at any point, then it's no longer straight on. So if I have Catherine turning her head this way, and I want to keep that butterfly light, I'm going to have to move the light around to follow so that her nose is in line with the light. Just remember that. So we've got a very, very clean, simple light. It's quite plain. You can take this away now. And now let's fill. Let's say that we want to, now if I look at this, I could say, okay, that looks okay, but it's a little bit flat in that the shadow isn't deep enough. I want a longer shadow underneath her nose. So I'm going to bring this a little bit closer so it's even higher. Okay, and let's see what happens with that. Okay. Okay, chin down slightly, that's it. So obviously if the model lifts her head, you're going to lose that shadow. Okay, I think we can still go even higher. So, yeah, we've got a nice shadow under the nose. It's looking quite Hollywood already, but I think we can experiment and go a little bit higher. Okay, come around straight on to me, Catherine. I just want to see your face. So, excuse me, let me just put my mask on. Okay, so keep your face straight to the light because I'm really just looking for the light pattern at the moment. Okay. Così? Okay. Straight on at me, a bit more straight. Oh, okay. Okay, so now we can start to see the cheekbones? So there we're carving out those cheekbones, and that's coming because the light is coming from right down. It's quite gridded, meaning that when I say gridded, now don't confuse the grid with a harder light. It's not harder, it's just narrower. Okay, so whereas before, and this softbox is angled quite narrowly in that it's not open like this, meaning that the light is going to spray outwards. It's already coming in quite tight, and then that grid is bringing it in even tighter. And there are some beauty dishes, there are some grids and beauty dishes you can get with a really, really tight grid. The tighter the grid, the narrower the beam, to the point that sometimes you can literally just have a little circle. So that very, very tight grid is going to give you like a little pool of light. Okay? Porta la sedia in avanti un pochino. So I'm bringing Catherine forward so that less light is hitting the backdrop. Okay? I want to darken down that backdrop. So I've done that just by, or I'm going to do that, fingers crossed, just by pulling Catherine forward away from the backdrop. Okay? Okay, now we're starting to get really Hollywood. You see, so we're really sculpting out those cheekbones. We've got a deep butterfly shadow under her nose, but attention, you don't want the shadow of the butterfly to touch the lip. Okay, that's when it starts to, it's no longer, you've gone out of the genre of that lighting pattern. So you need to make sure that that's staying there. But I really like this. This is really nice and high. We're carving out those cheekbones. Now let's look what happens when we start to turn this into a classic beauty shot, which is what I would use for cosmetics or accessories. What I've done is, in this case, I would be shooting very, very close on the face, so that's classic beauty. Very, very tight on the face. When you think of a cosmetic ad, something like that. Now let's take a test shot and see what happens. Okay, now we've got that glow that I was talking about. So that reflector has just kind of made that fade. We've still got the shadows carving at her cheekbones because she's got amazing cheekbones. But that was before, and that's after. So that silver reflector, it's quite a small silver reflector, it's quite aggressive, is bouncing up. And if we zoom in, okay, so here you can see, there's the silver reflector there. And there's the light there. So you can see how high it is. You can barely, it's just a little, you can see a little clip of the light right at the top of the catch light. And then there's the reflector there. So it's almost as strong as another light. It's so powerful. Now if we wanted to fill in, if we wanted to just flood, let's say we were selling cosmetics where those pictures where, or a headshot where you don't want any shadows at all, and you want everything to be flooded with light because that really helps make people look good. What you can do is add either 2 reflectors either side so that we create a curve around our model, or there are triflectors, basins that sort of provide a reflector that cradles cradles the light almost, and then bounces it back so that it all comes from all directions. I prefer to keep the reflector quite small and central so that we keep that carving out of the cheekbones. We've just got that extra glow. And if the silver is too strong, There's also a gold and silver, which I rarely use. But an old favorite in studios around the world is polystyrene. Okay, so, oops. We're in the mountains, we're in the countryside. That's what happens. So, here we're going to get a much softer reflection. Okay. Okay, so that's a much softer reflection. It's not as violent as the silver reflector, and it's also much softer in her eyes. Now let's see what happens if we turn it this way. Okay, we're making that reflector much broader, so it should fill in much more of her cheekbones. Yeah, it's a tiny difference, a little bit. A little bit. That's what you need to experiment with anyway. So let's have some fun. Now, I usually stick with one light to keep things simple, but we can also add a second light. So let's try, first of all, a few poses. I'm going to bring this back very, 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 very slightly. Okay, so Catherine, bring your hair forward. Now I'm going to pretend now that Catherine is no longer a model. She's a musician, which she is. So she has come to me and she's asked me for something professional to put on her website, her social media, and she wants to look elegant and professional. So just comb out your hair a little bit. Okay. That's it, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, so we're looking really Hollywood. Can we just turn that chair around slightly on an angle? That's it, great. Mettiti, put yourself in the position you were in before. That's it, just have the chair going backwards. No, tu stai dove eri prima, la sedia lo giri, ok? No, non completamente, un pochettino. Ok, così, perfetto. Perfetto, benissimo. Ti puoi sedere un pochettino più sulla sedia? Ok, good, great, fantastic. Wonderful, and a little smile. Beautiful, so her hair is looking super glossy. She's got beautiful cheekbones. She looks really professional. And I like the way that the white chair kind of balances out her skin tone as well, so that's really interesting. Now, let's just for fun, let's add a second light. So I've got a Godox 8200 back here. And that's on a 32nd power. This one is on a quarter power. So let's just see what happens. It's not going to be as classic looking with the rim light on the hair, but it's going to give her hair a little bit of extra gloss. So that's that one, and that's without. That's with, that's without. So you can add a little pop of light to the hair if we want to. Okay, great. Now, Catherine, do you just want to take the chair away for a second, and we'll see if we can do some full-length shots? Okay, let's move this out the way. Okay, now, in theory, because the light is pointing down quite a lot, we should be able to get you all in. Back, okay, it's not forward, stop, okay. I just want to briefly mention my lens choice as well. So when I'm shooting faces, I like to use as long as lens as possible, because the longer the lens, the more the lens compresses the features of the face, and it's incredibly flattering. So if I were to put on a 50mm now, I would make sure that I am far enough away to take a full-length shot. Full-length shot. If I have a 50 or a 35, I'm never going to come up really, really close to the face because it's going to distort the face, make the nose look larger and less attractive. So at the moment, I'm on sort of just under 100 millimeters. I tend to find that to do portraits, let's say, up to just about the waist, I like to stay at about, looking sassy. Where am I now? I'm midway between 100 and 135 millimeters. And if I were to go 3/4 length, I'd be out at 70 millimeters. And then if I wanted to go full length, I would either just go back as far as I can, still using a 70, and I'm sitting down because if I'm with the longer the body is in the frame, the lower down I want to go. So now I can get her just about all of her body. Yeah. And we've still got this quite hard, dramatic light. I want you to come away from the background a little bit more. So I'm bringing her away from the background. I'm bringing back the light. Now the problem is when you don't have a boom arm, you do have this light. When you want this central light, you've got this light stand in the way a bit. So that might need to be photoshopped out later. So it's very useful to have a boom arm in these situations so you can get a nice central light without it getting in the way. Okay, I think to get proper full length, I need to get my 50 millimeter, but it's still looking very nice. Okay, now I want to try turning this off because I feel like it's lighting up my background a little bit. Okay, again. Okay, stay, that's it, nice and central. Bring the hands over, that's it. Okay, feet together, beautiful. Okay. Okay, great. I feel like that's working nicer. Come forward again even more. Okay, great. So we've just got this really nice Hollywood glossy. That's going to look great in black and white. Really, really nice. So again, I really like this hard directional light for this type of look. If you want to soften it out, just add a reflector. If you want to make it really soft, add either a curved reflector or a triflector to just bounce light everywhere inside. You can also put another light down below on a much lower power. You can experiment and feel out what looks best for you and use that in place of a reflector as well. Can you get your hat? Puoi prendere il cappello? Okay. E anche la sedia, you can take the chair as well. Okay, great. Come forward. So now we're just going to have a little bit of fun. Let's say that our musician has come and she's like, I've got my favorite hat. I really want to be photographed with my favorite hat. And I also I've seen this a lot in some beauty photographs. Okay, take the front of the hat, turn it around towards your nose. That's it, and angle it more, a little bit up, because now we've got a bit of an issue. We need to get up underneath that hat brim. So let's see if we can do that. Okay. Oh, I love it. Great. So I just need to balance out the hat, but what we're getting now is this great shadow being cast along one part of her face, which I really love. I need to do some adjustments, so. Okay. Okay, so what we want to see is one eye. Put that, yeah, that's it. That one hand inside, that's great. Yeah. So here we're just adding a little bit of interest, and I'm going to get right nice and close. If my okay, turn your head slightly towards me. That's it. No, stay as you were. That's it. Put one arm up here, one down, just one up. That's it. Great. And a little bit of shoulder. Okay, now we've got too much shadow. Lift your chin slightly. Alza il mento leggermente. Oh, I love it. Okay. So here we've got, aside from the light stand in the one corner, we've got the shadow just covering one eye, and we can just see the other eye. So I'm loving that. Slightly up, that's it. Another answer could also be to lower the light slightly. Chin down, allora verso di me un pochettino. Ok, e giù un pochettino, ok. So there's a little bit too much shadow being cast, so I'm just going to lower this a tiny, tiny little bit. Okay, that's it. Great, tilt the head. Lovely. Okay, so these fingers are very spread out, so just bring them, that's it, and relax them slightly. That's it, perfect. Okay, great. Okay, now put your hands down onto your legs, crossed over, beautiful. And I'm just going to bring this around very, very slightly to this side so that we can really catch that eye. Lovely. Okay, that's it. I'm going to come in really close up on the face now because I'm looking for beauty, which means literally right on the face. Having a little bit of difficulty focusing, so just bear with me 1 second. Okay. Great. Okay, so stay there, don't move. I'm going to add a little bit of highlight again. I'm not going for a million different looks. I'm micro adjusting it until I get exactly what it is I'm looking for. Okay, and a little knowing smile. Turn your head this way. Oh, this is lots of fun. Okay, but I need to nail that focus a little bit better. Oh, this is great fun. Okay, so if you can just see what I'm playing around with. Okay, so trying to get that one eye in shadow and the other eye free. Okay, do you want to take off your hat? And would you like to get your flute, okay? Because we want to really show off what it is this lovely lady does. Okay, now do you want to, let's try using, that's it. Can you hold the flute, kind of cradle it? That's it, beautiful. Cradle it in a sort of relaxed manner, that's beautiful. Okay. Okay, great. Can you cross your legs? Sit on the seat. Okay, cross your leg one over the other. That's it. Cradle your, that's it. Okay, and now get rid of the stool completely. Togli la sedia completamente. Get rid of the stool. And now I'd like you to hold the flute, that's it, in front of you like this. Really bend down into the pose. Bring the flute up higher and above your hair, davanti ai capelli, okay. Benissimo, okay, fantastic. Okay, wonderful. Okay, now we've been a little bit more serious. That's it, looking down. Okay, now look up at me. Head up a little bit. That's it, beautiful. Just clean your hair from the other side. Just keep it round the back. Okay. That's it. Okay, head this way. Now, if we want to change the lighting pattern, all we do is move the light around. Okay, now we're on 3/4, now we're at a 45-degree angle, and let's see what happens. Okay, look straight at me, Catherine. Look at me, straight. That's it. Not like you're about to play it, cradle it more, a little bit. Ecco, sì. Così, benissimo. Ok. Un po' più alto. Così, benissimo. And look straight at me. Okay, now we've got a loop lighting pattern, meaning the shadow is coming, instead of being straight now, I'll be able to show you in better tomorrow when where are we? I'll be able to show you, I'll be able to show you tomorrow better when we look in Lightroom. But just by moving the light this way, we've moved the shadow from the classic butterfly, the Hollywood look, into a loop, which just comes around to one side. Now, if we move the light round again, we should get, fingers crossed, a Rembrandt. And we have almost, but the backlight is too strong. So let me just lower that backlight. I can do it from my, okay. Still too strong. Sometimes you need to take a test shot just to lower it. Okay, so allora, stai dritta, stay straight, okay, because if Catherine moves her nose towards the light, I'm not getting the shadows in the exact place that I want them. Little smile. That's it. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. Just because it's not always something I want to add. And if it's not adding to the image, sometimes you can have a stronger image with more shadows. And the one light, it doesn't get any simpler or more classic than that, and that's what we're after. Okay, right, so now we have, just by moving the light around, we've now got a really strong shadow that cuts through here. I'm going to take a few more like this. That's it. And I need to be low because I'm shooting Catherine up to about here, which means that my camera needs to be halfway cutting through the frame. So if I want to make her look really tall and elegant, I can go lower than that. And in fact, I think I'll do that. That's looking great. And it's also, I'm just checking, I'm looking close into her eyes to see, okay, I really like, a me piace molto quando va, I really like the way she's looking down at me, but now the light has gone so high, there's no catch lights left. So I want to have, even if it's just a sliver of catch light, I want to be able to see a little bit of catch light. So if I'm not seeing that, I know I've gone a little bit too high. And I'm going to feather it a little bit more. Feathering meaning I'm turning it away from the subject so the light is going across her face. And that should darken down the background even more. So you've got some good pictures for your resume now, huh? When the concerts start back up. Lovely. Okay, so now we've got a really strong Rembrandt. Chin up slightly. Mento su leggermente. Okay. Ok, bellissima espressione, ma un pochettino innocente. A little bit too innocent in your look, okay? So a little bit more expression, tightening in this muscle here in the eyes, okay? A little bit more knowing and strong. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay, noble, strong, you are the Countess of the castle, okay? So that's it, beautiful. Lovely, lovely expression, fantastic. That's what I want. Okay, now can you take your hair all around the way the other side? Because the light's coming from that direction, so her hair is casting a little bit of shadow. Great. And now go a little bit fashiony on me with your flute. So sink into that's it. Sink into it slightly. Don't bring it too far towards me. Just sink down into it. That's it. And be a little bit languid, okay? Wonderful. Okay, down with your chin a little bit more. That's it. That's it. There, bring the flute towards you. Più verso di te. Okay. Okay, so we've gone from our classic butterfly all the way around to a Rembrandt. And how are we doing for time? It's 9:30. Okay. Just have a rest for a second. I want to try just changing our... Huh? Okay. I want to try something a little bit different. So we've been using this small softbox with the grid. I'm going to go to a wider softbox, giving us much more spread, a much softer light, which is a little bit more what I do for portraiture. And let's have some fun with that. So you can see how tiny and neat this, just tighten this up. Now, I have a grid on this one as well, just keeping it nice and directional. I might take that off. I'll see how we go. Which way around is it? Okay, there we go. Okay, so now let's bring this chair in. Faccio io. Sposti quello. No, lasciamo... Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to shoot. I don't normally shoot from above, but sometimes in a low seat, it's a look used quite a lot in fashion, shooting above when the subject is in a chair. So I'm going to utilize this a little bit. I'm just going to take a quick test shot to see how the framing looks. Okay, I like it. I'm going to try feathering a little bit more. And I want you to, that's it, look towards the light. Taking a test shot. Okay, now look past me in this direction. Great. Can you sit forward in the seat, sort of on the edge of the seat? That's it, great. So you can, okay, relax into the pose. Bring your knees over to one side, over in that direction, yeah. Le ginocchia in quella direzione, se riesci. So I want the chair going in that direction and her knees going in that direction. Okay, perfect, great, 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 great. Now towards me, great. I'm going to bring this light over like this. So you see now I've gone from having it pointing right down at her, quite high and straight at her, to going right round to the side and shooting right across her. Okay, great. Now look straight at me, diretta a me. Benissimo. Incrocia le gambe. Ok. Ma riesci a That's it. I don't want the knees coming direct towards me. Non voglio le ginocchia verso di me, quindi in quella direzione va bene. Incrocio le mani così. Benissimo. Okay. Now, the reason I've done this is because the result I'm getting is, first of all, the light is barely hitting the backdrop at all, so it's really darkened down. And we've got a much softer shadow now going across her face, almost a Rembrandt. Turn your head slightly this way. Okay. Chin down a little bit, looking at me. Okay, now straight at me. Now I'm going in really close and then I'm zooming out. So it's all about lighting patterns and the direction of the light on the face. That's what I'm interested in. Okay, now I'm going around even further. Okay, now look at me. Okay. Now I've got my Rembrandt again. Just want to do an experiment. I want to take a picture without any flash at all to see how much ambient is bleeding in. Tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Otherwise I would turn off all of the lights because the fluorescent might affect the color slightly, but it's such a tiny amount that I think we're okay. And actually, if I want to knock out even more light, all I need to do is raise the power. And then close up my aperture a little bit. I was on f4. Okay, so now if I do the experiment, let me see if there's any light bleeding in. No. So let me just repeat what I just did. I had a little bit too much ambient light coming in that I didn't want because the color temperature is not the same. If it were daylight, it would be fine. But these lights are a different color temperature, so that's going to affect my color balance when I come to the post-production. So to knock that out, I just put the power up to half power on my AD300 Pro. I stopped down my aperture to 5.6 instead of f4, and that was enough to just knock out any ambient light. I'm already at a shutter speed of 250th. So I could, okay, so this is really dramatic now. I'm loving this. Super dramatic. So we've gone from our initial beauty portrait, as I suspected. We've diverged slightly, but that's fine. Lovely. Okay, so you're looking really really professional.
Do you prefer lower light from above?
Yeah, a little bit lower would be great. Yeah. Let me just check. No, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Now turn your head, stay where you are, but just turn your head more this way. That, a little bit less. Okay, follow my nose with my finger. Stop. Okay, so a tiny micro movement, but that tiny movement is enough to get the shadow where I want it to be. Let me just check that it is. Yes, it is. And now I want you to put your hands on top of each other. Relax, pull one hand back slightly. That's it, great. In fact, the top hand, bring it back even further. That's it, because, okay. Can you bring the elbow back even more? That's it, but bring your hand inside. Elbow back even more. Even more, even more, even more. Let me mirror what I mean. That's it, okay. So what I'm looking for is a little bit of a space between her elbow and her body. So what was happening was her arms were alongside her body, and that just increases, especially as she's wearing all black, that just increases the overall bulk, whereas she's got this amazing figure, so I want to see her waist. So let me just go a step further with that. Okay, this hand, perfect. This hand, bring it forward. That's it, okay. Fingers downwards, bend the elbow slightly. That's it. So fingers not towards me, but down. That's it, relax them, relax them, relax them. Okay, bring the elbow back slightly. That's it, because we want it to look natural. Now, unfortunately, when you're micromanaging the subject to this degree, they can get tense. That's completely normal. So it's our job to watch for every detail, and then when we've got it, relax them again. Okay, so again, these fingers have gone a little bit stiff, so relax them. Perfect, okay. Now we've got the shape I want. Okay, tension in the nose and in the mouth. That's it, beautiful. Okay, great. And a slight smile in the eyes. Not in the mouth, not in the mouth, just in the eyes. Okay, chin up slightly. Chin up slightly, mento su leggermente. Ok, un po' di tensione nel naso. Ok, sì, un po' meno. Ok. So I just told her to put a little bit of tension in her nose. That's it. Okay, and now put your legs like this and cross your legs. Try to keep the knees in that direction as much as possible, not where they were before. Do you need to move the chair? If you need to move the chair, that's it, that's it, that's it. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Cut like that. Beautiful. Okay, now can you pull your hair up? Yeah? Just going to get her to, she's got such a wonderful long neck. I really want to see her shape now. And I'm going to, while she's doing that, I'm going to remove this grid. How are we doing for time? So, removing the grid, what's that doing? As I said before, what the grid does is it doesn't harden the light, doesn't harden or soften the shadows. So I haven't softened the shadows by taking the light away. What I've done is before you can see the shape of the softbox. The light follows the direction of the softbox. Now the grid pulls it in. What I've done is taken that away so that we've got more light spraying everywhere. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit less dramatic, or should be. Okay, great. So turn around. This way, great, and wonderful. Let's go back up to standing. Thanks. No, we need to leave it there. Okay. Now, I think our light is a little bit too low now because she's standing up, so let's raise that up. Okay, now the grid actually takes away quite a bit of light, so I now need to lower the light power, which is great. Wonderful. Okay, now let's go back to our, let's bring the light back round to the center. Now we're going to light this, this light is going to hit the backdrop quite a bit. That's it. Okay, great. Let's bring this back slightly. Remembering to move downwards. Okay, so now we've got our butterfly light back again. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to experiment with, this is what I often do. I just put the reflector on the floor, and any light that's hitting the floor is just going to bounce back up into her face. Beautiful. Okay, so now she's glowing all over the place. So that reflector has made a massive difference. I'm going to go tight in on her face. So we're back to beauty now. Beauty meaning we're flooding her face with light. Okay, turn your shoulder even more. That's it. Turn towards me. Relax. That's it. This arm, bring backwards slightly. Okay. Because this arm was blocking, was coming in front of her belly, and so was making her look wider. Now it's going along, it's going down her body, and I can see her shape. Wonderful. Okay. And now, just for fun, can you get your flute again? Yeah. Okay. So Catherine's just going to put her hair up so that we can see her neck. So we're going to have her put her hair up. Okay, so just need to sort this out very slightly. Now, being a retoucher, I want to get this right now because 30 seconds now can save me an hour later. Okay, that's looking perfect. Okay, great. Okay, let's see these curves sink into your hip. That's it. Hold your, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Stand. How do you feel natural holding your, standing like a boss, and holding your flute? Huh? Stai lì come il capo del mondo, tenendo il flauto. Okay, wonderful. Hold the flute close to your body. Down a little bit. That's it. Perfect. Okay. Chin up slightly. Okay, beautiful. Okay, now a little bit more tension in the eyes, a little bit more expression in the eyes, okay? Nice tension in the nose and in the mouth, strength coming from the eyes, okay? That's it, close your eyes. Think of someone you hate. And then look into the camera, I'm kidding. Close your eyes, think of someone you love. And 1, 2, 3, open and okay, beautiful. That's looking great. Okay, now hold your flute with both hands. Now what I'm looking for here, she's got this great backdrop, the dress is like a backdrop to the flute. So cross your legs, hold your flute with both hands, that's it. Put the flute on a diagonal. That's it. Yeah, perfect. Sink even more into the thing. Elbow out. This elbow, that's it. Okay, no, the other elbow like that. Wonderful. This hand is a little bit awkward. How would you hold it? Maybe come down slightly. I just need the elbow out slightly. That's it. Beautiful. So the dress, her shape is like a backdrop to the flute. And I want to make sure that all of the shapes are working. I've got this light stand in the way, unfortunately, but hey ho, I'll fix that. Looking great. Okay, I'm going to go back. I'm just going to swift this light around. This time I'm going to go over this side. I've always put the light over there. Over that side, but for no reason whatsoever. So I'm going to live dangerously, and I'm going to go put the light on the right-hand side. Okay, let's try the same, exact same pose with just the light placed differently. That'll be interesting to see. Okay, close your eyes. That's it. Think of someone you love, something you want to say to them. Bam. Okay. It's looking great. Now, to feather this slightly, I want this a little bit softer. That was very super dramatic. So I'm going to put this here. Okay. And again, 1, 2, 3, and go. Beautiful. Okay, I'm missing something. That's it. Leave your hand up at the top. Turn it around. That's it. Beautiful. Just touch the flute slightly. Beautiful. And look at me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Lovely. So this is just real classic portraiture, and I'm trying to communicate what it is Catherine does and make her look super professional at the same time, using classic lighting techniques with one light. I say one light, and I might put the second light on in a second. See how I feel. Okay, turn your head around this way. Exactly the same. That's it. Exactly the same with your hand, but that way. That's it. Okay, a little bit of tension in the eyes. Look in the direction of your nose. That's it. Okay. Now, just for fun, how are we doing for time?
15 minutes.
Okay. Yes, let's see. Let's have some fun. Hang on a sec, I'm getting a little bit too close. Let me get my mask. Okay, just move out of the way, Catherine. Esposity. That's my light stand. Okay, come and stand in front. Okay, I need to lower it slightly. Okay, I'm going to take a test shot, see what comes See what comes. Okay, put your flute down for a second. Just relax with your flute and just stare straight ahead while I look at the light and what's happening. Okay. I'm going to lower my light slightly. Let's put it down to an 1/8. Step forward, Catherine. That's it. Look straight ahead. And let's try here. Okay, that's it. I can take this off now. Okay, now, exactly, bring the flute up and just touch it to your head, but I need you to maintain the profile. So keep the profile, that's it. Just touch it to your head as if you were just resting it and relax into it, that's it. Okay, and close your eyes, you're pensive. Okay. And I need you to come back with your shoulders and then come forward with your chin, okay? So that you're lengthening the neck. That's it. Lengthen the neck though, don't slouch. Go back, go forward, so you're really stretching the neck out. Okay, that's it. Relax the flute more. You're kind of pointing it to your head a little bit too much. So just rest it against your head as if you're just contemplating this wonderful instrument. Okay. Stay there 1 second. I'm trying to center Catherine exactly where I need the, now it's a little bit too low. This is what it's like working alone, a lot of walking back and forth. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Lower your chin slightly and bring the flute down. Bring the flute down towards you. That's it. And rest your head. That's it. So we're going for a slightly alternative, sort of creative branding portrait here. Something a little bit different. Maybe she'll like it. I hope Catherine will like it. Great. Okay, now take away the flute and we'll just do the same just with you, okay? So just give you an idea what we're playing around with. We'll take a look at that properly tomorrow. Okay? So let's try something similar. Nice long neck, really long neck. I can only see your silhouette. Come towards me slightly. And just try a finger. Other hand? Other hand? That's it. I'm at a kind of an awkward angle where I have to go like this. Head forward, Catherine. Forward like this. That's it. Bring your whole, you're a little bit like this. Come forward like this. More, that's it. Great. Can you hide your other hand? Nascondi l'altra mano. Okay, your posture, straighten up. Okay, and now just come forward like this. And bring both hands up. That's it. A little bit less, a little bit. Stand up straight. That's it. Like that. Okay, take a little step forward. Little step forward that way. That's it. Right. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice long neck, long neck. Tira su, tira su, tira su. And close your eyes. Okay. Now, put your hands here against your chest. Okay, beautiful. Lovely. Okay. Now, I'm just going to explain briefly. What I've been trying to do here is get a silhouette. And to do that, I needed to bring Catherine away from the light. Now what I'm going to get her to do is to go close to the light so that the light kind of bleeds over her face. So go a little bit close to the light, okay? Turn, that's it. A little bit closer, that's it. And let's take a test shot. Okay, little tiny step forward that way, that's it, yeah. Close your eyes and look up slightly. Look up slightly. Guarda su. Make more sense if I take the mask off. Oh, I love it. Okay, hands down. Hands down. Mani giù. Hands down. Okay, now stai lì. And again with the flute, but this time close to the... And I think we're nearly finished after that. Okay, that's it, great. Rest it against your forehead, contro la fronte. That's it. Beautiful. Stay there because she's closer to the light. I need to lower it slightly. The angle has changed. Okay. Okay, so now we've got the light bleeding. I'm just going to show Catherine. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Great. Okay. So, how are we doing for time? Anybody? It's 10 o'clock.
4 minutes to go.
I'm done. Yep. Okay, so thank you so much to Catherine and to GoDocs for providing the great lights that I've been working with for so many years. And how have you enjoyed it? Yeah? It's been okay? Good, okay. We've done lots. We've done everything from backlight to butterfly light to Rembrandt light. So, and you've got a lot of pictures for your musician work. Let me put my mask on, move this. Okay, we're done.
All right. So, I was around browsing everywhere, trying to take some pictures because honestly speaking, I saw things and magic happening tonight as well as usual. You also named the Countess, things that actually took me by surprise, but yeah, not so much in reality, because you're right. Especially with the side dressing, you really resemble me, the last countess of the castle. So it's a sort of, magic happening tonight. And speaking about magic, and since we have a couple of minutes, Catherine, I'm sorry to improvise this, but you know what I'm going to end up. Would you mind to give us a couple of minutes of your artistry? That would be fantastic. Thank you so much for being here today with us. You're lovely. You're a very capable model for Sarah and Mauricio. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
I couldn't imagine a sweetest way to close this masterclass on beauty portrait. And speaking about beauty portraits, Sarah, in a minute, now we have a little break with some videos, some nice videos. And in a few minutes, I'd like you to be with me talking about a range of products that I love particularly and is really inherent to what you are just demoed today, which is the Kelly Brown, the Surprise Collection. We will talk also about this, the Kelly Brown collection, of course. So see you in a minute. Enjoy our videos. And Sarah, thank you again for your incredible session.
Very
Thank you
welcome.
so much.
Very welcome. It was great fun.
And welcome back. As I promised you, we are going to dive in the first photo critique of the day with Sarah Edmonds. So yesterday, Sarah had the opportunity to shoot our model Catherine all around the castle, inside, outside, but the main shooting was in the shooting bay here on the first floor, and you possibly saw how to create the magic in a beauty portrait. So, Sarah, it's now the time to dive in your artistry, your imagery, and see what you actually could carve out from the shooting of, that you had with Catherine. I saw something already. I won't spoil, but I saw something that actually gave me goosebumps. So enjoy the next hour with Sarah Edmonds. Sarah, thank you for being with us today as well at the Castle Giacconi for Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Welcome, everybody. And we're so happy to be able to come to you in your homes, even though we can't all be together. But even though we can't all be together, please, I want this to be an interactive thing. So if you have questions or you want to participate, please just fire the questions away and somebody will get them to me as I'm working. I would love to answer them.
L'abbiamo messa perché aveva bisogno.
So, this is a critique. I love the way that it's called a critique and not a presentation, because that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to look at everything I shot, and it's always a bit high pressure shooting in front of a camera, in front of everybody live, so you never really know what you're going to get. But the opportunity here is that we can all learn from things that worked and things that didn't work, and you can decide for yourself what you want to take away from it, what you think worked and what you want to use in your own work. So my aim was to take classic techniques to create a classic portrait, using what is known as classic beauty lighting techniques that you can then apply in a different manner to, for example, headshots or commercial work, which is what I do in my own work. And as Dario said, I also took the chance during the day, because we were shooting late at night, so there was no daylight whatsoever, so it was studio only. when we were live with you. I grabbed Catherine and we went for a little recce and went around the castle to grab a few shots. So if we have time, I'd love to show you what we came up with, because we had really good fun. So let's take a look at, I'm going to show you the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we'll start off with what we did in the studio so that we can see what worked, what didn't, why I was going after what it was I was trying to achieve, because this is really important, shooting with intention, I believe. Rather than just sticking up a light, flashing away and jumping around all over the place trying to see what works, what I've tried to do myself over the past few years is to slow down and try to ensure that I'm getting what I want from the shoot. Now, clearly in a real life shoot with a client, it's going to be a lot longer. I'm going to be shooting over a lot longer period and not just an hour. So what we're going to see is fairly limited in that we didn't have any costume changes or anything like that. We used a few cheeky props to liven things up. And as Catherine is actually a musician, I really wanted to use that and try to give her something that she could use in her career as well. So let's take a look at where we started. Okay, so here are, actually I'll go forward a little bit. I just took a few test shots before we started with the hat. I was just testing out my lighting sessions. And as you see here, I'm very happy with the lighting setup as it's working at the moment, but obviously we haven't got the expression or anything, any kind of composition going on. But I was just testing out what I was going to do. And then I realized that what I really wanted to do was create a one-eye effect. So we had one eye hidden. And Catherine absolutely loved this shot. So the client loved this shot, and she can't wait to have it, which is always great. Here I did a quick Lightroom conversion. So I'm known, as I'm also a retoucher by profession, and not only a photographer, I also retouch and edit for other photographers. I'm known for my fine art, detailed, sometimes quite elaborate retouching when it comes to portraiture, but that's not always necessary. As you can see here, all I've done is I love the film noir look of this, and I love the fact that even though it was a test shot, because it was a test shot, she's looking quite stiff, and that's fine because it really suits the image, I think. So here I've used my own black and white preset. I love a really, really punchy black and white. So I always really up the contrast. Now, you need to be careful. So let's look at the histogram. Whenever I'm working, I always keep an eye on the histogram if it's going to be printed. Because if it's not going to be printed, it's fine. All we care about is what it looks like online. And very often, we don't care if the black's got a pure black. That's fine, as long as it's a considered choice, if that's what you've chosen to do, and it's not a mistake, so that when you come to print, you say, why is there 3/4 of the image black? And you don't understand why. So in this case, I can see that by just hovering over the little arrow at the bottom of the histogram, I can see that we've got a lot of pure black in the image. So I've probably gone a little bit too far with the contrast. So if I were to print this, I'm going to assume that we are. Let's take a look at the before and after. So this is the straight out of camera shot on the left. And if we look at that, we can see that actually if we bring, as it's slightly underexposed, all we have to do is just raise the exposure slightly, and all of the detail will be there. And we're working in RAW here. This is Lightroom, this isn't Photoshop. So we've got plenty of leeway here. It just so happened that I wanted to make this look very film noir. I've made the decision to let a lot of it go to black because I'm not interested in what's going on in Catherine's dress here. All I'm interested in is her face and her hair and the shape of her hat. So that's why I've made that deliberate choice. If I wanted to get detail in the blacks, we would need to bring down the contrast, possibly bring up the exposure and the shadows, or just start again. So that's the reset. And here you can see we've got a tiny little bit of clip blacks, but all we need to do to bring it into Photoshop is just recover what we've lost. Maybe bring down the highlights slightly so that, because we've got a contrast between a very, very pale skin and this all black outfit. So there are two ways of working in Lightroom. One is how you saw the image before, the black and white, in that that's my finished piece. I'm going to put that on Instagram. It's got that black and white noir feel, really contrasty and punchy. It's ready to go. I export it as a JPEG, I publish it, it's finished. That's it. A completely different process happens if I'm going to be retouching, in which case I use Camera Raw or Lightroom, it's the same thing, they have the same tools, to prepare the image for retouching, and then I put the final contrast and finishes in black and white in Photoshop. Why do I do that? We have the entire range of information in the raw file only while we're still in Lightroom or Camera Raw. The minute we open in Photoshop, all of the decisions that we've made in Camera Raw or Lightroom get baked in. So all of the detail that we've decided not to use, all of the highlight detail we've decided not to use gets thrown away, gets discarded and opened in Photoshop. So the idea is to, if we're preparing for print, especially the kind of print where you want to see every detail in the black, what we want to do is recover as much as possible. Now in this case, you can even use, you see here now we've just got a tiny little bit of clipped blacks. You might want to consider if that's important to you or not. You decide. And it could be that just to bring up that little piece, we just use a brush, because we don't want to use a global adjustment that's going to affect her face. And let's see now. Okay, now we have no clipped shadows whatsoever. Okay, so going back to, let's look at the history. See if we can find, okay, there we go. So that was the look I chose for that particular image. Let's go through, I left that in just to show what a beautiful smile Catherine has. What a sweetheart she is. Okay, so my green card, and let me just show you why I use this, the green card. That's to get into America. Sorry, I meant the grey card. The grey card, there is a card that is 18% grey, and it enables us to, in Lightroom, to pick our neutral simply by clicking on that spot. Now, my screen is calibrated. It matches my editing monitor perfectly. This is my laptop that I carry around with me, but it's calibrated. My editing monitor is calibrated regularly, and this laptop matches that monitor perfectly. So calibration is important, but our eyes can still play tricks on us. This means that that is her correct skin tone. These blacks are pure black. So this is a really easy way. If you're shooting in the studio, you've got one click, and we now look at our color temperature, and we can see that that is the setting for the entire shoot. It makes things really, really simple. Now, I like to err on the side of cool. So it depends what it is. Once you've found your pure, neutral white balance, you can then play around as you like. You might like things slightly warmer, you might like things slightly cooler. I tend to like things slightly cooler. So I like a slightly cool image, so I will drop that very, very slightly, and we'll move on from then. So these are our initial test shots, just using one light. I wanted to keep it simple. And here I was demonstrating how the shadow can be used to carve out the features of the face. So this is the ultimate classic lighting setup. One light. I was using a Godox AD300 Pro, which is, as you can see, perfectly adequate for the studio. One light, 300 watts. And it's a tiny little thing, battery operated, and I take it outside, inside. I use it in the studio, I use it outside, as I'm going to show you soon. Here we have the perfect little butterfly underneath her nose. As you'll see, it just takes the tiniest movement of the head to alter that perfect shadow. So we'll see later on how that works. Here we did a few more test shots. Here I showed how without a reflector, we're carving out, keeping the light quite high, we're carving out her cheekbones. So I didn't want to fill in her face because that's going to make her face look round. Now that might be something you want to do, especially with an older subject. You want to fill the light with fill the face with light and flood the face with this beautiful light that's going to fill in any wrinkles, any bumps in the skin. You might choose that you want sculpture instead, in which case you might need a little bit of extra retouching afterwards, or it's a very young model subject or someone with perfect skin. And I think I showed you in the, so again, this is, let me just go back. There's a little bit of lag on the computer. This is the before and after. So this on the left is straight out of camera, and on the right is with just a few Lightroom adjustments. Very, very little done there. You can see I've brought down the highlights very, very slightly, brought up the shadows very, very slightly, deepened the blacks a little bit, maybe a little bit too much. So what often happens is that for our eyes, we like a punchy look, and that's fine. As a retoucher, I often get requests saying, don't worry about the blacks. I want it nice and punchy. I don't mind if the blacks block up. That is the prerogative of the artist, as long as it's an informed choice and you know what you're doing. When I say know what you're doing, meaning you have decided that that's what you want to do. So this is the before and after in Lightroom. To prepare for retouching in Photoshop, I would just lighten the shadows slightly just to recover enough detail in the blacks. Because once I'm in Photoshop, as I said, we want to keep as much information as possible so that when we open in Photoshop and everything that we haven't kept has been thrown away, we've got as much left to play with as possible. And we can always add contrast. It's very difficult to take away the contrast. So once the information's gone, it's gone. So if I were to deliver that straight away to my subject, I'd probably leave it like that. The black's nice and deep, even if they're clipped a little bit online. If this was going to be for print and it was going to go on to be retouched in Photoshop, then I would lift up those blacks very, very slightly to ensure that nothing is, or very, very little is clipped. If anything is clipped, it needs to be something that you're absolutely not interested in. If it's a tiny corner down in the corner of her dress, then you're probably going to, or you possibly might take the decision that that's not important to you. That's absolutely fine. So this is without the reflector. We then went to take a look. I zoomed in a little bit more. Again, no reflector. I'm going for hard shadows. You can see how hard that shadow is underneath her nose. I want to carve out these cheekbones. The sacrifice we make is that her porcelain skin, we can see every little lump and bump. So if we want to shoot fast and furious, reflection is going to be our friend. If you're happy to do a little bit of retouch, then you need to choose which one you want to go for. Now, this next one is the one we did with the silver reflector right underneath the light. And you can see the difference there. The silver reflector is so strong that it looks almost like a light in itself. Okay, we've still got the cheekbones carved out, but you can see that immediately that glow, and it gives that real headshot look, that real glow, It brings a real life to the eyes. It really lights everything up. The next one we tried was with the white reflector, which is personally my favorite. I like the silver reflector if I'm going for something really punchy and I'm selling beauty. There's going to be a lot of retouching. Look how soft and lovely this one is. She's got a beautiful soft expression. Let's look at the catch light. Here we've got the polystyrene filling in, and the light is still really high, giving us this nice carving out the cheekbones. The shadow's a little bit deep. We're almost touching the lip line, so we need to be careful because all she needed to do was just bring her nose down slightly for it to be off where I wanted it to be exactly. And here is the result of the retouch of this one. Or is it? No, it's the next one. This one. Okay, there we go. So that's with the white reflector, and that's the retouch version. So here, what I was going for is a really glamorous Hollywood headshot. So a headshot with total Hollywood glamour to it. And we can take a look at what I did with that. If I can, I need to go and find, I need to scroll through. Let me find the number. What number is this? 556. No, it's not let. So let's open it and we can take a look at what I did. Okay, edit original, we'll be able to see the layers. That's another shot of Catherine as we were wandering around the castle. So while that's opening, let's carry on through. And then we moved out. Okay. Another super professional, elegant headshot for a lawyer or professional. So the same beauty principles can be applied to a really professional looking headshot, but that's got real punch to it. Okay, this was, I kept this in just to show why I wouldn't keep this, this shot. This hand here and the other one, it's just not working. It's looking a little bit awkward. We're adding bulk to her frame. And so this goes on the reject pile, even though I flagged it to show you. This is why I wouldn't choose it. This hand is just bringing all of our attention down, and that really needs to be placed in a better way. By me, not by the subject, okay? Same with this one. Here we're starting to get a beautiful shape. This hand here, I needed to pay a little bit more closer attention to and have it tucked in. Oops, okay. Placed much more elegantly on her hip. But I really love the top part, and I think that's worth cropping in on. Moving on, we're going full length. And as you can see, that really small softbox was still quite enough to do a full length shot. The grid and the small size of the softbox is giving us this really punchy look, which I really love. And if you can see here, there's hardly anything done to the settings. Before and after, this is pretty much straight out of camera. I've just cooled it down a little bit. If we remove the light stand, turn it to black and white, it's gone super fashion and super Hollywood. Moving on, okay, here we're starting to get, the pose is starting to look better. I would prefer that hand more on a diagonal, a little bit more expression in her eyes, but I'm loving that light is just really looking so glamorous, and her shape and her hair is all working, starting to come together really well. Okay, here as well, her expression is bang on. So you can see here, it's a little bit blank. Here, her expression is just straight on. It's going straight down the camera. It's hitting us right between the eyes. What don't I like about the picture is her hands. I should have got her to either fold them into each other, put them on the side. I rarely have the backs of the hands showing. I was so busy looking at all different things that skipped my attention. So, but in a real life setting, that is something that I would fix. Beautiful expression. Again, I'm not happy about the hands, so I would probably crop this. I would probably crop these out and just have her hair and her head and shoulders. Then we moved on to, how are we doing for time?
25 minutes.
25 minutes. Oh, I better get a move on. Okay. So then we started to have fun playing around with the hat, and what I wanted to do was just to create something glamorous, edgy, and fun using exactly the same light. And here what I've done, I very rarely do this. So that's the before and the after. I've just turned it to black and white, done a few Lightroom settings. There's no retouching gone on here. But what I've done here is I did a huge crop. Now, I hardly ever do this. I always crop in camera. However, I saw that I didn't like the hand. I could see the palm of the hand here. And I thought that cutting in like this was much more interesting. So this is something I would love to work on in more detail. I'd love to clean up the hair a little bit, clean up the skin, and I think that one's going to come out great. This is another one. This is great fun. Now, unintentionally, I've cut off her eyes, but I think it kind of works. I really like that. Another one with a little bit of a smile, and I've applied this film noir look to it. This is my own preset that I made, just some very simple, some simple customizations to the Adobe monochrome black and white. I've applied a slight grain. Now, be aware, grain, now if you can, you see, once it's loaded, there's not very much grain at all. Be aware that grain is very destructive. So if you've got a super sharp lens and you've just got this beautiful clean lighting and you can see every little detail, and then you slap a heavy grain filter over the top, you're basically destroying all of that fine detail and that sharpness that you've captured in camera. So it can look great. Grain also works wonders on skin. So if you put a grain all over the picture, it will smooth out wrinkles, it'll make everybody look fantastic. However, it's extremely destructive, so use with care. This is a raw image, so there's nothing destructive has gone on here. I haven't opened it in Photoshop. I'm just playing around and seeing what looks good. And I think that the grain suits that film noir look. So here, this is, yeah, I've hardly done any changes here. I've just made it a little bit cooler, darkened it slightly. I'm going to work on this one, I think, because I think this one, retouched, is going to look great. Moving on quickly. It's so easy, just with the tiniest little tilt of the head. That's why you always need to keep an eye on what is going on in your camera and not just shoot, 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 because you need to be seeing if it's working or not. There's another one that I love where you can just see a tiny little hint of her eye. Moving on. This was all during our live session yesterday. Okay, and then we changed up completely. And I used a bigger softbox. I wanted to flood the face with light a lot more and make it a little bit softer. Here I've applied a black and white again. Let's look at the before and after. Here we've got this nice soft light that's really filling in. We've got, you know, we've lost those really, really hard dramatic shadows. I wanted to have something a little bit softer. And then we started to concentrate on her shape and placing the flute in a diagonal so that the whole thing worked as a composition. Then I moved the light around. I wanted to get a Rembrandt light. I'd been focusing on the butterfly lighting for almost the entire session. All I did was move the light around 45 degrees. If you move it around slightly, you get a loop light. If you move it around even further, you get a Rembrandt light. And all that happens is that the shadow of the loop, if you continue moving the light around to the side, the shadow joins the shadow across the chin. And the aim is to get this triangle. And here we've almost got it. It's kind of that it's nearly meeting it, but it still works. I think this still makes a great picture, and this is one of the series. Okay, this one I like with her hand touching the top. And I love her expression in this one, so I'm going to choose this one to process for Catherine. This is the fashion model in Catherine coming out. She's done a lovely fashion pose here, which I think works beautifully. My only regret with that one is that she's turned her head so that we've got broad lighting, meaning that the largest side of the face that we can see has all of the light. I would have loved it if she'd turned the other way, or if the light had been on the other side and we could have had short lighting. It's just, I prefer the drama of the short lighting, but I still think it works great. The important thing is that her nose hasn't passed her cheek line. If it had, I would have binned it. So I've asked her to move around to face the camera. The expression I'm not entirely happy with. And then we moved on to this. I had this sudden idea that I wanted to create a silhouette just by moving the softbox round to the back of her. Now, because it's quite a small softbox, it's only 85 centimeters, we've created this sort of moon effect. So what I would love to do is I would just clean up the edges so that it looks like a perfect circle and work on that a little bit more in Photoshop. And here you can see I've just increased the contrast slightly to try to create more of a silhouette and play around with it a little bit more. But you can see, if you can imagine me just cleaning up the side of the round part of this softbox. I could also try to extend it, make it all white, but I think it's much more dynamic with this round. It almost looks like a moon. Here I've let the light bleed through slightly, and then I decided to do that even more. If we move on to the next ones, here I'm just trying to get some pure silhouettes. Okay, so what I did here was I got her to step closer to the light so that the light would wrap around her and we would get some light bleeding. And in fact, you can see it's just touching her cheek and molding her body slightly. So it's a completely different look. And again, I love this round, she's standing against the moon look. This is a crop. I was trying to find the right crop that would work with this one. So that's the full-size one. So I would say this is a really interesting play on a headshot, you know, a musician, but she wants something a little bit more artistic. So in the same session, all I did was move the softbox around, and all of a sudden, bam, we've got something that looks a little bit out of the box that she can use. There's another one. This is one that I'm gonna work on for my subject. I'm gonna clean this up, make this look like a moon. I'm gonna make sure her silhouette, we can see the line of her silhouette there. I'm gonna tidy up the bun of her hair slightly. And that is our live session. Now I'll just go back slightly and show you what we started to play around with outside. So we went outside. And bear in mind, these haven't been worked on at all. I've done a few exposure adjustments, but I've included the ones that, again, don't work. Now, here my problem is she's not standing out enough, and she's not positioned properly. We've got 3 arches here, we've got our statues here, and she is in the wrong place. I've put her in the wrong place, or I've put myself in the wrong place. This was a test shot. So now I've tried to place her in the middle arch, in between the statues. This is starting to work a little bit better. And now I've decided to move her off to, instead of centering her, I've decided to move her off center a little bit. Now in post-production, what I would like to do is just let me see if I can, I was working on one when we just started. Some of the others. So I was full of great intentions in retouching all of these this morning, but okay. So here you can see what I've done is just I've darkened down the background a little bit and I've lightened up the subject. So that's the straight out of camera. I've also just straightened up the building somewhat. I'm a bit of a stickler for vertical lines. Got a thing about them. So yeah, I wanted to get the building in the background. We had some cars parked, so when that happens, you need to just arrange your framing slightly. And then I went on to my favorite, which is just focusing on the subject and letting the background blend out a little bit. It's lovely to have a beautiful landscape, but I'm all about the subject, and inevitably I'll do one that for example, at a wedding, sometimes you have to. I shoot at a beautiful lake, and the clients always want a beautiful lake shot. But it'll usually be one, and the rest of them tend to be very, very portrait focused. That's just what I do. So here we're just playing around. There's a lovely pensive Catherine. And I personally really love those shots where we're focusing on the subject and we've got that shallow depth of field in the background. That's my style. It's something that I love. We went for a walk around the castle. We saw this fresco on the ceiling, and I was trying to find interesting ways of framing Catherine and also managing to get a little bit of fresco in as well. Here I'm just using exactly the same lighting setup as I did in the studio. I'm just walking around, taking my AD300 Pro around with me with the softbox. It's exactly the same lighting patterns. Here it's a Rembrandt light, so I've got the light off to one side. Exactly the same. I'm just walking around and I'm shooting outside and inside. Nice full length of Catherine. Again. These haven't been worked on, clearly. These are just straight out of camera. We saw this great chair and thought, let's have some fun here. Now I had my AD200 with a blue gel on it, and I thought, okay, let's experiment a little bit. I'm not one for gels and that kind of thing usually, but as it was such a plain black dress, white chair, white wall scenario, I just thought I'd give it a try and see what happened. So that's just I'm using my AD300 as my key light. Coming from the left, you can see the shadow. I'm using short lighting. I'm shooting into the shadows, and then I've got the blue gel light shooting against that white wall, and it's just giving that sort of cyan reflection. Okay, now I just tried to go a little bit wider, showing that open door just to give a little bit of depth. She looks like a very super professional lady here. Okay, and then we went up to the tower. And when I saw these mountains, I thought, okay, I need to absolutely have to show off my beautiful model against these mountains. Now, what I've been trying to do is carefully place her either outside or inside the mountains. Okay, so here I've deliberately I'm using negative space. I'm putting her right down in the corner, and I'd probably crop this a little bit to make her even more in the corner. But I'm trying to use the mountain to frame her. Now I'm trying to use the sky to frame her. I've got her to lean forward slightly because I'm actually lying on the floor in the snow at this point. Again, these are not retouched, these are just straight out of camera. Here I wanted to get the turrets in a little bit and then use the mountain to frame her. And then I've switched to my favorite 70 to 200 millimeter lens. And I'm using I've got my AD300 Pro with the 65 centimeter softbox gridded coming from the right. And again here I've tried to put her down in the third, so I've got lots of negative space with the snowy mountains in the background. Okay, I kept this one in just to show you what it looks like without the light. That's with the light, without the light. Catherine wanted a few fashion-y shots, so we just did some stuff for her. Again, same light, same, nothing has changed. It's all very simple, one light. Here I've added my blue gel. And we're back to the beginning. Now I just wanted to show you some okay, so this is one of my favorites that I'm going to work on, and this is another one that I'm going to work on. But I hope you found that useful, and I'd like to know if there are any questions.
So Sarah, when you say I'm going to work on it.
Yes.
What do you mean exactly? Well, what do you have in mind?
What I have in mind is...
Because you do editing as well, right?
Yes, okay, so editing is, what I call editing is what happens in Lightroom. So Lightroom raw adjustments. If a photograph, I think, deserves special attention, I will open that photograph in Photoshop, and I will do a careful skin retouch and color grade in Photoshop. That's what I mean.
Okay, are you planning to print anything out of this service?
I think so. I think the answer is yes.
I might sound interested in that, but yeah, you know what I mean. Because I saw, pictures in this shoot that actually really would deserve something unique printed either ways on a wallet or on a fine art paper. Because I know exactly seeing these files, which we stress again are not edited yet. They are straight on the camera, straight into Lightroom. So this is just a tiny adjustment that you did. For instance, this one, some of these are just, epic. And, so a question that I had before for you is, would you offer a mix, for instance, let's make a simulation. So what if Catherine would be a normal client, so to speak? Okay, would you offer black and white and color pictures in the same reveal session, or would you go for one or the other depending on the style that you choose before?
If it's my client, I make the decision.
Okay.
I make the decision on whether I think a photograph should be black and white or not. However, I didn't here because I wanted to show the black and whites direct fast in Lightroom.
Okay.
What I usually do is I do the retouch first, and then the black and white is a final layer that goes on top. So if for any reason they don't want that black and white, all I have to do is turn that layer off, and the retouched file is underneath, is all there.
Oh, all right, makes sense. Great. Also, you basically use just one light, just one artificial light.
Usually
right?
just
in this
one
case.
light, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
But you say usually.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Even in either ways, studios and outdoor shootings?
It depends. It depends what it is I'm looking for. Usually, I have a few go-to setups. I have a one light setup. I have a one light with a fill coming from above setup, and then I have another setup which is classic beauty. One beauty dish coming centrally and two rim lights coming from the rear pointing forwards. So it can be one light, two light, or three lights. But I would say that if I have to choose, it would be one light because it's just the most flexible, and that's what it's what I can take with me to client facilities. I can't take three lights, huge strip boxes, three light stands to a client premises. I very often have to take one light, and I'll take one light and one reflector, and I've shot whole commercial jobs that way. Okay, and one practical question was, when you offer them the reveal session, let's say, so when it's time to see the result of the shooting, will you show them the files first, like a showreel or something? Will you show them already the things printed, like, frames on a shelf, or what? I've varied back and forth. My preference is to finish the files, take the risk, put the time in, and show them what is going to be the final result, what they're going to buy, because it's very difficult for them to say, imagine this level of retouch. They can't, so I do it and I invest that time. That's my choice. I know that many people have much more volume and they don't do that, which is absolutely fine. I have a lot of clients who will, sometimes with an entire wedding album, they know the client and they know that the client will reject any unretouched files. So they take the risk in retouching the files, knowing that the client will be so happy they will want to buy those pages, they will want to buy those images. So yeah, it's something that I think sometimes has to be weighed up with the client in question.
Yeah, I get your point. I mean, there is no strategy that fits them all, right? So it really depends on you as a photographer and the clients as well.
And I see from my retouching clients, there are many different business models and everybody has a reason for those. And it can be volume, it can be the timing. They've experimented with timing and that fast timing is key. Now, if everything has to be retouched in an album, it's going to take a long time. So they would rather sacrifice that and choose speed instead. Some prefer to wait and show them everything retouched. So it's entirely personal, it's entirely individual, and every studio has come to their own conclusions about what works best for their clients.
And speaking about editing, do you see that because of the times that we are living in, there is more attention now to editing, like there is maybe a little bit more time to think about that, so less volumes but more attention?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that people are finding more and more that it's helping a quality retouch, and I mean a quality retouch, is helping them differentiate between the millions of very capable DIY photographers out there. There aren't very many very capable, very skilled DIY retouchers. So it can sometimes be the difference between a professional product, because a professional product with fine art printing needs a beautifully edited picture to go into it. So more and more my clients are saying to me, no, go for it. I want the top level for this because this is going to be big, it's going to go on the wall. And that makes the difference between the client taking a cool iPhone picture and having it blown up and having a professionally retouched product printed on a professional finished product.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because even Julie yesterday, Julia Keller, during her masterclass, was mentioning, you know what's happening out there? That the home decor is booming, even the real estate is booming, because we are spending much more time now at home. And once you're there, you realize that maybe you would like to have a different arrangement or something, bigger and better. And you're right. At that point, we're talking about a new opportunity, a new deal, let's say, for photographers. But to grab it, in order to grab it, you have to deliver that kind of accuracy and quality. So that's why maybe so many photographers I see are much more attentive to the editing step in the workflow.
We're having to raise our game at every level, from the photography to the editing to the retouching to the product.
Yeah, and I tell you, when I see beautifully edited files like the one that you sent, I feel blessed, because I know that the technologies and the knowledge that our team is capable of is going to give justice to that. So it's like if we are literally helping and supporting and giving justice to your hard work, behind the camera and in front of the screen, so to speak. But like you said, this close the ideal circle.
Yes.
And actually, right. So it matches the client's expectations, because when they are going to print a huge 30 by whatever, wall art, at that point, the professional work will make the difference. Yeah. Like you said, instead of a blow up file coming from wherever. So it's nice to see how you were designing the pictures, how you were visualizing some of the concepts, and you were actually, I saw you yesterday during the shoot session, you were intentionally moving things, details, and playing with lights, clearly thinking about the result on the media.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of difference.
Oh, yeah.
So again, I can't thank you enough for being with us
having me.
again for this live during Imaging USA Virtual Show 2021. Guys, I hope you have enjoyed this photo critique with Sarah Hedmans. Sarah, thank you again. There will be more photo critique because even Mauricio is almost ready to comment his own pictures. And you will see a completely different content. And we were making fun with Mauricio before because he said, we were shooting exactly in the same spot and you will see completely different results, which is the magic and the beauty of photography, isn't it?
That's why there's the two of us, to show the polar opposites.
Yeah, and that's great. And that's why people hire professional photographers, because each photographer adds that 2 grams of special, I would say a special spell coming to life in your own fashion, with your background, bringing something of yourself onto the paper or the media of choice. So thank you again, and let's roll in with the next video sessions, and I'll be back with you soon, introducing some more products that I'd like to talk about. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you for being with us so far. See you in a minute. Enjoy the videos. And so, after 3 incredible days live from Graphistudio Castelciconi and Graphistudio HQ here in Italy, we are coming to the conclusion of this great broadcast that I hope you enjoy. We had the opportunity to talk about photography, our common passion, from photographers to photographers. It's been incredible. So many guests, so many topics, from motivationals to business opportunities, to techniques, lighting, posing, live shooting, and you know what? This is just great because we were together, and we will be together even more in the next future. The castle, home of all the photographers, is there. We are here. Tullio, Maurizio, Enzo, that I can't thank enough to give us the opportunity to broadcast live from here. And for all the folks, people, girls and boys of Graphistudio, we thank you for your time, for your attention. See you soon for more content, for sharing our love and our passion. Photography,
Ciao, guys.
Print matters. See you soon. Ciao, guys.
iStock Audio. iStock Audio.
Iniziamo a caricare e andiamo.